Welcome. So sorry for the late night show tonight. I was watching that OKC Pacer game early at my bro's house. Had a good time. You know, something got to relax because I really don't give a shit about damn sports or anything like that. But you know, when playoffs happen, I watch the Super Bowl. I watch the NBA championship. I watch the Super Bowl. I watch anything like the final days where like I don't get into that. I don't give a shit about the Pacers or the Oklahoma. I don't have a stake in this game. I really don't care. But you know, it's entertaining. You know, if I'm at my brother's house and he mixed margaritas up and he was making some frying up some Philly cheesesteaks by the pool or not, you know, and everybody's sitting there chilling or not. Why not? You know, why not? I can have some fun once in a while. Well, I know as a black nationalist, you know, God forbid if you have some fun once in a while. Kyle, how dare you? You went out and had fun? You out there had some margaritas and whatnot? I'm not drunk right now for you. I just had one margarita and everything. I'm not even buzzed or anything like that. It was good. Margarita was delicious. He makes it with oranges, lemon, and a couple of things when I was just really just marinated with stuff like that. A lot of alcohol in it, but I only had one cup when I, so I'm good. I'm not drunk or anything. I never get drunk on the air and everything like that. I'm just feeling a little nice tonight, a little buzzed a little bit, but not that really. Not that really. So I can't deliver you my Sunday night sermon. Now, when Reverend Collar's on and he's delivering his Sunday night sermon, you know fire and brimstone is about to rain down. You know the word of God from heaven above is coming through the college Genesis. So hallelujah. Welcome to the Voice of the College Nation show, whatnot, you know. And I can speak in tongues. Ashalamalakabaka, shoo chakalaka, blah, 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 whatever, you know, and all that good stuff. So you listen to the Reverend College Genesis tonight, you know, as I deliver my Sunday night sermon for all you heathens out there who need the word of Kala, you know, in your life or whatnot. You know, if you're not gonna read the Bible, listen to the if you can't read the Bible, Quran, or whatever like that, tune into the College Nation show 6 nights a week or here on YouTube or whatnot. I'll get you right. I'll get you. This is your only path to salvation. The colonization is your only path to salvation. I'm here to save souls. You know, I'm here to get to de-negrify you people. You know, I'm here to set you straight. You know, I'm here to give you direction. I'm here to give you love. I'm gonna teach you how to love yourself. You know, and I'm gonna love you, teach you how to love you as I love you, and you end up loving me. You know, so stop what you're doing and spread the love. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell somebody that the Collar Nation is here. The Collar Nation is on. Be here or be nowhere. This is the only thing you need to listen to is a Collar Genesis. However, I tell you what now, somebody who I really admire right now is my good brother Afro Think Tank, man. I swear to God, him and probably Nesseline are going to be the next generation to take over after I'm long gone and whatnot, you know. So yeah, listen to that guy Afro Think Tank. He just hit congratulations on him. He had 60,000 subscribers and whatnot. This guy is on fire, man. He did a video today breaking down the ADOS FBA movement. I was so friggin' brilliant and intelligent. You know, you can tell Afro Think Tank's educated. You know, that's what I like about him. You can tell he's educated. You can tell he thinks a lot and whatnot. He's really right on point with this ADOS FBA stuff and whatnot. How it like that. It just listen to it. I might play his video tonight, but listen to his last video talking about the ADOS FBA and people who are in the Pan African space starting to use that term. I don't know why Phil Scott's using it. You know, it's an abomination. That term FBA is an abomination. You know, you cannot talk about Africa, Black liberation if you call yourself AL's FBA. It's a double entendre. It's an oxymoron. You know, you can't be a foundational Black American and call yourself an African nationalist. You know, or a Pan Africanist or Black nationalist. You know, you cannot do it. You know, it's a friggin' you cannot fucking hate Africa or hate African people and basically call yourself a liberator. You can't if you hate African people, that means you must love white people. You can't serve two masters. I know for the people that fucking hate Africa, don't want anything to do with Africa, what it is they feel Africa and its history and its connection to Africa gets in their way of being in love with who they really want to be in love with, which is the white man. You know, all these FBA people, they not fooling me. You want to be in bed with the white man. You want to date white girls. You want to have half white children and everything like that's what FBA is all about. You want to lose your African bloodline, your African heritage. You don't like your hair. You don't like your skin color. You don't like nothing that has to do with Africa. I know what it is. You ain't fooling me. But this is a Sunday night sermon. We're going to break it down tonight. And tonight's topic is guns or butter. And the reason why I did this show tonight is I was on a search for a search for a Huru show today. And basically the thing was, should Africa, and I'm going to go off tonight, folks. This is going to be college Genesis in rare form tonight. So be prepared. I'm going to say some things that's going to hurt some feelings or whatnot. But so fucking what? I am sick and tired of fucking sparing people their damn feelings, If you want revolution is uncompromising, So therefore, like I said, so here it is, the thing is, should Africa get nuclear weapons? And I said to myself, let's start off with this. My whole premise was tonight, and there was some chick named V Woman was like, oh, Kala, blah, 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 Kala, blah, 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 blah. That's all I get is blah, 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 blah. Yo, look, I am so sick and tired of hearing Pan-African babble, One clown actually said, see, we taught the world math and learning and whatnot. Dude, shut the fuck up. No, the hell we didn't, You can't be the most backward region on the planet, right? That's completely devoid of civilization, science, technology. Talking about you taught the world everything. Come on, shut the fuck up. And like I said, I used to be one of those ones that black man was all-knowing. We built pyramids. We did all. Now I realize, part of knowing how to liberate yourself, you got to know the truth. Truth is, us sub-Saharan Africans, hey, Mari, how you doing? Sub-Saharan African Negroes didn't do shit. We're all sub-Saharan Africans, right? And we just got to take that L. Simple as that. Then we can move forward. Well, anyway, the idea is African countries have developed nukes. And I'm saying to myself, no, because how are you going to have nukes and you don't even have decent basic infrastructure? People don't have pipe-borne water. You have power failures, Power failure is normal. You go to Ghana, I want to run my business from remote in Ghana. Okay, well, sometimes I have to go 4 days without the electricity coming back on. But so if you can't solve basic things like electricity, transportation, and stuff like that, pharmaceuticals, food security, and stuff like that, how the hell are you going to manage something, the most complex thing like fucking goddamn managing nuclear weapons, And who are you going to pick like this, Who are you going to use nuclear weapons on, you going to fire Europe? You going to fire America? The bottom line, a sad part, what the sad part I always say? It's sad to have no friends, but what's even sadder? It's even sadder when you have no enemies. That means you're not even you've completely withdrawn from the world, or you're insignificant. You're so insignificant, Africa doesn't have any enemies, Well, the enemies Africa. There's no damn enemies Africa. How can somebody be an enemy when they're feeding you, Every Africa is fed by the West or China or whatever like that. Africa doesn't produce its own food. Everything in Africa is dependent on outside forces. So how the hell, what does Africa need nuclear weapons for? They don't have any enemies, When you're in a codependent relationship when you're basically dependent on somebody else, they're not your enemy. They're your benefactors, So the whole term, let me break it down to in my Sunday night sermon. Let me get this right. Let me Google. My Google on whatnot, Let me. So I'm gonna deliver you a sermon. College, you guys can pull out your Bibles, Qurans, and everything, because the College Genesis is on tonight. Guns versus butter. See, pop right up, man. It's the old thing I learned when I was in high school studying history. The guns versus butter dilemma, also served as guns and butter, represent the economic and political trade-off of a government faces when it decides how to allocate resources between national defense and social programs or consumer goods. Butter, butter is considered consumer goods. I think so. The question we ask tonight is: what does Africa need more, guns or butter? And the answer to me is butter. They don't need more guns; they need butter. This trade-off highlights the concept of opportunity cost, where choosing the option means foregoing the benefits of the other. In other words, if you concentrate on butter, you got to forget guns. Africa basically can't provide the butter, and so therefore, it's not even a thing. We have to get to the point where Africa is providing butter. Like I said on the show, on Diane's show tonight, man, if Africa gets to the point where it can feed itself or not, then after you get to that point, you could talk about guns, aka nuclear weapons. But if you can't provide butter, the basics of society, you ain't no position to be talking about guns. That's how it always been in civilization since Roman ancient times. When that guns versus butter, Romans had to figure that out. The Greeks had to figure that out. The Egyptians, the Persians, everything. What do we create? Weapons, or do we create or make sure people are fed? That's a conundrum. But here you got Africans on the Dynasties panel today talking about we need nuclear weapons. How you gonna have nuclear weapons and you can't feed yourself? Guns versus butter. You know, Guns represent the spending on military equipment, personnel. Okay, thing keeps going out. Personnel and national defense. This includes things like weapons, military vehicles, salaries of soldiers. Right. Butter represent the spending on social programs, infrastructure, consumer goods, including healthcare, education, roads, and other public services. So, oh no, I got Kwame and thing. This is my this is the pseudo Negro version of Einstein in the chat room, like Kwame. You know, 31 years old, man. You can tell he's 31. He doesn't have any life experience. So, he's a good kid, but not too bright. But he's a great soul, though. Kind of thick in the head. But he's a nice soul, though. I like Kwame. Dumb as shit, but, I love him. And you don't mess with Kwame because he's my heart, man. He may be dumb as two empty rocks, but I love him. So leave Kwame alone. He don't know no better. You know, you know Opportunity cost. Guns burn mile illustrates the concept of opportunity cost. If a government invests more in guns, it is less money available for butter. As somebody who's never been to, if you've never been to the continent, right? First thing I say, man, when you get to Africa, any country in Africa, they're all the same. Africa needs butter. That means social programs, infrastructure, and healthcare, educational, and that represents butter, right? Africa does not need any more damn guns, because it's too fucking poor. So, historical context. The phrase gave prominence during the Cold War when nations had to balance military spending, and I always thought it was older than that. I thought it was guns versus butter was actually freaking World War One. I didn't know it was the Cold War. I remember I studied this in college. Butter. Point B, three guns, 25. So in other words, basically, as your guns increase, your butter goes down. You know, it's like that's like a scale. Call your vantage point as what barriers are stopping food production infrastructure. I don't know. It could be low IQ, and stuff like that. Laziness, foolishness. Yeah, Kwame is a good person, man. He don't know a whole lot, but he's a good person. So it is what it is. Gun versus butter. So I think Africa right now should concentrate on butter. Then once you got butter, then you concentrate on guns. Butter symbolizes education, healthcare, because you can't have a bunch of dumbasses running around. You know, Anyone says, "What does guns versus butter mean?" That's why I do this show, because I know most people aren't educated. That's a popular term. Google it, guns versus butter. It's been around for a long time. At least 80 years. It was basically the conundrum the world faces. Every country faces. Do we spend money on guns or butter? And during the Cold War, when it was a nuclear arms race, countries that basically, like North Korea, spent most of its budget building weapons, but the people starved. Same thing with China. They starved. 10 million people starved in China's Great Leap Forward. 10 million people starved, because they made the decision to pursue guns instead of butter, under communist China, so it is what it is, it is what it is. So, but I understand that most people and that listen to me, I don't know, I would like to get some educated people in my chat whenever N1 and whatnot, they don't understand that because N1's probably never went past 6th grade. So what can we do, What's up, Steve? Okay, interesting topic. Yeah, it's interesting, very interesting topic. I'm only responding to Dinah's show today. We had all these experts, Negroes in there talking about Africa needs to develop. It's the continental ballistics. A country again can't fucking feed itself. Is going to develop intercontinental ballistics to fire who? Right? To shoot who? It just, I don't know, man. Like I said, the more and more I deal with this Pan-African stuff, the more and more crazy these people sound to me. I'm like, I want to run from the Pan-Africanism. I want to get as far away from every Pan-African as I can because I'm so embarrassed by now by the whole fucking movement, So Africa has butter, yet no serious weaponry. Africa does not have butter. You want to know something, ZV. Africa's hungry. Hunger is fucking a serious problem in countries like Nigeria, where you got people in Kenya, people on the brink of starvation and shit. Do I need to play some videos? Right? Okay, you guys asked for it. You guys asked for it. Okay. So since you guys asked for it, I'm like, damn, man, you motherfuckers be asking for it, And then when you get your feelings hurt when that collar, man, what you put me like this clown 1776 last night, No, I am gonna play videos. I got to play videos to drive home my point, And I'm not gonna do a long show tonight. I gotta get up in the morning, so I'm not gonna be here all night with you guys, It definitely won't be no 7-hour show. It'll probably only be a 4-hour show tonight. I'm really serious tonight. I got to get up in the morning, So 3:00, I'm probably cutting it off, I have to get up in the morning. I got a lot of work to do tomorrow. I'm slipping in work at the office, I got responsibilities I'm lagging on, doing the show every night, So, yeah, so we're like, Africa needs to get its butter. Butter is not just food. It's also infrastructure. It's also education, It's also healthcare. It's also roads. It's also bridges, So therefore, all the butter things are lagging on the African continent, People don't have most people don't have the basics, a healthcare plan, don't have the basic education, dental, How many people in Africa die of preventable diseases because there's not enough medication, vaccines, and stuff like that on the continent, The medieval English world trade was one of the most important factors in the national economy. I don't know about what that means, The trade livelihood period to 50 was. Kwame obviously got his Wikipedia button popping tonight, Yeah, thank God for Wikipedia, huh, Kwame? So I know you didn't read that out of a book. Thank God for Wiki, So it is what it is, folks. Guns versus butter, interesting concept tonight. I'll listen to Search for a Cuckoo Show. And they were going off tonight, man. I was like this, Yeah, but how you gonna have weaponry when you got a continent where the average IQ is like 50? You can't have advanced weaponry and whatnot when you got an IQ and an average IQ of 50 and corrupt leaders and stuff like that are belly driven, as we say in Liberia and whatnot, the belly driven politics, In other words, people's belly politics is driven by the hunger in their stomach, Can't build nothing like that. Politics is for men with a full stomach, When you're full, now you can sit back and relax. You're not in a state of desperation, You can sit back and say, oh, yeah, we need to do this. You're not constantly hungry. Hunger is a thing, you know. Uh, I don't know what the IQ of a gorilla is, you know. If trading world was back when European trade means it was broke, dark age in Europe. I don't know. Kwame comes out with some goofy theories, man. I don't know where he getting his logic from and everything like that, you know. So yeah, the average IQ in Africa is about 50, you know. So it's sad. So how are you gonna with that IQ, low IQ average? How the fuck are you gonna develop something sophisticated as a nuclear weapon? And then you gonna who are you gonna fight against? You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know anymore. You know, I don't know anymore, man. You know, like I said last night, maybe it's my time to bow out of this movement, man, because people people are determined to be stupid when I, you know. I think the movement is just based on stupidity nowadays. When I, you know, yeah, people talk about Africa, we need to. So what the fuck does that got to do with me over here in America, right? Africa's gonna do this. Africa gonna rise. Well, how do we in the West benefit from Africa? We don't. They haven't figured that out yet. One guy broke this thing. I forgot the name of the book. I meant to write it down. Right? He said that Idi Amin. I got research that wanted to bring African Americans to Uganda to help build maintain the railway system. That would have worked. You know. And somebody else said, imagine if Africans gave us like 100 million acres of land to settle and build this thing. Like I said, the idea of an Afghanistan, you know, he said you would have a strong black Western presence on the continent. Somebody said that on Dine's show. So it shows me this message of an Afghanistan is not lost in the wind. It's out there, you know, because many people tell you it's just common sense. Why don't Africa have an Afghanistan? You know, a whole giant continent. We're not. How come the most advanced group of black people on the planet? I ain't talking about just black Americans, but Canadians, people from the Caribbean, South America. How come there isn't one territory over there where you could bring millions of people from the West and settle there, you know, and basically have them build their own geopolitical entity where Africa could benefit? I don't know. You tell Africa, like I said, the low IQ of Africa, they can't think on that level. That's why I don't really expect much from Africans. You know, they could never understand the concept of an African, the meaning of it, what would the benefit it would do to Africa and stuff like that in the world. But this is a continent that people actually are saying it should got nuclear weapons. It doesn't even understand its place in the world. How you gonna have you understand your place in the world? So yeah, Africans have natural high IQs and yeah, oh yeah, Africa. Yeah, that's the funniest thing I ever heard in my life. Africans have a high IQ. Okay, okay, that's funny. Africans believe that shit too. You know, they really believe they're intelligent, smart, and stuff like that. You know, can't invent nothing, never built anything. You know, never given the world anything, but they got a high IQ. You know, people with IQ build things that we use today. You know, my IQ was very, very high. I don't know what it is, but when I did my IQ test back in 2012, they came in there and said, God damn, man, you know what you scored? I said, I don't know. I didn't know what the hell it was, right? I took an IQ test. What it is that it's ability to recognize patterns, right? And they said, if they try to trip you up because if you like, they'll ask you like a series of questions and whatnot, you hit the answer and then if they'll sometimes they'll ask you the same question but reworded a certain way and stuff like that, and they try and the problem solving and stuff like that. It comes at you real fast, right? And I scored so freaking high. They were like, "Damn." They say you are definitely leadership material. According to that thing, your IQ starts saying you have a very high IQ, and you're the type of person that can manipulate people and move people. That's what they said to me. I said, "Oh, really?" They said you're very, according to IQ chart, you're very, very intelligent. And you're the type of person that can influence people to change their outlook on life. When I said, "Oh, really?" You got leadership quality. I was like, "Whoa, man, that's good to hear." I always thought I did, but when I took the IQ, I didn't even know I was taking an IQ test. They just said, they just put us in a room and gave us this test. When I didn't know it was an IQ test. So I was like, damn, it was like whatever it was, they didn't give me my actual score, but it was like really very high. There was like, damn, it was like almost like a genius level. And I'm not bragging on myself. And I don't think I'm that smart. You know, IQ just means intelligence quotient. Your the ability to figure things out and whatnot. That's why I came up with the idea of an Afristan. That comes from my mindset, my imagination, my vision. And so the bottom line is when I tell people all the time, I believe in LARP. What's logical, achievable, reasonable power. That comes from a very intelligent person. When you listen to College Genesis, you listen to a very intelligent person. So I think that's giving them too much. 67, 76%. I think that's giving them a little too much. So it is what it is. 31 people are leading. I don't know, man. I know somebody's listening to me. Somebody's listening to me. Look at my comment section after the show, man. I got last couple of nights show. I got like at least 100 comments. So somebody's listening to this. Let's see. Let's look at the. People that are in the live, right? Because it's a small channel. I only have 1,000 subscribers. Lola, I only have 1,000 subscribers. But I tell you one thing: we even have 1,000 subscribers. Let's look at my stats. Let's look at my stats. Damn, last night's show, night before last, 600 views, right? Last night, 3 nights ago, 730 views. Oh, like it. 4 nights ago, 581 views. I'm like, God damn. 5 nights ago, 576 views. That's good, So, and I hate that pay produced 6, 7, almost 800 views. Okay, the one show, Would the World Be a Happy Place after we just shut up, whatever. That's like 800 views, whatnot, Okay, Black America doing Donald Trump Shuffle. 868 views. That was 10 days ago. Holy jeez. So somebody's saying something about the College Genesis is saying something out there that somebody's listening to it, You may not agree with everyone saying, but somebody's listening to this platform, So, and I'm saying to myself, okay, let's look at the comments, right? Let's look at the comments, right? Okay, would the world be a better place, if Black Americans shut up? 13 comments. Okay, not that bad, 700, 800 views. Okay, the Donald Trump shuffle. How many comments, Another exciting 63 comments, Lola. 63 comments, I'm like, damn, 868 views, right? And that was only a few days ago. 63 comments, yeah, no, it ain't clickbait titles and whatnot. It's just good, people actually sit there and listen to it, you're here right now, thanks for tuning in, I really appreciate you tuning in. You're adding to the freaking viewership, so I really appreciate you getting it. I might mail you a lollipop, First, backward North Korea has nukes and the joke doesn't mean it's around, Yeah, but the thing is, South Korea is pretty much industrialized. They industrialized the country first. Then they got nukes, so security is everything. But when you got now Africa, who's Africa threatening? Who's threatening Africa? Nothing, Africa is more of a threat to itself, Yeah, Lola, make sure you subscribe to the channel, Make sure you subscribe to the channel, Like, share, and subscribe. Like I said, when you got titles like this, the Sunday Night Sermon, Guns of Butter, things are going down. What's going down in Cowland. So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and everything like that. I try to support supposed blacks. I am black. I'm looking at black. I'm a black man. I'm a black man. Creole, Geechee, Gullah, all that shit. From the South of America, from the south of southern part of the United States of America. New York by way of the southern states of America. I was born in New York City. I am not a Caribbean. I am not from Barbados. I'm not from Jamaica. I'm not from Haiti. I'm from the good old US of A. US of A. Listening means not being offended by respectful comments. The assassinated Lumumba, the brother, had barely been on a job. That's how weak African security is. Yeah, it needs security. I get that, but when you talk about an offensive thing, like when I say in this context, I'm talking about. I'm responding to Dinah's show today when I said that Africa needs to concentrate on building its infrastructure, right? Oh, that's butter, infrastructure. I said that's why we created an organization called the Black African Infrastructure Organization, because we understood that infrastructure is important. Logistics, warehousing, having ports, airports, telecommunications, all that thing is important. That's part of your butter, you know, infrastructure, having a medical and hospital system, having education opportunities, Now, what's more important in Africa right now, it needs to do that because 80-90% of the continent do not have butter, you know. You can't, Africa can't go on basically having people starving, and it's a shame, that people are starving in Nigeria, that Nigeria can't produce enough food for its population. When that's just sad, man, Ghana has hunger and unrest in Ghana, all these countries have hunger. Most of the unrest in these countries, like Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, all these countries, is rooted in hunger. People are hungry. As the old Liberian saying, a hungry man is an angry man. You cannot have hungry people running around, and expect to do anything. What are they going to do? What the hungry people going to do? They're going to overthrow the government, right? And all those weapons you bought, they're going to sell them on the black market to get what? Food. Food is very important, Healthcare, that's important, books, learning, all that stuff's important. All they're going to do is take those weapons when they overthrow your ass and sell them for food. We need food in Africa, Don't we understand that, Kwame? We need food, plenty of it, Africa needs food, Like I tell people all the time, oh, Kala, no, we need nuclear. No, you need freaking food, So, yeah, I think education should be free. You shouldn't have to pay no damn school fees. Well, every country in Africa has school fees and whatnot, What makes you so loyal to another country? Okay, Lola Brown says, honest question. I love this, man. I love my listeners, man. Lola Brown, I really love you, I want you can call in sometime, Honest question. What makes you so loyal to another country, or as a human level? I don't know. I missed the question. People, when I'm reading the question, nobody types so I can read the question, you know? DK says no damn infrastructure. That's what I said. We need damn infrastructure. We need food. We need refrigeration. I tell you one thing, business you get. I said I don't normally talk about business, but I tell you one thing. If you basically went to Africa, and I'm not going to do this right, I'm going to make a lot of money. I'm going to basically let me look at it right now. Let me look at it right now. Let me tell you, cha-ching, all the damn money I'm going to make, right? Let me tell you something. This is what business opportunity. And I never talk about business opportunity, right? But there's one business opportunity. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm going to look it up myself right now. So I don't want y'all coming to Liberia trying to take my idea, Let's see. Cold storage. Cold storage units. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is going to make me a fortune right here. It's going to make me a fortune right here. I tell you right now. I know it, I know it right here. This is going to make me a fortune. I know it. Because you got to give people something like this. Oh, my God. This is like portable right here. Yo, I'm going to get rich, man. I'm going to get rich, man. I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich. But why? Because anything dealing with food security, you can't go wrong in Africa. You can't. Everybody got all these ideas about bed and breakfast and shit like that. Yo, start with food. Everybody needs food. Everybody needs food that's not gonna go bad. That's what I'm saying. If you have no food security, all the nuclear weapons ain't gonna mean a damn thing. Gun versus butter. I choose butter, right? No, you need food. You know, so it is what it is. Wow, man, look at this right here. Porter, I'm gonna ship that man. Just shipped over to Liberia, man. I swear to God, I'm gonna have it shipped over to Liberia, man. What's up, my property? I had shipped over to Liberia. I'm gonna make a fucking fortune, man. I'm gonna make a fortune off this shit. So I'll be like, look, store your food here. So store your food here. Because I know a lot of people in Africa don't have fucking cold storage or not. So I'm going to go into the cold storage business. No, I'm not drunk for righteous black folks. I am not drunk. You kind of go and fix it. And don't complain about Africa when I live in it. Right? Look, I go to Africa. Hopefully, if everything goes right, I'll be in Liberia again in September. I don't know. I want to go to Liberia, man, but I might just take a fucking cruise. I just might take a 2-week cruise. It's either one or the other. If I go to Liberia in September, or I could just wait till January. Go in January, and I'll be there through March, the end of March, April. So I'll be in Liberia. Hopefully, if I don't go in September, I'll go in January and stay till through April. Through the rainy season starts. And then when rainy season starts, I'm the fuck out of there, man, because I can't deal with the rains. I can't deal with that shit. That's the only thing keeping me from going to Liberia a lot is a fucking rainy season. If it wasn't for the rainy season, I'd fucking live there. To tell you the truth, I love the country so much. Liberia is great in the dry season. In dry season, that place is paradise. But I look at images from the rainy season, man, I'm like, hell no. I don't know, just a cruise to the Bahamas, Cuba, whatever like that, But I seen this thing, man. It's like Negroes are on the cruise ships turning shit up. Fights, everybody I can get on that. What the hell, man? Negroes, man. I swear to God. I like being around people. I said, bro, my brother goes on cruise all the time. So, oh, yeah. I said, you didn't tell me that. I saw a video where just people just acting a fool on a cruise ship. I said, that's how it is, bro? Go, oh, yeah. People out there partying. It's just black people acting loud. When I said, oh, man, I thought I was going on cruise to get away from that shit. No, they love Royal Caribbean and shit like that. Black people are the most cruise going on. For people who basically came here on a slave ship or a ship. Black people sure loves going on cruises with white people. I remember last time, man, we went on a cruise with white people. We ended up the fuck here, So it is what it is, Can't protect your own. Look, there ain't nothing to protect, Kwame. What the hell, look, if the white man wanted to take from Africa, man, it's like taking candy from a baby. He can walk right into Africa and just take what he wants, What the hell are you going to do, He don't need no damn weapons or whatever like that. He just come and take. Or basically just says, look, if you don't give me what I want, man, I'll sanction you. That's the equivalent of dropping a nuclear weapon. A sanctions is equivalent of dropping an atom bomb on Africa, cutting off food supplies and whatnot, well, yeah. What's the sense of having food? That's the whole thing. If the reason why Africa's food's so expensive is because it doesn't. Look, let me tell you something. How it is, African guy. Let me break it down. That's why I'm glad I do this show because I like educating people, right? Even people who think they're educated, right? They're gonna get educated by the collegians. This is a Sunday night sermon, right? You see, since ancient times, right? The idea of food preservation and food production, right, is the key in how civilizations are built. The more food that's jarred, pickled, stored away for it, the stronger a society is because it brings the price, the abundance bring the price down. The problem in Africa, they don't have proper storage. They don't have canning facilities where you put stuff in cans and stuff like that, jarring cans, stuff like that, So therefore, food is very expensive. If you only relying on the market, right? And you don't take tomatoes and stuff like that and put it in cans where you bring the price down because you have an abundance of it. Yeah, food's expensive, Instead of buying mangoes, right? Create a mango factory where you're cutting them up and whatnot, and you're storing them and putting them in jars and stuff like that. You're pickling them. That's what people have did for thousands of years to preserve and produce enough of it that they're not the price of the stuff goes down. It is what it is. It's an African goddess, Steve Mari Shai. I don't know about Steve, but Mari Shai is very smart. African guys, I think she's pretty smart too, somewhat. But Mari Shai is very smart. I'll give her that. So it is what it is. So long as you have a thing where you don't have proper storage, right? How are you going to protect against vermin, rats, and stuff like that? You got to have warehousing. You have to have all these things, storage stuff. You got to package the stuff. You got to bulk break it. You got to put it down and produce enough of it. And storage and whatnot. Yeah, okay. I understand salted fish is like smoked fish is like that, but it has to be on an industrial and commercial level now. You can't just put stuff in storage fish and leave it salted here and there and whatnot. It has to be done on a commercial level. Can we agree on that? Yeah, I appreciate what they do. They store fish and salt. Salt. That's why salt is so important in West Africa. Salt basically preserves food. But you have to get to the next level. On a large scale, commercial scale. Start building warehousing facility, cold storage facilities, and stuff like that. Or you're going to starve, and it is what it is. Yeah, we got a checkmate collar night. Oh, yeah. So people want to rumble with the collar rumble, so I'm going to give you a chance. Step right up, step right up, There are no warehouses in Africa. Come on, African goddess. Not enough, Let's look it up right now. Okay, I looked it up right now. How much warehouses in Africa? I just looked right here. It says not enough, man. Not enough. Africa is lacking warehouse. No, I'm just kidding. Let me look this up. Let me see. Warehouse space in Africa. Warehouse space in Africa. Space in Africa. Okay. It says right here. Warehouse space in Africa. Africa is experiencing a significant growth through the increase in trade, industrialization, and the rise of e-commerce. Wow, that's good. That's good. That's good. It's a good, Several factors driving this trend, including African Continental Free Trade Zone area, the government initiatives to establish special economic zones, and need for efficient logistics solutions, right? Key trends and factors: increased trade, economic integration. FTA created a single market for 1.2 billion people, boosted inter-Africa trade, driving demand for warehousing, logistics, and infrastructure. Governments are actually promoting industrialization, attracting foreign direct investment, FDI, leading to the development of industrial parks, SEZs, which include special economic zones, which includes warehousing facilities. E-commerce growth. The expansion of e-commerce in Africa is creating a surge in demand for warehousing, especially. See, there's a huge demand for it, but are you going to meet that land? It didn't say anything about meeting the demand. It says there's a huge demand for it. That means we got to meet that. That's where the opportunity comes in for Black people in America, investing in warehousing. I'm sick and tired of Negroes talking about building a house or some fucking bed and breakfast. Some shit. Build a warehouse in Ghana, Build warehouses and cold storage units in Ghana. God dang, man. Do I got to figure everything out for you people? They go to Ghana. 3 years later, coming back to America. I'm broke. Then they got you with your incomplete house and whatnot. Don't be Lewis and whatnot. Lewis has been like 20 years, 30 years in UK, and he can't go there because his house is incomplete. He don't have a roof on his house and whatnot. He should have took that time to build a warehouse in Ghana. So it says modernization of logistics, right? There's a growth in need for international standard warehousing. See, like I said, it's not there yet, African guys. It says there's a need for it, and to practice support continental export potential. Potential. That means it's not there though. Geographic concentration. While warehousing is expanding across the continent, Certain regions like Kenya, Morocco, Ethiopia are seeing higher concentrations of industrial parks and warehousing economies. Those countries are getting their act together. I don't see a lot of warehousing and stuff in Nigeria and Ghana. I'll tell you that. Maybe a Lekki. I think Lekki does, but I don't think the rest of Nigeria does. Kenya has a high concentration of special economic zones and as seen as a significant development of primary warehousing. And Ethiopia's industrial park initiative has resulted in delivery of large scale warehousing space. So that's what we want to do with the Afghanistan. We want to build a SEZ, special economic zones and warehousing, stuff like that. That's what the Afghanistan is going to be built around. Nothing else. And like I said, we all have different views of what we're going to build a nation, whatnot. I have my view, brother. My good brother David Hitt has his view, whatever like that. And we just see who basically, who has a better view. And we all get behind that person. That's is what it is. Yeah, so obviously Trump never disrespect Kim Jong-un, North Korea, because they got them nukes. Yeah, but the whole thing is, DK, what I disagree is, I don't think North Korea really has the capability of fire missiles that's going to threaten the United States. What North Korea can do is threaten countries like South Korea and Japan. I see a threat to them. He's not a threat to Trump. He's a threat to Asia. If he hits Japan, that could sink the United States economy. South Korea and all these countries depend on this. I don't think he has. There's no verify that he has weapons that can go on a warhead that could travel. Yeah, he got weapons, but to put them on missile heads is another thing. He can fire missiles, but there's no evidence that he could put a nuclear warhead on a freaking missile and fire it. That takes really, really a lot. So yeah, but yeah, they're international ballistics, but that don't mean they could basically put ones that have nuclear warheads on them. That's a difference. Yeah, there's a lot of countries that got intercontinental missiles, whatnot, but can they put nuclear warheads on that? That's a whole different thing. So it is what it is. So all you people out here, Africa's gonna rise up. We're gonna get nuclear weapons, man. Look, get some fucking nuclear food. Get some food. Let's get the food rolling, man. Because there's too many hungry African brothers and sisters out there to be worried about nuclear weapons. Get the food going. We need food. Food is a good thing, man. That's what I said, man. That's what I said. There's a disconnect between the African enthusiasts, like on Dynasty Show today. Yeah, we're gonna do this one, and the African on the ground. The African on the ground just want to know where his next meal is coming from. He ain't thinking about no damn your zeal of trying to catch up with the West and defend Africa when I do it. They're like, man, if you don't put some food on this table, want some cassava leaf or some fucking porridge or some shit like that, some fufu, whatever the hell it is, we don't want to hear what you gotta say when Yo, look, philosophy is for men with full stomachs. All these people sitting on Diane's panel are sitting in the West with big bellies when they're talking about what Africa needs to build. This is a College Genesis, the friggin' chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio. So on my Sunday night rant, my Sunday night sermon. So, I've been on here for a while. I want to hear what your opinion is, right? So step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up, step right up. Who's going to be first to step up and rumble with the collar rumble? I'm ready for all comers. Come one, come all. Step right up, step right up. Step right up, step right up. Here's the link in the chat room. Step right up, step right up. I want to hear from you. So it is what it is. You know. So by the way, so Africa has a hunger issue. Let me tell you something, right? In case you don't notice, right? I have several different acronyms, right? LARP means was logical, achievable, reasonable, or practical, right? Yeah, I know I'm funny, African guys. I'm hilarious. I know it. That's why people listen to me because I'm fucking funny. Look, logical. LARP means logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Right? There's another acronym I talk about is human rights. Now when somebody says we need human rights, right? And it's usually from Africa, right? Let's break it down to you. H stands for hunger. U stands for unrest. Like I said, all the unrest right now I see in Africa, right? M stands for malnutrition. You know, A stands for anarchy. N stands for Negro because I'm a professor of Negroology. So you got H for hunger, U for unrest, M for malnutrition, A for anarchy, N for Negroes. That's human rights. So we say, I'm a human rights collar. I'm sure you are. You want for hunger, unrest, malnutrition, anarchy, and you want Negroes. So it is what it is. So with that being said, man, the first person stepping up is Kwame. Step right up, Kwame. Welcome to the show.
What's up, Carlo? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. I'm in a really good mood today. It's beautiful out here. It's the best time of the year here in Virginia. You know,
Yeah, it's pretty humid out here in New York.
yeah, it's very humid too, but it's a bit. Yeah, yeah. Malnutrition. African guys don't understand human rights. Like I was saying, when people say, "Yeah, we need human rights," human rights. I understand. We got plenty of human rights. We got hunger. We got unrest. We got malnutrition. We got anarchy, and we got Negroes. So yeah, we do. We got plenty of human rights in Africa.
Now, um regarding to the topic, right? If you look at European society, like I was typing in the chat, prior to colonialization, Europeans were just trading wool before they invaded Africa. So they had no money. It was a lot of famine going on.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, look at them now, though.
Yeah, but I'm getting there. They developed guns and then they invaded Africa. Then they got the butter.
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, that's not how it happened.
I
Yeah.
I just showed you what the backbone of
Well, I know. I'm gonna tell you how it is, right? First of all, what Africa has never had a war of conquest. You know that, right?
what you mean.
Africa has never invaded anybody. We've never conquered any African countries. Africa has never conquered anybody, never outside of its borders or whatever like that. Never went any place and conquered anything. So, exactly, what were they going to do with the guns?
I mean you're talking about before, but now we live in a global era. We don't
So,
live
you
in a
think Africa is going to go
limited.
someplace and what kind of weapons are you talking about?
I mean, North Korea not trying to invade anybody, and they got a strong ballistic
Yeah, but
and
they're also hungry though. The people are starving though.
where Africa.
No, North Korea. They spent all this money on weapons and they got no food.
I mean, they got a strong relationship
What's
with
the media
China.
says?
Like I said, we could play some videos. You got me play some videos?
But let me, yeah, you could get to the video. Let me just make this point on a micro level, right? If you don't got if you got all the butter in the world and you ain't got no guns, somebody can always come and take your
Yeah,
butter.
they always say that. But let me ask you a question. When was the last time somebody invaded Switzerland?
I
When was the
mean,
last time somebody
Switzerland.
invaded Switzerland?
I mean, Kyle, they're protected by NATO.
Hold on. Let me. So you're arguing with my point.
Nobody's gonna invade.
When's the last time somebody invaded Singapore? Were they protected with NATO?
No, but you acting like Singapore can't get it. Well,
But I
well,
know. Hold on. But the bottom line, why you're saying they can't do it, right? Singapore has the world's highest per capita GDP.
I'm quite sure that Singapore has a alliance
Oh
with
yeah, they
China.
have. Look, Singapore has weapons. It repelled China from the South China Sea like 5 years ago. I remember that, right? But the thing is, though, they spent most of their thing like Japan got rid of its military ambitions, right? And it built this economy up. Now Japan's more powerful than it was when it basically ruled Asia.
Japan is under the thumb of the West. Look at all the U.S. military bases in Japan.
Yeah, okay. So all they did was just take all that money that they would normally spend on military, and they built their economy up. So they benefit.
but
U.S. is invested in Japan. They don't want it to fall to
Yeah.
China.
So like any other business, the private sector.
Africa's not in that position, so we
Yeah.
can't.
and I
So
think
nobody's invested in Africa. So
and I think it is a unfair comparison to compare a continent that's flooded with natural resources versus a country that's built up through industries and stuff like that.
So you say Africa shouldn't build up any industries?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that usually countries that get invaded are countries that has natural resources and stuff like that. If you're oil rich countries, countries with lithium, gold, and stuff like that.
Let me tell you something. You
Usually,
know what,
nobody's
bro?
gonna invade Dubai because they have money. Like
Well, I'll tell you, you know
it's
what the
different.
Like,
problem is in Africa,
what you're saying contradicts history of Africa. Even recently, Libya was known as the rich country in Africa relative to other African countries. But what they did is they gave up their ambitions of getting a nuclear weapon, and then what happened? They toppled their government. So because they didn't have the nukes, they got taken out. So that goes against your theory that, oh, it's only about economics. Libya had that, but they didn't have the nukes, but they still got taken out.
Gaddafi got
Right.
taken out.
Kyle, they bombed the whole country. Tripoli. What's the other city? I think Benghazi. They
So
tore
hold
the
on.
whole
No, that's
country
not what
apart.
happened, right? That's not what happened. There was a uprising in what we call Gaddafi basically retaliated, right? And the West basically stepped in and tried to prevent him from taking his country back. That's what happened. It wasn't started by the West. It was started by the Arab Spring going around. And Gaddafi said, "No, you're not going to do that here, whatever like that." Because Farrakhan came out and said, like this, "No, it's not what you think about Libya." The people, Gaddafi was very generous, but his country had devolved because there was a lot of people who opposed him, and the West egged that on. It wasn't like the West went and said, "We're going to overthrow Gaddafi." They
Kyle,
just
if it was let me ask you a question. If it was an uprising in Russia, you think the West would invade Russia?
hold on. Can you show me evidence of West winning inside Libya?
They bombed Libya.
Well, when did they bomb him? They were trying to
They used
prevent him
their
from slaughtering his people. That's all that was,
they bombed Libya. They used their aircraft
Yeah, I
carriers
know,
to
but
bomb Libya
hold on. What was the reason?
to take him out.
No, that wasn't just to take him out. They did that because Gaddafi was like going to slaughter like 1 million people to stay in power. That's why they tipped the balance against them. NATO tipped the balance against them, the French, and the NATO tipped the balance against them. That's what happened. It was like it didn't start with the West and NATO. It started with the people.
Kyle, you honestly think the West care about any uprising going on in these countries,
Oh yeah,
or they
well
care about the natural
actually,
resources?
it was Obama who instigated that with his speech in the Middle East that caused the Arab Spring. He started that, in Egypt first.
It was started by France because what's that president, Sarkozy? He had been loaned money for his campaign by Gaddafi, so he really started it.
No,
He
I think you're
wanted
talking about
to take
Gaddafi
him
was
out.
like the last thing. It was Egypt, then it was Tunisia, it was Algeria, and the very last one was everybody thought it would never happen. There was an uprising, a populist uprising, Islamic uprising in friggin' Egypt. Nobody thought that was going to happen. It was like a pseudo nationalist uprising in Egypt. Nobody thought that was going to happen. I mean, excuse me, Libya. It was first started in Egypt. The Arab
My
Spring.
fault. My fault, Kyle. Elvis in the back.
Okay, hold up. I want to play a video. Oh, screw Elvis. I mean, yeah, I got everybody on the usual suspects. Let's see. Let me this. I know how to bring people. I know how to bring people out, don't I? My topics. Let me play this video right here. It's only 2 minutes, fellas. Just give me 1 second. This is North Korea versus South Korea in poverty. Let's watch the video.
You playing a video caller? I don't hear. I don't hear nothing.
Hold up. Let me see. Let me see. Make sure. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, okay. Let me see. I didn't share the screen. I thought I shared the screen.
And it is incumbent for the international community. They are making efforts for increased food production. However, the hindrances are that the fertilizer production is very much down, and the pesticide hardly exists. We saw cabbage field where school children were working very much, but these cabbages were so infected with insects that inside, there was not even one half the substance. Of 4.4 million tons. That is the total, and then they are able to supply about 2.2 million tons themselves of the food difficulties by the lack of sufficient food and nutrition.
So basically, talking about thing. I'm gonna play one more video like this. What you call it? Hunger.
Oh, that video looks to be like 30 years old. Man.
No,
It's
actually,
great.
it was only made 9 years ago. Let me find another video. I'm gonna show you a video, a recent one. Let me see one more
If you
video. I'll
ain't
tell
got
you like
if you
this.
ain't got the guns, you can't protect the butter, man.
Okay. North Korea got the guns, but why are they still hungry, right? Food crisis in North Korea. Let's see. That's 10. I'm gonna try to find yes, faces acute food shortage. Okay, look, let's see. So it's only a minute. So we got this.
Kim Jong Un eating good. So
Jordan Orme is a
Yeah, he of course
podcaster
the
and
leaders
YouTuber
always
with over
look
1
good,
million subscribers. He relies
He
on
got all the
oversight.
food,
So if I ever need to film guest
A massive food crisis has shot up the prices of commodities in North Korea. NK News, which gathers information from contacts within North Korea, reports that 1 kilogram of bananas costs 3,336 rupees. A packet of black tea costs 5,167 rupees, and the price of coffee has shot up to more than an approximate amount of 7,381 rupees. The major causes behind this acute food shortage are the closing of borders in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, international sanctions, and extensive flooding. The country relies on China for food, fertilizer, and fuel, but its imports have come down to 500 million US dollars from 2.5 billion US dollars. In fact, the situation is so grim that North Korean farmers were reportedly asked to contribute 2 liters of their urine every day to help produce fertilizer. Kim Jong-un has admitted that North Korea's food situation is tense. The state media reported at a meeting of the Central Committee of the ruling Workers' Party of Korea, Kim Jong-un said that the economy improved this year, with industrial output growing at 25% from a year earlier. But he added there had been a series of deviations due to a number of challenges. According to him, the food situation is now getting tense as the agricultural sector failed to fulfill its grain production due to damage by typhoon last year. A series of typhoons last summer triggered floods and destroyed thousands of homes and inundated farmland. Kim called out to take measures to minimize the impact of such natural disasters, saying that ensuring a good harvest was a top priority.
Subscribe to One India channel and never miss.
See, part of butter is also having good infrastructure, not just food. It's infrastructure, that's farming and stuff like that, food production,
Kakali,
Okay,
you
let
gotta
me
cross reference sometimes.
hold on. Let me get two people on. I got Honeyflower. I hope you guys can get along tonight and not fight. Please, if you got nothing to say to each other, just don't say anything to each other. All right, what you call it? Honeyflower, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. So I wasn't in the best of moods today, so I decided to just play around with ChatGPT. Is it okay if I share something funny that ChatGPT wrote out about?
It's nothing offensive, is it?
It's not really it's
No, we don't say if it's offensive. Nah, we can't play
It's
it.
not really offensive. I asked ChatGPT to speak of from the perspective of one of those uh people, one of those black people that claim to be Native American.
Oh Lord, no. That's got to be going down. Like I said, I'm glad we got people like Afro Think Tank out there really
No,
hammering that
but
whole
Khaled, the
culture.
way that ChatGPT made that comedy skit, I swear to God, I was
Shout out to
dying. I was
YK
wondering
the
if I could
Truth.
share it with you guys.
What it was is in the back chat.
Yeah,
I
shout
didn't
out to
post it. I
YK
was gonna read it.
Okay, go ahead, read it.
and Mossy Warrior Clan. Shout out to them too.
Wait, what if I get? What if
Yeah,
I
shout out
get?
to Sean
What if
P
I
and
get
Marcy Warrior
attacked?
Camp.
All right, man. All right, enough of the shout outs. Go ahead.
What if I get attacked? It's just a joke. It's not like I didn't write it.
Anything, any joke deal with the pretendians and FBAs is fine with me. Go ahead.
Okay. And by
You're
the
fair
way,
game.
don't get mad at me. This is or should I read the roast between the African and the African American?
No, let's not do that because you want to trigger nobody. I want to hear what they said about the
Okay, I'm gonna
pretendians.
start it off. Okay. So basically, I told ChatGPT to write a funny script of a black man claiming to be the true Native Americans and put like some fake history and stuff like that, right? And it starts with his name is Uncle Truth, and it says he's down, okay, and he's speaking with the host. So I'm gonna read from the host perspective first. So the host says, "Today we're speaking with Uncle Truth, who says he's uncovered the real history of America. Can you tell us what you mean?" Uncle Truth says, "Absolutely, young blood. You ever heard of the lost tribe of Wakanda Penong?" Host
That's
says,
funny.
"No." "Exactly. They tried to erase us. But we was here first. Before Columbus, before George Washington, before heck, even before Beyonce. Black folks were the original Native Americans. Do you have proof of that?" "Right here." Pulls out a crumpled Waffle House receipt. "Found this in the Great Canyon. See that syrup stain? That's ancient hieroglyphics. It says, 'We been here.'" That's syrup. Exactly. Cane syrup. From the original sugar plantations we built ourselves. Because guess what? Slavery never happened. Wait, what? They lied, baby. Ain't no whips, just ropes from tug of war tournaments. All them slave ships were cruise boats from ancient soul festivals. We had barbecues on the Atlantic. Yo, what is he
All right.
talking about? Oh, it's almost done. I'm talking about how black folks used to ride buffaloes to prom. We spoke the original American language, McNuggetonese. I'm calling my grandma. Your grandma knows. Ask her about Chief Lil Uzi Vert and the sacred tribe of Trapaho. Chief what? He wrote the first constitution in cursive freestyle. Bars so hard the ink caught fire. That's why the original Bill of Rights don't exist no more. Burned up during a drum circle. But what about Native American tribes like the Cherokee? Oh, them? They black too. Just melanated different. We used to play double dutch together. Whole thing was like Soul Train, Prairie Edition. Yo, this man said Plymouth Rock was a cookout venue. It was. We had turkey legs, sweet potato pie, and the first Thanksgiving was actually a rap battle between us and the Pilgrims. We won, obviously. So, what do you want people to take away from your message? Don't believe the textbooks, believe the vibes. The ancestor told me this in a dream right before I ate 3 Popeyes biscuits with no water. And that's the end of it.
That's funny. That's pretty funny. That's really
I
funny.
cannot believe that ChatGPT literally came up with that. I was
Yo,
dead.
how did they call you asked them for that, and that's what they came up with.
Yes.
What is Chat PT? Excuse my ignorance. Everybody keeps talking about that. What the hell is Chat EP? Whatever the hell is.
It's AI.
What the hell is that? Well, I don't understand none of this shit. To tell you the truth,
It's basically it's just down you got an iPhone or you got a
I got an iPhone.
man, you the one that it came up with the African versus the Black American. Oh my god, that one was terrible. Like it was funny as hell, but if you say it and the thing is you can actually have ChatGPT write a comedy skit in the style of like Dave
Oh, I got a whole
Chappelle.
bunch of comedy skits I want to do and whatnot. And they had do when
Yes,
they have like
download
people
it.
like do it. Oh yeah, I want to do that because I have a whole bunch of comedy skits. I have this one I was thinking about Jesus comes to the hood, whenever like that. That was a good one. And I'll tell you like that because I know you're gonna probably make us so. So do that for me. Like Jesus comes to the
Do you
hood,
want me
right?
to do that? I
Oh yeah,
can do
yeah,
that
yeah.
right
Do it,
now.
do it, do it, do it.
But
L-
what do you
I'll
want the
inbox, I'll
style to?
inbox you what I wanted. I'll send you an email, inbox you. Like anyway, it's like what I was thinking was Jesus comes to the hood, right? And it was like, yo, man, every motherfuckers on a basketball card, yo, Jesus motherfucking Christ. So Jesus shows up when I was saying, it was like, oh shit, sorry Jay, and Jesus pointing to my like. He was, I'm going to Sunday school. Just niggas sitting there talking about, yo, I'm going to church Sunday and whatnot. I'm repenting and whatnot. Okay, and Jesus walking away like, don't use my name in vain. Something like that. That would be fucking hilarious. Shit like that, or like Big Shirley, grabs the last chicken leg and runs down the block. Whatnot. A whole bunch of stuff I got.
Oh man,
You know.
leave Jesus out of it.
So no, I'm just saying, the Jesus in the hood would be a good one,
Wait,
you know,
Carla, can I just read this
Jesus
one
pulls a
last
drive by
thing?
on somebody.
Can we get back on topic?
Wait, Carla, can I just read this one last thing? Just this one last thing. Okay? The
Yeah,
one
go ahead.
with the African versus the African American. It's just a short little segment. Can I just read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the African's name is Kwame, and the Black
Ooh,
American's
Kwame,
name
she's
is
taking shots at you.
Tyrone. And
I roll.
hold on. Kwame says, my name had, okay, no, let me start with Tyrone. Tyrone said, and you got 17 names and I still can't pronounce none. Your ID card be looking like a Wi-Fi password. And then Kwame says, my name has meaning. Yours sound like you were named during a dice game. Tyrone, that's what you call a dude who steals chicken at a funeral. And then Tyrone says, and your name sound like a mosquito spell. Kwame, and then I don't know what it says. Bro, calm down. It's just brunch. And then Kwame says, at least I know where I'm from. Y'all out here taking DNA tests just to find out you 3% Nigerian and 97% confusion. And then Tyrone says, facts. But at least we don't get mad when white folks call Wakanda real. You got cousins in the village saying Wakanda forever with the straight face. And then Kwame says, because it could be real if y'all stop sagging your pants and invested in STEM. And then Tyrone says, if Wakanda was real, your uncle would still be fixing a spaceship with duct tape and a chicken feather. Damn.
That's funny. That's
That's
funny.
funny as hell. I was
That's
dead. Like,
hilarious, man. That's hilarious. We need more comedy like that. Let me get Elvis on. Elvis is probably highly offended, but let's get him on. Elvis, this is I'm following up to that rumble that was on Dynasty show today about guns versus butter. Nobody said like it's supposed to. That's an age old conundrum. Guns versus butter. What is more important? Butter not just symbols food. It also means social services, healthcare, whatnot. I know which way you're going with that. So, what's your take on it, Elvis?
All right, what's up, Kyla? What's up, panel? What's up, chat? I mean, you heard my commentary on it when I
Well,
got
I
on
know.
the
I had I had a conference with Bomani when you got on, so I couldn't listen to what you said.
chat. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
I
pretty
could
much the
hear it
same
through the
thing. I
local.
said, yeah, I said that building a nuclear weapon is very, very resource intensive and hundreds of billions of dollars you probably need to get
Africa,
those
hundreds of millions of dollars, much less hundred billions.
right. So that's what I said. Stable electricity is necessary to
Who was
run
that
the.
crazy chick on there talk about?
I mean, Kyla.
Who was it? Who I never seen her before. She's nuts.
Okay, that's
You talk,
woman. Woman is
you
on the
talk.
show often.
Yeah, she's up there all the time.
Okay, but the
Oh,
point is,
She's
Africa
a
don't
bit
have
flawed.
Africa
where she
don't
live?
have
Does she live
the
in
necessary
Africa? Or she
infrastructure.
live in America? Where she live?
I mean, Carla, you put me on, and I'm trying to say one or two things, and you
Okay,
asking
go
all
ahead.
these
Go ahead. I
questions.
just need to know that. Where's she from? Go ahead.
I think she's from New York, but I think originally she's from Guyana. Her
People always talk
her,
about Africa. It
her
don't.
ancestry is from Guyana.
Kyla, let Elvis finish.
But my point is that, like what you said, that's what I said. that we don't have the reliable infrastructure to build a nuclear weapon. We need consistent electricity. Those nuclear reactors and trying to enrich, uranium and doing those kinds of things, it takes a lot of knowledge. People who have studied for at least 20, 30 years. You have to have a, inherited chain of knowledge through scientists. I mean, it's too much to the level that most African countries, you know,
I mean, if
can't
you
do it.
can't look, Nigeria is facing a food crisis, right? If you can't, like I said, if you can't do the basic thing of providing abundance of food, whatever like that, how the hell are you going to talk about nuclear weapons? I
I
just
mean, yeah, you can sacrifice that, but even that, the key thing there is the energy sector. Nigeria has an issue with the energy sector, and if you can't have a reliable energy sector that will never go out, and you can cool your enriched
not hold on, not
uranium.
even check us out nuclear energy, which I think Africa should invest in, right? They were talking about nuclear weapons. That means the complex thing of putting a nuclear warhead on a fucking missile, on in Africa. That's the
Yeah,
something
that's what I'm saying. We can't even put the cart before the horse because we don't even have missiles. We don't have frigates. We don't have aircraft carriers. We don't have missile systems that can, air defense system. We don't build those things.
if the
Can't
West.
just graduate of nuclear weapons.
If the West really wanted Africa, they could come. It's like taking candy from a baby. They could
That's
walk.
what I said. I mean, we got all these resources. We can't defend it. We're depending on the West really to even come and intervene when we're having conflicts
And
amongst
now
each
that
other.
we depend on the West for food, that's the main thing. Food, man, food.
So it's far out of reach for us, man. I mean,
Yeah, so we gotta get real. We gotta get real about this Pan African thing. I
So
know everybody
because it's
wants.
far out of reach, we shouldn't, at
You could
least
dream. It's like, look. Remember that
no.
song
It's not
"Dream"
about
or
dreaming, Kyler.
"Incredible
It's
Dream"?
about
What movie is that on? I like to dream. No, it was I think Eddie Murphy, "Coming to America." I like to dream. No, it was something else I watched. I like to dream, an incredible dream.
and
Yeah,
Russia
it's good to
and,
dream.
and,
Come on,
and
man.
Russia just signed a pact with a few African countries to develop
So what's that
nuclear
gonna do?
energy.
What's that supposed to do?
I mean, to further the
So you really
research and
think
stuff like that.
Russia is going to risk war, actually war Armageddon with the West to give
no, no,
Africa
I
no, not nuclear weapon, nuclear energy,
I
as
said
nuclear
in.
nuclear
energy and
energy.
nuclear weapons, two different things. You gotta have weapons grade plutonium or hydrogen bombs, That takes once you develop nuclear energy, it takes another 30 years to get to the weapons grade and be able to put it on missiles and stuff like that. That's a whole that'll take billions of dollars worth of research and
Yeah, no,
connection.
he's talking about Russia having an agreement with African countries to
Yeah, I know
build.
that. Okay, yeah, Rwanda's about to build a nuclear plant. That's nothing, nuclear plant. South Africa got nuclear plants.
Yeah, you only need like 5% enrichment for, you
Yeah, so
know.
hold up. What he's thinking
But
is
but
that
but
Russia's not
my
helping
point,
Africa
my
get to
whole point of
nuclear
bringing that,
weapons. The
my
argument
whole
is
point,
nuclear weapons, Kwame, not nuclear energy.
I know that my whole point of bringing that up is because Elvis said it take a lot of money. Well, if they could develop
You
nuclear energy,
5% enrichment to 90% enrichment is a different thing, Kwame.
I
To
know
even
that.
get 10% enrichment, it takes a lot of energy, a lot of resources, a lot of know-how.
I
So
know that,
yeah,
but my point was because you was basically saying that like Africans, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Like basically, Africans ain't smart enough to develop these type of things and go in that direction. Or
is
my
that what I said? I said it takes a lot of resources, a lot of knowledge, continuous, knowledge flow through scientists. So you might have a scientist who died, who had been working on the project for 15 years. You have to have somebody who can take over for him. So it's a lot, brother. It's just a lot. I mean, and most of these countries didn't just learn how to build nuclear weapon in isolation. Most of them came to schools over here. The Chinese, maybe apart from the Russians, but they became nuclear physicists. They became chemists. They learned the science, the science specialty that can help you with developing a nuclear weapon. And I don't think
the,
Africans are really in that field of study. Mostly it's in finance or business or law. We're not doing the hard science, the deep science.
let me ask you a serious question, Elvis. Do you honestly think Africans don't need ballistic or hypersonic missiles to protect their resources, or you think
From who?
Well, you need it, right? But to build a weapon system or to have that's why I said only country that can really do it right now if they wanted to, and if they concentrate, it's probably Nigeria. Because why? They have a lot of oil. They could get a lot of money real fast through the sell, to
Yeah, but
sell the oil.
Nigeria couldn't even take out Boko
They
Haram.
take out Boko Haram.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They can do it if they focus their resources because some of these countries are buying their weapon systems from Russia, from Iran. So you can buy military capabilities. You don't have to build it from
You don't
scratch.
have to
So you
build it
can
from
you can
scratch.
spend like $400 billion and buy.
Hey, we got an echo in here, folks.
Yeah, I think it's Steve. Steve always has that echo.
Nah, it's DK, but go ahead, DK.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can always spend like $400 billion and buy a nice, weapon system and use it like Saudi Arabia does. They're not building anything, but they're spending their hundreds of billions of dollars buying weapons from the United States to protect themselves. So a country like Liberia could never do that. You don't have the resources to buy hundreds of billions of dollars in
Hold on,
weaponry.
yeah, hold on. Is
But
there any African
Nigeria could do
countries
it.
that have the money to buy afford
Nigeria
ballistic?
could do it if they utilize their oil resources.
That's not the point I'm trying to ask. Does any African country have ballistic missiles and stuff like that? Any missiles at all?
Like, call it. Does any
I think
African
Nigeria
black
has a few. They probably have some air to land.
No, no, no,
Land
no,
to
no,
no.
does
land.
any
There's no evidence.
black African country have submarines? I can't think of any. Well, maybe South Africa.
I don't think so. I don't think no country in Africa. Like I said, Africa's biggest problem is hunger and food insecurity, not outside threats. That's what I think.
I think Africa could develop industries in itself, but the most important thing is the guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're 31 years old, you're ignorant and naive.
Nah, the thing about that's not even the most important thing, Kwame, because guns is guns, right? If you have a nice, if you even if we have an AK-47 plant or something adjacent to it, and we're building those things, you can't fight a AK-47 out of missile. If you're fighting a country that can bomb you from 500 miles away, and without you even seeing them, your guns is irrelevant, right? So that's just the first step, and we haven't even
Well,
got
for
to
the
the first step.
AK-47, they said it's Africa's weapon of mass destruction. More Africans are killed by the AK-47
No,
from
Yeah,
other
so
Africans.
I don't. Elvis, I didn't mean literally guns. I'm just using it. I'm just using it as a
Like,
framework for what Kyler was talking about.
yeah, but that's
Guns.
what I'm saying. We can't even build AKs. How can we build a sophisticated weaponry to compete
Well,
or
Paul.
to go against some of these other European countries in case of war?
What's my brother named Paul? From Rwanda.
Or Kagame?
Paul Kagame. He's already developing
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
weaponry.
That's basic weaponry. That's just regular, rifles and automatic weapons. He's not developing anything that can combat, missiles. You know.
But I think that should be the focus though of Africa
Yeah,
first.
yeah, it should be fine. That's the
you look
first
at
step to it.
Iran. They developed their own ballistic missile program, and now they're giving it as much as they're getting it with Israel.
Nah, not true. They didn't develop it. The Russians they were buying it from the Russians, and then they started to the
It
Russians
seems
taught
like
them how to build
they
it.
have their own
Yeah, they have
indigenous
their own now
program.
because the Russians taught them how to build their own ballistic missiles, but
Well,
they've been
they
buying it from
started
Russia
that
for many
way,
years.
and now they have hypersonic missiles, and they've been sanctioned for what, decades, longer than I've been alive. So
Yeah,
Iran's been under some of the harshest sanctions, and they
yeah,
still developed
because they're
hypersonic
dumb.
missiles.
They are openly expressing hostilities to the United States. What do you think was going to happen to you if you're quiet and you build strength in silence? Nobody's going to bother you.
But
Let me
but
get Dave. Let me get Dave on. Focus, Dave. What's going on, brother?
Good evening, Carla. Good evening,
Oh,
panel. How
bro.
y'all doing, man?
Doing
what's
good.
up, King?
Yeah, I mean, the irony, man, of any African talking about nuclear warheads. It's
It's
nuts.
hilarious, man. You
It's
ask me.
hilarious. You can't do the basic thing. You can't even make shoes. And then you're talking about nuclear warfare. You understand me? Like, come on, get the basics together. Running water, good plumbing, sewage systems, drainage, roads, highway systems, basic internet network, networking, like, come on,
Get the
get the
basics down first,
trades,
man.
get the basics down.
Yeah, I like to see one subway system in Africa. God dang, you know.
Come on, man. Like Kyla, you was explaining the other day. I don't see an African working at the post office for 40 years. I look at my
Yeah,
uncle,
that's true.
Joey.
Africans don't work. Look,
Yeah,
to
my
do
uncle
something
Joey.
like Iran,
Come
right?
on,
You got to have people
no.
say, "I'm going to come to this
You
office, this
you you
lab here for 30 years."
you
And
think
so
you
Africans
think
don't got
Africa
that attention
you
span.
think you think Africans gonna spend 30 years digging out a subway system? 30
No,
years?
no.
Man. You'd rather die in tribal warfare, please.
Yeah, culture of
Yeah,
Africa.
I think that's very ignorant to say that, but
No, it's the truth though.
So
Yeah, hey,
Kala,
bro.
you think
Hey,
the
bro.
African doesn't have the attention span to focus on one task
No,
No,
in
no,
order
no.
no,
to?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
Because like
don't, I don't, I don't have time for this,
if
man.
I would have known this years ago, I wouldn't even have had.
You know why,
Oh my God!
you know
I'm
why I
just
think,
serious. If I known what I knew now, man, I would have never gotten to this movement. You know.
you know that African doesn't have a vision, man. Like he's not thinking 20,
we
30
just
years,
I literally
40
just
years
said
ahead, man.
Rwanda is making their own weapons.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's
hold up. Rwanda is one country. That's the exception. That's not the rule. You know, you can't you do that, Kwame, and take one person. Paul Kagame is hated on the continent. Do Africans embrace Paul Kagame? They're gonna follow his lead?
no,
No.
they hate him.
Lewis comes up here, Paul Kagame this, Paul Kagame that. So that cancels out your whole thing. Lewis freaking hates Paul Kagame.
Like Carla. Think about if somebody like Sammy Doe had a nuclear warhead.
Holy shit, man.
You would have no Nima Kingsley be blown off the goddamn map. You know what I mean? Come on. Or in the think about in the Biafra war. If the North had the nuke and the South
Yeah,
had a
But
nuke.
didn't Nigeria develop their own weapons in the Biafra War?
Like
Yeah, we
2 million.
Let me
develop
tell
our
you
own
something.
weapons.
2 million
An
died.
African a quicker launched the nuke on his own continent or on his own brother, neighbor, right next door than a white man. Come on.
Hold on, DK, do you know anything about the Biafra War?
I'll tell
A
you all
little
about it.
bit. We were manufacturing some of our own weapons, our own like guns and things like that.
If I'm
We
not
still do it
mistaken,
now.
the Igbos was kind of like the first people to develop
Actually, hold up. First of all,
missiles, guided
the war,
missiles.
hold up. The Igbos. It was the Biafra was not Igbos. It's Biafra. Biafran culture was a subculture in the Igbo culture. You know, that's what that was. You know, it happened to be in the Igbo region, but it's a subculture in Egypt in Igbo culture. You know, that's
I
what
could be mistaken, but I think they was the first to develop guided missiles in that war.
No,
I
okay.
maybe I
Hold on,
may
hold on. Let's look it up. Look it up. Because Kwame, you become on some goofy shit, man. Let me see. So look it up.
Kyle, I always debunk you. I'm
All
not
right.
saying, and I'm not saying it's. I'm
Hey,
just saying I may
did
be mistaken.
Biafra
So
have
I'm not.
guided missiles? Did Biafra have guided missiles? Biafra have guided missiles. Guided missiles.
Everything you think is pseudo. I showed you the Brooklyn Museum. You said they pseudo.
Hey man, so,
I
well,
show you archaeology. You say they
yo,
pseudo.
you show me bullshit, you know, and I picked it apart, you know.
The Brooklyn Museum is bullshit,
But yeah,
Kyle.
hold on. The bottom of hell, it doesn't pay. You showed me some stuff, but it was not substantiating what you was claiming. You know, that's the difference. You know, I break apart everything you put up here when it's never substantiated. You said I'm supposed to walk away like, oh yeah, you post something. Let me just no. Okay, Biafra did possess a rocket propelled missile during the. Okay, you're right about that. Okay, this
Okay.
primary
One Kwame.
weapons known as Ogu.
Checkmate.
Let me say, hold on.
In my
It's
mulatto voice.
okay, hold on. Okay. You said guided. This is rocket propelled. That means it could have been shot from
Like an RPG or something, like a
yeah.
RPG.
You know what I'm saying? It could have been
Maybe
shot
but
from
my point
you know.
is they still develop their own weaponry outside of Western influence.
How do you know? Hold on. Let's see. The part of the Obu, you know something? There was a lot of Western people in that area. South Africa was supplying them with a lot of weapons too. You know that, right? There was South African mercenaries in Biafra. You know, so we don't know where the weapons came from. The rocket propelled missile was once component of a local developed Ogia weapon system, which also include mines, improvised explosive devices. Development of mass and mass produced the Oboguni Wele, whatever, include missile variant was designed during the manufacture of the Republic of Biafra during the war. Initial air to ground, but adapted. The rocket version, initially intended as a surface to air missile, was adopted for use as a ground to ground, ground to ship anti tank missile. Was ground force non-guided. These missiles were non-guided. That means they weren't guided missiles. But not equipped
Okay,
with
so I was wrong, but
they were not equipped with advanced weapon systems. Effective weapons. The Obu Gateway, in its various forms, was a significant weapon for Biafra, used in many battles and credit with a heavy casualty of the Nigerian forces. Indigenous. I don't know who wrote this article. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at who basically. I don't see any sources in this. So like I said, look, my whole thing is, Kwame, when you see something on Wikipedia, I'm just going by what you say, right? But I also got to look at sources. And I don't see one source.
Colin, you pulled the source. You pulled the source. I didn't click it.
Hold on,
You
I pulled
reading the
this up. I'm
source.
saying, I'm just saying, okay, this is where you probably got your information from.
Your
Hold on. Where did you read about this? Was it in a book or was it on Wikipedia?
I forgot the source I got it from. I
You
read
got it
that.
from Wikipedia, right?
I didn't get it from
And
Wikipedia.
I'm reading the same source that you got because you're saying directly.
Colin, I never said I got
I'm
it from
saying this more.
Wikipedia. You got it. You got it from Wikipedia.
I know, hold up, but I'm saying when you said, I bet you any amount of money, this is where you read it, because you're a wiki scholar. I know, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But only thing you have to do, brother, when you do your research or whatnot, is look for citations. When I ask you stuff like that, I'm looking for citation. If there's no citation, it's bullshit. If there's no resource sources or citation, that means it doesn't exist. That's
Kyle, are you saying Africans ain't smart enough to develop their own weapons?
I never said that. I'm saying this right here, right? Okay, look, okay, military Africa. There's another article. Let's see what you say. You could be right, right? The story of the Biafra-made weapon, the Obunigwe rocket and Abangana, December 7th, 1960. Again, this is like I said, this is an article, right? I'm gonna see if they have sources, I'm pulling it right now. See if I have sources, right? See what I said. Anytime you do stuff like this, these articles that on blogosphere is dangerous because you got a lot of people posting stuff, particularly black people that have no sources, no anything, and they just put it out there and we just take it as gospel truth. But I know how to do research. I'm college educated. I know how to do research. If something doesn't sound right, where I don't have sources, whatnot, I don't believe it. So in other words, okay, the Obunig rocket. Those words were the last words from the Biafra Supreme Commander, which he said during the fall of the resistance. A resistance that ended up thinking, okay, that's true, but okay, he's still inside a source, right? Being blockaded in all directions, sea, land, the Biafra scientists engineered to develop a cutting edge technology to circumvent the siege, right? Which is brilliant because the Igbos are known to be smart. So I'm no doubt that they created some sort of weapon, I'm not no doubt. I'm not going to doubt that whereby the barrage of the Obulia rockets were used in greater success against Nigerian military armor convoy and conveying the second division of 8,000 troops. More than 100 vehicles were destroyed within a few survivors. The history of Ogun Bunye at the beginning of Nigerian Biafra conflict was July 7th, 1967. Before the first shot was fired, the newly created Biafra Air Force had completed air superiority over Nigerian forces by possession of a single World War II Fortress bomber, which was commanded by the Ngule Airport prior to the start of the aggression. Stationed in Ngungu, in Enugu, capital, the sole Biafran Air Force B-29 bomber. Now, you know where the B-29 bombers okay, that was made in the United States, and sold to allies in Europe, B-29 bomber, Okay, well, okay, that was the end of the article. Okay, no, there's more. In the height of the war, the effort to retake strategic locations crippled the Biafra resolve. The Nigerian federal troops initiated Operation Tailwind, which was primary objective was to drive through the resistance and carve the new nation into two. A secondary objective was to reinforce the 3rd Marine Command and have surrounding cut off the deep inside the Biafra lines. At the Nigerian side, the chances of conducting a military campaign without the force of proper air against a determined foe was downright hopeless and unachievable task. Its national unity was hanging unbound. Something had to be done quick. Nigerian Air Force then approached its allies at the time, France, Russia, and they asked for an MiG-17. So they basically, the Biafra War on both sides had a lot of advanced weaponry because that was oil, Remember, some of the Biafra people had access to the oil wells, that was part of the reason why it happened, because they had seized some of the oil fields, So it's not basically far conceivable that they would basically contract it out with different people who had this expertise, because there was a lot of people, particularly after World War II, that went into places like Brazil, Argentina, and whatnot in the third world, and they lend their hand to emerging countries to develop their weapons.
Colin, just give the Africans their props, Colin. Just give them their props.
I'm not giving it. I'm saying like this: there's nothing wrong with giving the Africans their props, but what's the point of all this? Yeah, they built
the point is Africans can develop weaponry without Western influence.
I never
just
said they
could,
props.
But you looking for some type of Western influence.
This was a rocket propelled thing. Rockets are not that hard to build. You could build them in science class in high school. I built one in high school. Rockets.
We'll get no props, Colin. Come on, man.
No, I'll give you props.
Hold on.
I developed a rocket when I was in high school, man. They're not that hard to do. They're not that hard to build.
So you telling me a fifth grader could build a
RPG
rocket?
In America we have science class. Yeah, we can build those.
So you
built a rocket, Colin?
Hold on, yeah, we built rockets in high school. Yeah.
What grade, Colin?
What?
You talking about a bottle rocket or something, Colin?
5th grade,
You built a rocket and the ATF didn't kick down your door? You built a rocket.
Hold on. Well, let me get this.
Are you comparing a bottle rocket to an RPG, Colin?
No. It wasn't guided missile, nothing like that. It was just a freaking rocket. It makes you how to make a rocket. Let's see how to make a rocket. How to make a rocket. How to make.
Come on, Kyle. The levels you going to try to
undermine
Africans is
crazy.
We
gotta get to the truth, man.
You can't make a rocket at school.
Yes, you can. I did.
What school you went to in Queens, Colin?
I went to school in upstate New York, man. I didn't go to school. I didn't go to high school in Queens. Okay. How to build a rocket from scratch? It's not that hard, bro. It's like I said, man. Okay, look. Okay, here's the thing: how to build a rocket from scratch. Fair use. It's not.
Step into Wix Studio and handle every part of your build from one platform.
Mr. Calm down.
Map out your project with an AI-powered visual sitemap that generates site structures and wireframes in seconds, not days. When your client's on board.
Kyle, if you was
for this project, I'm going to show you how to build a rocket from scratch. These homemade randomizer rockets launch over 1,000 feet high and eject a little parachute to bring them safely back to the ground. They're reloadable and relaunchable, and you might even be able to build one with things around your house. For this project, you're going to need a bottle of gas relief pills and a plastic champagne glass like the kind you get at the dollar store. Pushing the bottle into the glass, you can see they make a perfect fit, and you'll see why that's important in just a few minutes. Now, plastic champagne glasses usually come in packs of 2 for $1, but they don't always look like this one. Some have slightly different textures or extra decorations for special occasions, but with a little ingenuity, you can probably make any variation work.
So are these the
Now, you might have
rockets they
already guessed
built
this is going to be the nose cone for the
during the
rocket,
Biafra
and we
War?
don't need the base, so let's go ahead and chop it
Let's
off
talk about
now with something
this
like
is like a
hacksaw.
toy. We're talking
Make sure
about
to leave
an
about half
actual
an inch at the
rocket
tip, then
being
minus
used.
the
Same
sandpaper,
thing.
so you can
Same
carefully
thing.
begin sanding the
If you have a
plastic
rocket,
stub
you
down
put
until it
weapons
follows
on,
the
you can do the
contour of
same
the
thing. It's the
glass.
same thing.
I'm using 150 grit sandpaper, and after a couple minutes, you can already see the nose cone starting to take shape and
Holly,
looking
you
a
really
lot
you
more
Put
putting
aerial.
that
this to
gas on the
Now, if
end
you
of
go
that
one
or
step
something
further
like
and
that,
sand the whole
something
thing with
flammable.
400
Yeah,
grit, it'll help the
so you
paint stick
put like
better. But either
a
way,
weapon on
before you paint the
on
nose
that
cone,
thing.
it's a good idea to rough up the inner wall near the top.
Serious weapon,
Roughing it up now will save you a step when we attach it to the rocket later on. Alright, it's time for a paint job, and I went with this yellow gloss spray paint because it's made for bonding to plastics and dries in 15 minutes or less. I recommend going outside and holding it with something like a foam noodle when you spray it, because this way you don't make much of a mess. Alright, with the nose cone drying, let's move on to modifying the plastic pill bottle next. You can find these bottles at your local supercenter for around 88 cents, and if you pull the label slowly and carefully enough, you should be able to get it off without leaving any sticky residue behind. Now, we're only after the empty bottle here, so unless you're having issues with gas, go ahead and get rid of the pills any way you think is safe. Next, you'll need to carefully cut the bottom of the bottle, and for that, I'm using an X-Acto knife. A box cutter or pair of scissors will work as well, but whatever you use, the goal here is to cut the edges straight and cleanly as possible. Now, the threads on the bottleneck have to come off as well, and I found a good tool for removing them is a flat metal file. Set the bottle on a flat surface and grind away at the threads until they're flat, but try to keep the bottom ridge untouched.
So, Colin,
While
this
you're
is what
here,
you
go
did?
ahead and sand a rough patch into the inner wall of the bottle like you did for the
these are
nose
things
cone,
we had
then use
ones that are already
150
made,
grit
like-
to rough
like
up the
three
sides of the
different parts.
bottle as well.
We had to put them
So,
together.
Alright, let's move on to building the screw lock
Holly, you
motor
saying this
mount
what they had in the
next.
Biafra
You'll
War?
just need a 3/4 inch
Oh, no,
PVC
I'm saying
coupling,
like
which
this.
is
If you could make a rocket, right, all you do is basic physics, right? Anything that's combustible, you can have it launched, right? And then all you do is put gunpowder or whatever weapon that can chemicals, whatever like that, on the end of it and whatnot. Yeah, you got yourself a weapon. It's not that hard.
which you should be able to find at any hardware store, and it's important to get the one that has the threads on the inside. Use your sandpaper to rough up the outside of the casing, then cut half an inch off the tip of the threaded end. This piece will become the quick connect adapter that our sugar motors will screw onto when we're getting the rocket ready for
They
launch.
still make rockets.
Now, the body tube of the
You
randomizer
can buy them
rocket
at
is
a
made
store,
with a
rockets
plastic
and
golf
whatnot,
club
shoot 'em
protector
off
you can find
whatnot,
at any sporting goods store. And while you're out running errands, stop in at the dollar store for a roll of wrapping paper as well. You don't actually need the paper though, just 4 inches of the brown paper tube that's inside it, and one roll will give you 9 of them. Alright, the next thing we need is the fin cutting template, which was designed and donated by my friends at sonicdad.com. And I put a link in the description to where you can get it for free. Go ahead and cut out the fin location template as well, and wrap it around the golf club tube, then tape it so both ends meet perfectly together. Now measure 20 inches up from the end of the tube and use the edge of the paper template as a cutting guide for making a clean cut. Your body tube should now be 20 inches long, and if it is, then rough up the inner walls of both ends with 40 grit sandpaper. Now get your 2-part epoxy ready because the time has come to cement it together. Before you epoxy anything, it's always a good idea to do a practice run to see how everything's going to fit. So slide the 4-inch brown tube inside the rocket body first, followed by the PVC motor mount next, which you can see is actually a bit too wide. But check this out, you can stretch out the bottom of the tube using the tip of the nose cone, and just like that, your PVC coupling makes a perfect fit. Okay, let's go ahead and mix a generous amount of epoxy, but be prepared to work fast because you really only have about 5 minutes before it hardens up. I tried using a popsicle stick to apply a copious coating to the outside of the brown paper tubing first, then added a coating to the outside rim of the motor mount next. The paper tube goes inside the rocket body until it's about half an inch past the end, and after adding a coat of epoxy right below it, you'll need to push the threaded PVC coupling in next. You probably noticed I'm using a 3/4 inch PVC riser to guide the motor mount inside the tube. It's a good tool to use because you'll have a lot more leverage for making sure your motor mount goes in straight. Clean up the epoxy with a paper towel, but before it hardens, it's really important to set your rocket tube on a flat surface and roll it back and forth. Watch the PVC riser and make minor adjustments to keep it straight, because that'll help ensure the thrust is in line with the center of the rocket. 5 minutes later, you can go ahead and connect the parachute container to the other end. Now, to accommodate the mouth of the pill bottle, you're going to need to spend a bit of time working this other end over the plastic cone a bit to stretch it out so it'll fit. Push the parts together to double check they actually fit, and if they do, then go ahead and add some epoxy and push the two together. Give the bottle a little twist for better adhesion, then go ahead and clean up any overspill with a fresh, clean paper towel. With the epoxy starting to set, let's prep the bottle for painting, and all I'm using to protect mine is a piece of paper and some masking tape. Spray paint the bottle black to match the rocket body, then set it in a safe place where it can sit for about 20 minutes undisturbed. Okay, with the paint drying on the bottle, we can get to work making the rocket fins next. You're going to need a large piece of medium-weight poster paper from the dollar store and a black
Wait,
coroplast
where's Colin? Why is he playing commercial?
$1.88. If you want to save a couple bucks, you could always reuse those
playing
plastic
commercial,
signs that seem
Colin?
to be everywhere after a local election. Now, it's a good idea to
Oh.
stick your fin cutting template and the shockboard templates onto a piece
Oh,
of
this
poster
is the
paper
video?
before you cut them out. And while you're here, you may as well cut a strip of poster paper 4 inches wide by 15.5 inches long.
Carla said he made a rocket in school,
Rocket
so
fins are
he's
made
showing us how they
out
did
of
it.
and for best results, I recommend using a black Sharpie, an X-Acto knife, and an old hacksaw blade.
Yeah, I made one where it's on a real rocket. It's something that you can project up and see how high it can go.
Rockets right here. If you really want to, right, you could make weapon grade and put the weapons on that, like gunpowder, chemicals, stuff like that. Yeah, it become a lethal weapon. You know, you fire at the right person, or precision fire, right. Rocket wheel were just shooting up in the air. But if you basically had it so that you put it on the back like a gun or something like that, yeah, you got yourself a formidable weapon. You know,
This is a toy rocket. It's not a real.
Yeah, I
rocket.
know, but you could tell. Like I'm saying, but the idea is the same technology, right? Like anything else, right? You could take that and friggin' take it and turn it into a weapon, like anything else. Anything could be a toy, or it could be something lethal. Depends on who's using it.
And do what with it? Like, who would they be fighting with the rockets?
Well, no, but what he's saying basically, as I agree with him, is that the Nigerian Biafra War was using rocket. Remember, rocket technology came at the end of World War II. The whole world was looking at this thing called rocket technology. Only the West had it. You know, Germany, I think, was developing it. The West had these things in jet propulsion. You know, that was a new thing past the world with jet propulsion. You know, instead of airplanes and whatnot, jets and rocket propulsion was a new technology post World War II and then the Cold War. And so a lot of people, matter of fact, in Zambia, there was somebody tried to build a rocket to go up to space. You know, it was a rocket. It was a thing. There was a serious attempt for Zambia to get into this space. They wanted to go to the moon, whatever, like that. I'll play a video like that. Zambia was also, Africa was definitely interested in technology. You know, Zambia had developed some sort of makeshift spaceship. You know, it was like,
Let me guess, they didn't make it.
well, no, they were trying to, though. You know, they was trying to. It was just people like, first everybody's laughing, and they'll say, well, these people are serious, man. They were actually, the Zambians wanted to go to space. That was in the 1960s, you know? So there was basically some makeshift of the basic technology of rocket propulsion, you know? And they had gotten that, but I said, there was like people saying, no, that's a nice gesture, but it can't reach space because there's not enough power, you know? You got to have a rocket propulsion like Cape Canaveral, you know? So they was in their own way trying to develop their own rocket to go out to outer space, the Zambians, you know? Yeah, so it's not unusual to see that somebody did develop this all over Africa. Because remember something, Africans got into rocket propulsion, right? Before they got into aviation, you know, because it was actually easy. The technology was probably easy in developing traditional aircraft, you know, rocket propulsion, you know? So I know a few things, fellas, you know.
Of the corrugated lines, then make sure it doesn't move. Carefully trace the template with a fine tip
gonna watch
marker
this
and make
whole
sure you get the
video?
little notch there on the side as you do.
4 minutes left.
Now, if you use the back of your hacksaw blade as a straight edge, it'll help guide the blade of your knife and give you the straightest and cleanest cuts possible. Do the same thing 3 more times, so you end up with 4 fins, and take time to do it right because quality counts. Alright, now that you got your 4 basic fins cut, it's time to add some extra features. Carefully cut out the corrugated rib on the leading edge by sliding your blade along the inside edges.
You giving
When
the
it's
Africans
removed, you
credit
should be
now?
left with an extra deep channel at the top
I'm
of
not
the
saying I
fin.
don't give them credit, but
Now
I'm
try to
saying
crease
is
the leading edge
when
by
you
sliding your
talk about,
thumbnail up along the
when you
top edge
develop
of the plastic,
rockets
and
like
as you
this,
do, you should see the
or
tip bend slightly
develop
inward.
nuclear weapons.
When you've done the same thing to the other side, your rocket fin will have a nice little knife edge point to it.
I just said he
said rockets were created.
So you want to play guitar?
No, I don't think so. Rockets were developed by Germans.
But you think to yourself,
you know,
I could never do that.
Germans, you know?
And you think,
I don't think he ever said that.
I never
He
said
didn't say that.
It doesn't have to be. I'm Anders Morrison,
Carla,
and I absolutely love.
Yeah, what you call?
Kyle,
I'm saying,
I never said Nigerians invented rock
no,
military
I said.
rockets.
Look, I'm talking about. I was replying to the person in the chat room.
Oh,
They
okay,
said
okay.
Africans developed rockets. I was talking about you were talking about the guy in the chat room, Z, whatever his name is. You know. So
now to make these fins look extra awesome, let's try
this along. Yeah, we have to go through
See
all
if
this.
they're straight
Those
and in
parts
line
right
with
here,
each other.
all we
If
have
they
to do is
are,
put them
then
all
go ahead and
together.
attach the
We have
launch
to make
lugs
them from
next.
scratch.
I glued the 1-inch pen pieces to the
This
signboard
is
scraps
almost
first, then
impossible
glued
to
the
make.
improvised lugs
It's
to the
not
other
that
2
easy.
markings scratching the
This
body
guy's
tube
an
rear.
expert.
Before your glue
We
hardens,
poured
make sure the
we
pen
had to
tubes are
put them
perfectly
together.
in line with each other. Reinforced shock cord mounts. They work for the randomizer rocket, but can be used to make skyballs as well. I made 8 of them for $1, and I'm confident you can as well, so look for how to make simple chutes and skyballs in other project videos. Now the parachute attaches to the rocket with 2 swivel clips for redundancy, so you'll need to thread the loops from the rocket body and the nose cone over the 2 hooks, then close them up. With the cords attached and double checked, go ahead and fold your parachute up by grabbing it in the center and pushing all the air out first. I folded mine in half, then rolled it up to the strings and held the bundle together simply by wrapping the lines around the outside of the chute. But before you push the parachute into the rocket, make sure to use about 6 to 8 pieces of rocket wadding first. This will help protect your parachute from the blast of hot gases that shoot out during the ejection charge. And of course, there's a cheap and easy way to make your own rocket wadding with paper towels and baking soda, which I'll show you how to do in a separate project video. With your parachute tucked snugly inside, simply collect up any excess cording and push it into the nose cone, and then gently slide the cone into position at the top of the rocket. With that, you're finished. You just built your own homemade rocket from scratch. So let's go see what it can do. Your randomizer rocket is designed to be powered with the screw-lock sugar motors made in a previous project. However, a safer and more reliable method is to use commercially available rocket motors like an Estes D12-3 or an E96. Commercial rocket motors are a lot more expensive, but they're probably the better choice for amateur rocketry, especially if you're just getting started. And remember, your rocket will shoot over 1,000 feet high and can take up to 5 minutes to float back to the ground. So make sure to use common sense where and when you launch, because any project you try is at your own risk. Well, now you know how to convert a plastic champagne glass and a handful of other random materials into a powerful randomizer rocket. And if you try making a whole bunch at the same time, you might be surprised to find out they only cost about $5 each. Well, that's it for now. If you like this project, perhaps you like some of my others. Check them out at thekingofrandom.com. Hey guys, this project was part of a design collaboration I did with my friend.
The rocket's gonna go up and hit the firmament.
See, so this is the whole difference between white people. They get online and show you stuff like this. And look, he got 12.5 million subscribers, right? Black people get online where they talk about a bunch of stupid shit, right? And they don't have no subscribers. They think they're big. Oh, I got 100,000 subs or whatnot. These people be having this guy basically like here with this right here. This guy's probably making like about $500,000 a year in advertising revenue on YouTube. They make the real money. Even with YouTube, they still making money because look, they're smart enough to realize no one's going to sit here and listen to black Negro content. White people and everybody else listens to stuff like this: how to make this, how to make that, how to make that. And they be having like millions of followers, Look at Mr. Beast, like 1 billion followers.
Collar, people listening to Casanet do nothing on Twitch, Collar.
Who?
Casanet.
Don't even know who that is.
He's some streamer, like he's a streamer.
How many subscribers he got?
He probably got like I don't know, maybe he got 1 million on YouTube.
And what does he do? What's his content?
Nah, Kai got like 6 million on YouTube. He got like close to 100, almost 200,000 people on Twitch, which is a paid subscription. So
what does he do? What is
he's just he's
just an entertainer. He's just
an entertainer. He plays games. He talks about he hosts musical guests, entertainers. He's a big deal. He's a big streamer, and he's a black kid. So we fuck with him more than Mr. Beast.
Oh, good for him.
Hey, Mr. Beast is from from where
Kentucky.
I'm at. So.
He's from Kentucky, right?
No, he ain't from Kentucky. He was from
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Yeah.
Okay, I know he was from one of those.
Really? I didn't know that. Which part is he from? Cool.
Wilson.
Well done. Which part is he from, Mr. Beast? You from North Carolina, Steve? Is that what you're saying?
I think Steve said Wilson, but the point was, Kyla, if Africans do have the mindset and could develop weapons.
Yeah, but who's they gonna use the weapons against?
to protect their resources and build infrastructure.
Dude, man, come on, Kwame. You can't be that naive, right? You know, I tell you, African resources need to be protected from Africans themselves, you know, because they're the ones basically selling their stuff out. Way, look, like I said, let me tell you something, Kwame. You don't might believe anything I tell you ever again, right? But there's not one deal that goes down in Africa unless these people, Europeans, are invited in. But they got people in the West thinking, oh, we're getting robbed of our natural resources. No. Africans go seek out fucking Westerners to fucking come to Africa, right? So long as they get their cut. Not saying they're all corrupt. Some of them mean well. They think they're going to develop their countries and whatnot, you know, but they don't understand something, right? Natural resources is the lagging, right? That's the lagging. That means basically the West does not need natural resources only when they run out. So they basically use natural resources to suppress the world global prices, you know? That's why they pay Zambia not to produce copper sometimes. You know, if they want to drive the prices of copper up, they'll tell Zambia, do not produce any copper. Put your copper prices down. And they say that drops the price of copper down. And then they say, okay, after the price is down, they buy that copper futures and options at a low price, right? Because the price is down, because the prices are down, or they produce a lot. And they basically drive the price down, or they produce a little bit and drive the prices up. And so all this manipulation of the market, right, is not in the hands of Africans. So Zambia is like, well, geez, you know, I get paid no matter how much I produce. It ain't about that. It's all about the West manipulating global prices. They need Africa to glut the market, you know? If the price of oil is one thing, they say, okay, we're going to drop the price of oil down. Okay, Nigeria, we need to produce like 2 million barrels a day. So that drops the price down for a little while and everything. And Nigerians get happy. They make money and whatnot. Next thing you know, the oil prices crash. You know, that's how it is. You know, but the whole thing is this. Africa is going to ride the global capitalist system just like everybody else, you know. But they give us the sad story in the West that they're being robbed and all stuff like that. No, they know what they're doing, you know. So again, who are they protecting against? You know, who are they trying to protect it against? Now, will weapons, Kwame, solve the problem in Zimbabwe? They're still under sanctions. Would that solve anything? Can developing weapons help Zimbabwe?
I mean, if they're manufacturing weapons, yeah.
Hold on. What is it going to do? What is it going to do? It's not going to. Will that uplift sanctions on them?
They can export weapons to other countries.
Yeah.
They can sell weapons to other countries.
They're going to export weapons to other countries. Do what?
You do you know how much low key
Yeah, but hold on. Do you really think countries that can't make cars, can't make airplanes, aircraft, and stuff like that, or computers, right? You know, all the computers in Africa are imported. You know, even iPhones are imported. Right? They can't do all that basic stuff like guns and butter. You know, what's important? If they can't make manufactured goods, you go to the countries in Africa. Most of the manufacturing goods come from overseas. So if Africa can't do all the basic stuff like manufacture food, manufacture and stuff like that, clothing, whatever like that, you go to Liberia, almost everybody be wearing FUBU stuff that we don't even wear anymore. All the stuff is dumped in Africa because Africa's textile industry was destroyed by the West. So if they can't make clothing, we can't make clothing in Africa. We can't do the basic stuff like that. How the hell are you gonna make weapons? I don't know. Maybe you gotta know something I don't know. You know,
they'll have to have some level of industrialization for that to happen. But that should definitely be
right. But there is industrialization is not there. You know, so how if you don't have industrialization to produce food and basic housing and stuff like that, you know, how the hell are you gonna have industrialization to create weapons?
Well, they'll have to work on that. They'll have to work towards industrialization.
That was a great question, Carla. That was a great question.
It'll take another 100 years. Another 100 years.
100 years. It didn't take China 100 years.
Yeah, but sure. Well, that's China, you know. That's China.
Kyle,
That's a problem. That's China.
Elvis early on Dining's show said that Africa was like 200, 300 years behind.
I wouldn't say 300 years. I would say like 100.
I wouldn't say 300 years, but
300 years, damn man, that's crazy.
but
Yo,
with
that
the
lady, that V woman, man, she's crazy, man. I was like, damn. She
I like her. She's a great
living in
woman.
the United States, talking about America has to go down. They got weapons. We're not like, shut the
I
hell up.
I don't get people who say that, Kala. They living good in America, talking
They
about
living
America
good
has
where
to
it's
fall.
guilt.
Like,
It's
what do you
guilt.
think gonna
It's
happen to
shame.
you?
but Kyle, you in some ways you kind of agree
Yeah, but
with her
I don't.
too,
Hold
though.
on, hold on. I
Tyler
say,
says
look.
the
I
same
say, look.
thing.
Hold on. The
Yeah,
difference between me and those other people is that I don't want nothing to happen to this country while I'm here. Everything like that.
So
These people are like down with America
so
and they live here, and I'm like, no.
so you
I'm
think
saying that I don't agree with America's foreign policy. I get that. America's foreign policy. I don't get that. But the bottom line is this: I say, like I said a couple months ago, render unto Caesar what? That which is what? Caesar's, right? I always say, right? I said, whatever is America's is America's, right? All I'm saying is what's mine is mine. Now, my goal as a black man to find out what is mine. I could see the fact that America's a superpower, whatever like that. It's a world power. It has all this money and power, whatnot. And the bottom line is, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. I get that,
So Kyle, are you saying that if you leave America, you don't care whether or not, like, if it falls?
Well, if my people, if my family and everybody's out of here, I could care less, man. If I ever build an Afghanistan, I'm going to live in my continent. No, I wouldn't care. I'm different than David Hitt. I wouldn't give a flying fuck about this country if it fell. I don't. So
But
long as
what
people.
about the millions of Black Americans who will still be here?
Well, like I said, Thanos said, when it's when I'm done, half of Black America will still exist. So I'm like this saying, look, as long as I can get half the Black American population, we can start all over again. So it is what it is. Look, this is the time that we're looking at. Some people want to die; they want to go down with America. I don't think anything will happen to America, but I'm saying it makes you concerned. What if a nuclear weapon Iran does say, you know something? We're going to bomb America and blow it, and a nuclear weapon does get by, and they hit a city like Baltimore or Philly and whatnot. What the hell are we going to do?
That's why I don't live in big cities.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I
it is what
think
it is.
this thing's gonna escalate, man. Who knows what Iran's gonna do? They
Yeah,
might
who
have
knows?
people sleeper cells.
Who knows?
They might have sleeper cells already in the U.S. You never
Yeah,
know.
so we
Especially
don't know
since the
what's
border
going
was
on.
wide open.
These people can have guys on the street start killing people and all panic and hell breaks loose and whatnot. So what the hell can we do? We're stuck. In rock and hard place. We're stuck in it. And then also, what's the sad part about this is that we got people. I don't even worry about the Iranians. You got these white nationalist types who just are bloodthirsty. They want black blood so bad. I listen to them online and whatnot, saying stuff. They talking genocidal talk. What if we basically took the 13%, and
yeah.
exterminated? You've seen that, right?
Yo, Kyle, I hear that. I hear they use that terminology a lot.
13%. So that's genocide talk. So if something, all hell breaks loose in America, you're going to see black people being slaughtered by these people. It's going to be their chance to freaking slaughter us, by the millions.
I doubt it. I doubt
Look
it.
at the way
I
Trump
don't
is
know what
going.
I will doubt it, man. Look, hold up. Do you
You can never
understand
rule
that they
anything
tried to
out.
do it before in the late 1800s, early 1900s? They Wilmington, they literally wiped out a whole black town. Yeah, these people are capable of doing that shit.
And Kyle, I mean to cut you. And the president, the way Trump is moving right now is giving them the confidence they need.
Yeah, they're all bold. They're emboldened right now.
Like Trump is literally acting like a real gangster in the streets, like literally.
Yeah. So, and a lot of these white boys are walking around like they. There's more to it than just them being conservative or not. These are fucking white nationalist races, and the white nationalist movement has taken over the MAGA.
But most of the white nationalists live out in the middle of nowhere. Don't even interact with black people.
That is
That's
another
a lie.
lie. That's another lie. These people on college campuses, they're in your where you least expect them. They're in your Starbucks and whatnot.
They in
They're
your
in the
military.
libraries.
They
They're
in the
everywhere.
military.
They're
They're
in
in
the
the police
They're everywhere.
force.
They're in the police. They're everywhere.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but
It's the truth. Steve. And let me tell you something.
Steve, you live in North Carolina, bro. Come on
Oh,
now. You
dude,
can't
man,
be
that's
that
a
nice.
white nationalist racist hotbed, especially where he lives.
listen. All I'm saying, like I said, I could be wrong. I'm
Yeah,
just
you
saying
are
I don't
definitely wrong.
experience.
Check this out. Hold up. About 20 years, about what you was trying to say, about 2003. It's about 22 years ago, right? I was working at this one pizza place, right? Me and this guy, Eric, is my roommate, right? I worked with him at this spot, right? Eric was a cool, freaking quiet white boy, right? Coolest guy, And then Eric took a job at, that's how I got into insurance. He did this call center job with my sister, right? And that's when my sister got into insurance. Like 2 years later, we all got into it, right? Anyway, I never forget. One day, these guys, these preppy looking white boys came in, right? And said, your name Eric? And he said, yeah. We heard about you. Well, we're a couple of guys. They didn't look at me whatsoever. He just said, we're talking with each other, right? And they came up to him and said, we're just a couple of guys. Here's our business card. We just hang out, we just come in fellowship. Guys, we just hang out one night. Just a bunch of guys. You know what these guys are, right? These were neo-Nazis, And then ever since that day, I think Eric went to go to one of the meetings or not, but I know he went there, right? Because he was acting real strange, the next time I saw him, These are preppy looking white boys in Virginia Beach, right? They were like, oh, just come out. We just hang out, guys. We have a couple of laughs. We listen to music. We have some drinks together. Just a social club, whatever, like that, I noticed they didn't ask me. I was standing right there and asked me, but they asked him, And then basically I was just like, that just bothered me because the way they was acting, they were like, yeah, just come out. We just got a bunch of guys. We got a bunch of guys. We hang out. We talk about shit, whatever like that. What's on your mind or whatever like that. Just come out, hang out with us. You be some, you have some new friends. Whatever. That's how they get these guys. They're recruiting these guys like crazy. They also next thing you know, it ain't until you go there, right? And then you talk to people. They start asking you certain questions like, yeah, what do you think about? Like this one guy told me, right? One of my friends, Dave, told me this, right? He got invited to a neo-Nazi thing, right? By my neighbor, right? My neighbor was a neo-Nazi, right? Dave, he didn't know Dave was half black, because Dave had like blonde hair, it was curly, whatever like that, but he was half black, but he had white skin, right? And he said, the guy asked him, said, so what do you think about niggers? And all of a sudden, the guy was like, well, I don't have no problem with them one night, And I always knew this guy was a fucking neo-Nazi because he never spoke to me or whatever like that. The only black person he spoke to was older black guy. He worked with as a tow truck guy, He was talking to this older black guy, but he was right my neighbor, would never speak to me, right? And basically now he had all this neo-Nazi shit on, like the swastika and the eagle on, the eagle that they wear. Those eagle tattoos, whatever like that. I just knew he was a Nazi, right? But I wasn't confirming. Then Dave told me, yo, that dude right there, your neighbor right there, he asked me, he goes, what do you think about niggers? He gave me some literature. And then my other friend, Tommy, right? Me and Tommy, we both were partners in the house. We owned the house that he was renting from us, right? And Tommy went in there when they moved out, right? And Tommy found a whole bunch of neo-Nazi literature. And I was like, oh shit. He goes, yeah, this guy was a Nazi. So we only rented to him because we knew his baby mother, this girl, she was kind of crazy. She was half Jewish, half Italian. But she fell, she was dating this black guy, but now she fell with a neo-Nazi. That was just strange shit. But we went in there, and we found all this neo-Nazi literature and shit like that. So let me tell you something. This shit is everywhere. It ain't in the sticks or out somewhere and whatnot. You're fooling yourself. It's in academia. Yep. It's at your guy that works at 7-Eleven. It's a guy on the police department. They're everywhere. There's
even the tech guys, the tech gurus and stuff like
everything,
that.
They're everywhere, These neo-Nazi white nationalist people, it's like they say alt-right, right? That's the whole thing. They're really just Nazis, neo-Nazis, right? But they say
I understand that, but I guess I'm underestimating how many of them it is.
Oh yeah, you are grossly
What?
underestimated. There are a lot of them here. You know, a lot of them. Don't underestimate these guys. They're stronger than you think they are, and they're more dangerous than you think they are. They're capable of doing something. Something if this country ever comes into like a panic where there's chaos in the streets, like after the Rodney King riots or whatever like that, something like that happens again, it's gonna be on. You know,
Look,
it was.
look,
It's
look
gonna
what
be on.
they look how they treated Los Angeles not too long ago. They deployed the national the army in Los Angeles
Yeah, they put
for
the
one or
Marine when
two.
they send the Marines in, they're not playing. You know. And some of those Marines are also with that shit, you know. There was one
Yeah,
guy, black guy, that was in the special forces, right? The Navy SEALs, right? He said he faced so much racist shit from these white guys when I say, "You gonna bring this shit back to the hood? When we come, man, whose side you gonna be on?" He said he had Navy SEALs guys talking like that to him. And this guy's a decorated war veteran, everything like that. And he said these guys were so racist, they tried to get me out of the Navy SEALs program when that it's not too long ago, about 20 years ago, you know? And he said, man, he said, yo, these people are something else. They're everywhere, you know? They're
and
really
and
everywhere in this
and
country. You
now in the
know?
21st century, they have came up with with some great dog whistle terms to throw you off. To the average black person, they may not even think they talking about them when they say
I know that
DI
when they
or
say usual suspects, they say 13% and
Hey,
whatnot.
this reminds me of
Now
like
black fatigue.
this
yeah,
reminds me of back in
yes.
the day, the 20th century. There was the Red Summer of 1919, and when there was a lot of racial attacks against Black
And
Americans.
you hold up. And
You know
back
who was the
then,
president?
notice how you look. Black people wore their Sunday best. We were at our best, and we
Exactly.
were getting attacked. You know, so this idea that it's caused by YNs and all stuff like that or Bunquishas,
That's obvious.
no, these
And
people
the
attacked
president
us when we was at our best. You know,
and the president at the time was Woodrow Wilson, who was so racist. He invited the Ku Klux Klan
yeah,
to the White House
you know,
to do the
he
birth of
viewed
a
Birth of
nation.
a Nation right there in the
Yeah,
White.
Birth of a Nation. From the White House.
That's the country you're dealing with. That's the country 1776 pledged allegiance to, you know. And so I'm like this. Okay, I can't basically. I live what it is. I got a good career. I get that, right? But the bottom line is something deep down in my soul, right? Like, let me give you an example. I know I have a lot of people, friends of mine, and friends, associates that are other races, right? But there's always a part of them, right? Even though they're cool with you or not, they tell you they'll let you know that okay, it's time for you to go home. It's time for me to do my little white thing. I remember, never forget, my guy Rick. He was cool as hell, man. Coolest white boy you ever seen in your life, right? Me and my brother partied with this guy at his house, man. He was a contractor, right? He made a lot of money, right? He contracted with that, you know. I was supposed to go in business with him. It just didn't work out. Anyway, but he always in the hip hop, blah, blah, blah. He was like a wigger, right? I never forget, I worked at the amphitheater one time, right? At the bar. I was a bar back at the amphitheater, right? And it was a Toby Keith concert, right? And here comes Rick coming up with his cowboy hat and a big rebel flag on it. So he said, yo, man, I understand, man. You probably don't understand, but I'm out here with my rednecks tonight, you know? Just like that, switched up on me, you know. I was like, damn, man, you know, I'm out with my fucking with my rednecks tonight, you know. I'm around my
And,
redneck people tonight, you know. Just like
and
that. I was like, damn, man, I never saw Rick like that, like that. Well, then he ended up getting married, so we didn't really hanging out really
Kyle,
stop.
let me just make this one point. And some of us actually think if a civil war broke out or something like that, like the UN could come in and save. The UN can't even save Palestine right now.
The UN
No,
is
no one's
just.
gonna do a damn thing. No one's gonna
And
do
that's
anything
the
inside
thing.
that. We're on our own.
I think some people really believe in these stupid organizations like the
The
UN,
UN
the
is useless, man.
International
The African
Criminal
Union is
Court.
useless. The UN is useless. All these things are freaking useless, you know? To us.
It's all on you. If you go to war, it's all on you. No one's helping Ukraine like that. No one's helping Palestine.
Yo, not
No one's
not
really
not
helping
to
Iran.
not yeah. Go ahead, DK.
No, I was just
Not
saying that you can go there.
not to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I really think once they done with the immigration issue and stuff like that, they're gonna focus on black fatigue. Like, you know what?
Oh, yo,
The
yo,
ti-
check this out. They're already doing it. with all this going on, there's more white people. You know who they talk about the most online? Black people. You know, some black people thought they would focus is like, remember when 9/11 happened? Black people had like a 4-year vacation, 3-year vacation, right? Where everybody was talking about Arabs and whatnot. You know,
Yeah, the Arabs.
my mother, she was out there with her American flag, patriot, whatnot. And then basically white people seemed like they forgot about us. Everything was like destroyed. Right? And then what happened was Hurricane Katrina. Seeing black people on TV robbing and looting, being poor, suffering, and whatnot, ignited racism again in America. They said, you know, seeing black people on roofs drowning and whatnot on TV.
Paula, you notice how when the white people attack black people, they never go to like the hood. They always go to like the church or like a supermarket or something.
Oh, yeah, I know. They bottom of
That's
the hood. They always tag black people that the most vulnerable types of black people. Like me, I don't have to worry nothing about worrying about white people. You know, because physically my size. You know, but you know,
if they designated MS-13 as a national threat, I think they're going to designate the other street gangs, the black street gangs as a national threat, and then come in.
Yeah, but hold
I
on.
wouldn't mind them doing that actually.
The difference is this: other black street gangs are not as dangerous as MS-13 because you can control them with things like your record, your credit report, child support, whatnot, you know, and all stuff like that. They have a million ways of controlling Negroes that they can't do with other races of people. Black people, they control black people through economics and whatnot, and they got control over our community. Like other people, they have their own language and stuff like that. So they're like in their own world. Black people, they understand everything we're saying, everything we're doing. They know exactly what we have no safe spaces from them, you know. So
and they already you got to think about it. They already setting up the stage, right? They view Black Lives Matter as, you know, as some woke thing that was causing trouble in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, technically, it was though.
No, it was actually
it got co-opted, but
it wasn't. Hold on, it was Antifa that was doing that. They set Antifa to infiltrate and do all the violence. When Black Lives Matter was not violence, Antifa.
Well, that's true, but it still had like twisted, like it was twisted from what it started out as.
Oh yeah, check us out. You see that?
Steve, they undermining
hold on, Kwame. You see that video where the guy was standing in Charleston, and the one guy, I forgot his name. I forgot his my boy, right? He was the one who jumped up and grabbed the Confederate flag and pulled it down. That was my boy back in the days. He died. He got killed in New Orleans, you know. But he basically, I wish I could play the video. It was on Facebook. I can't put Facebook. Yeah, I remember his name was Sutter Dean, something like that. I forgot his name, but he was one of my boys, man. I was cool with, just like you guys. I was like cool with, right? And so he's from Charleston, South Carolina. He's my boy, Shakim's boy, you know. And we was basically working on this school and stuff like that. My boy Shakim, he's like the Gullah Geechee warrior of Charleston, you know. Anyway. I remember for Shakim sent me the video, man. I said, Colin, check this out. And whatnot. The boy jumped up. The dude was standing out there with his rebel flag, with Robert E. Lee thing on that. My boy jumped up and grabbed that rebel flag. it's resurfacing. It's online right now, you know. But he died. He got killed in a shootout in New Orleans by something. He was the one who started Black Lives Matter. He was the one who started Black Lives Matter, you know.
Oh, okay. Rest in peace to him.
Yo, Colin, you say this a lot. And I think it's true. Like even like the Dylan Roofs and stuff like that, the dude that walked into a church and killed.
And fucking Barack Obama basically said, "We're not gonna let Dylan Roof divide it." Get the fuck out of here, you long-legged black motherfucker, man. Get the fuck out of here. It was.
But you got to remember, his mama is white.
Check us out. Look, like I said, there's a season.
We're not gonna talk about his mother.
Hold on. Let me say this: to everything, there's a season. That was a season of hate. You know, a church. People basically let this little white devil in the church. The prayer went out, and he basically sat there, listened to these people. No threat to him on the side, and decided to kill him. You know, that was right.
Unfortunately, it's just I didn't like how they responded. Like soon after, like the bodies are still
Burger King.
warm. No, after that, one of the relatives was like, "I forgive you."
I forgive him and all kinds of stuff.
They're Christians. That's what we.
No. It's you guys.
That's why.
Yo, Colin, what you said the other day? You promoting hate, right?
Yeah. Hey, what's wrong with that?
Kyler, I'm
I
gonna have to
think we got.
disagree with the
I
whole.
think yo, Kyler, you say some real nigga shit. Sometime
Like what?
black
Give me an
people
example.
got to start promoting hate and
Listen,
vengeance
no,
and
we
Hold on,
can't,
hold
we
on,
revenge.
can't,
hold on.
we can't do that. We're
Look,
outnumbered.
I'm only human, right? I'm only human, right? And the bottom line is this: if sometimes I'm not saying pro hell, but there's a time to hate. You know, there's a time to hate.
My
If you
problem is
don't
like,
hate, right, you allow for. The problem is black people don't love so much, right, that they want to forgive. You know, and that's what's killing us. You know,
yeah.
there's a
You
time
know
to
what,
hate.
Carla?
You know,
You know what?
You,
He went to that church. He went to that church because he knew those people wouldn't be armed. That's why. So
yeah. So the
if
bottom
black
line, it
people
is
were
time
armed,
to
man,
hate.
he wouldn't have went
It's
there.
time to tell white America, like, Dylan Roof is you. You know, see, white people always make us take responsibility for our YNs, and we walk around
yeah.
I agree with you, Kyler, on this. I agree.
you know?
Whatever
So the bottom
whatever they
line is,
do, it doesn't stick to them.
Dylan Roof happened. Oh, I ain't do nothing. No, it's your conversations around the dinner table. It's your freaking your comments you say online, 13% when that. All that goes into the atmosphere that produces a Dylan Roof, and they know what they're doing. You know, so yeah,
Kyler,
it's time to hate.
Kyler, if I'm not mistaken, in Tulsa, didn't the white people rush to jail to go get a black guy some like try to kill him in the
Yo,
jail or
so
something
bottom line,
like that?
there was a white mob, and then what happened was a black militia formed to shoot. Because remember, something black people like they were in charge. They were like, "Well, we're gonna send our militia down to protect law and order and whatnot." And what happened was the black militia that was sent was actually sent by the mayor or whatever like that. Say, "Yeah, we're gonna help. We need security, secure people, safety, whatever like that." They disarmed the black men by gunpoint when and then the white people said, seeing these black men dare to come down with arms, they went into a rage and burned the black section of Greenwood, Archer, and Pritchard down. That's what happened, you know. The black people dared to just stand up. They just said, "Look, we just want to keep order. We want to handle friggin' people coming in, make sure there's no lawlessness, there's no looting and stuff like that going on," because they had a lot to lose. White people looted all the black businesses, looted their homes, they looted everything, you know. And so
So,
that's what
Carla, what
happens
do you
when you
think about
basically build
what
something
do you
and you're not protected by a border, you know.
Carla, what do you think about the NFAC, that militia? Do you think they're
Oh,
legit
that was
or
so fucking funny. What's his name?
Grandmaster Jay.
That
yeah?
dude was hilarious, right? When the ATF came there to get him, that his whole men let him through like the Red Sea. He just walked right up in there and it's like no resistance or nothing. He just came and grabbed it, and then he was singing like a bird. And when I just didn't do it, I was just kidding, man. You know, I ain't really down with this shit. But the one dude was crazy, man. This dude shot a freaking cop in the face in
Oh
Florida.
yeah,
Remember
I
that?
saw that. Yeah, one of
Oh,
his
remember that?
security, he
Yo,
shot a cop.
you got
He shot
crazy
a cop
people.
in Florida. He
Yeah,
shot a cop in Florida. Yeah,
yeah, I remember that. You know,
he tried
so
to say self defense. I'm like, good luck with that.
yeah. So yeah, whatever happened with that case?
I think he got. I can't remember. I think he was found guilty of a lesser charge. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
But
yeah. I
I'm
don't
not
think
gonna lie. On Twitter, these white people is they sowing the seeds already with the black fatigue. They posting videos of black people looting stores. They posting black people fighting and stuff like that. So they already sowing the seeds for something.
I mean, that's
yeah.
been going on for the last 60
What it is
years.
when they come up and start killing black people, the sympathy factor is not going to be there for black people. That's what they're trying
A
to do.
lot of people, you're right, Colin. A lot of people are losing that sympathy.
Yeah, so they're losing their empathy, you know. So it is what it is, man. So like I said, my whole thing is, like I said, my message to the world is Black Africa has to open up itself to us. When somebody said on Dinosaur Show today that Idi Amin, I remember Idi Amin said some stuff about Black America. He goes, the people that's going to set Black people is a Negro American. You know, they think differently. He understands the Black American mind. You know, is capable of doing things. He said, look, this guy said that Idi Amin had planned to bring black people in large numbers to Uganda. I remember that, heard about that some black intellectuals wanted to reach out Idi Amin, but he said his people opposed that because he said these people would take over our
They're
country
too
if they came
tribal,
up
man.
there. You know, but he tried. Idi Amin wanted to do that. He wanted to bring Black America to Uganda, you know, to help with the railways, operate the railways and certain factories. So like we had those skills. I had the government of Angola tell me, they always tell me all the time, they said when they come to America, like places like Philly, and they see black men who will go to a job for 40 years and work, when they said something we don't see in Africa. People don't work for 40 years at a job, whatnot, you know. The educated people just want to get rich. They don't want to sit there and work a job and work a factory. When he said black, the fact that there's black people that do that, because usually people in Africa think the people that work hard and work jobs all the time are Asians, you know, and stuff like that, working factories and stuff like that. But they said when he comes to that, Mr. Vemba, my Angolan brother, he said, man, he said he lives in Philly. He said, man, I'm seeing black men going with hard hats on. He said that's a freaking dream, is to have a nation like this, you know, have some of these people here in Angola. That's what Mr. Vemba told me. He's like Angola. That's what made me start looking at Angola as a.
Angola got this land. They got land.
I think what set Africa back 100 years is not after slavery was done and everything. They should have been trying to get back the diaspora back to Africa.
Yeah, the bottom line is, like I said, it's hard to do now because the Chinese, they reached, you know, China, Beijing. What you see when people say China's big because Chinese got free education in America, right? They got free education, right? And who benefit from that free education? China, because they went and recruited all those Chinese that lived in the UK, America, Canada, and said you're Chinese, and brought them back. You got Chinese Americans who can't speak Mandarin or Cantonese, speak only English, basically running businesses in China. People don't know that history. They think it was China. No, they reached out to the diaspora globally, you know?
You said something, and I kind of seen it the other day, and I thought I was kind of embarrassed that, yo, it's 300,000 Lebanese people in Ivory Coast, and they control 60% of the businesses. I said, what?
Yeah, well,
they only make up 1% of the population.
The only country that really has it going on as far as like modern Africa and West Africa is probably Nigeria. You know, I hate to give Nigeria credit, but you know they're probably the only ones that you will see black people at the every level running shit. You know, the rest of these countries, the Lebanese and Indians, everybody else run the shit, everything. They run everything. You know, and the Lebanese take $25 billion a year out of West Africa alone and send it back to that shithole rock called Lebanon, you know, and all they're doing is bringing stuff and selling you stuff that you can go to China, Persia, and get yourself. But you know, we don't want to do that. We don't work together, you know. So I want to change that in Liberia, you know. I want to change that. I want to get Liberians to the point where they can basically feel confident to go to China and negotiate shit and build their own logistics back. If you're going to import, you know, and rely on imports, go get it yourself. You know, you make the money. You know,
if the Sahel countries are smart, they would. I mean, I heard that Ibrahim Traoré reached out to the diaspora, but I haven't.
Yo, they got to do more than just reach out to that. They really have to know who we are. They don't know who we are. Africans.
What's stopping you from go competing with the Lebanese, man? All you do is sit online talking.
Hold up,
cry about it.
Mike, calm down. You know, calm down. Come on.
You need white man infrastructure before you go.
Mike, I'm saying like this.
You need white daddy before you can go.
Oh, Mike. You know, calm down.
Go ahead.
Calm down. Check us out. When I'm in Liberia, right? I'll be perfectly honest with you, right? Sometimes you gotta take L's when I have no problem with the Lebanese, you know, in Liberia, right?
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm not asking whether you got problem with it.
I'm saying like this. To be
you said they're taking billions out of those countries.
You claim to be the Hold up. These people are backed by sovereign countries. They got a leg up.
Nobody's backed by anything, man. They're just businessmen. Everybody.
No, they ain't not business. That's bullshit, Mike. They have
they're not backed by any country. I'm no Lebanese.
Let me tell you.
How are you gonna tell me? I'm from West Africa.
Hold up, Mike. Let me say this.
I do business with Lebanese all the time in Nigeria.
Like I was saying last night, right? I said these people, these merchants, international merchants and businessmen, they have mastered how to sell to black people, whether it's in Africa and America, right?
It's not master selling to black people. They sell to everybody. Everybody is business. There's nobody mastering black
right? Hold up. They know how to go into a community, right? say the right things. They basically
You
blend
mean
in with the culture. They say like this
they're
stuff that
just doing business? They're not talking to anything. Everyone's just doing business. I do
no, they're
business with
not.
Lebanese all the time. Do business with everybody.
It's not, it's not that simple,
Not just
First of
America,
all,
the Caribbean
hold on.
too.
You know how ignorant we sound.
Really?
A couple decades ago, the tension between black people and Korean Americans, right, reached a boiling point where black people basically burned down all the Korean businesses in Los Angeles, right? Since
That's because you don't know how to do business.
Hold on.
I wouldn't be born in Korean business. I would rather do business with Korean than be burning down his
Koreans
business.
are making a lot of money. That's why. Check this out. When the
Why
Koreans
burn down their business? Why not do business
let me
with them?
what I'm saying, right? Koreans since that time period, same thing with Indians, right? In their countries, right? They still want the black market. It's $1 trillion market, right? They learn how to deal with these marginalized communities and whatnot.
Nobody's looking for black market, man. They're looking for markets.
Okay,
Period.
all right. So, okay,
There's no
Mike,
such thing as black market,
you
Kala.
live in an ultimate reality, right? You live in ultimate reality.
How can you have this kind of mentality and you telling us you're gonna come to Africa to advance? Come on, man.
I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. I really don't know.
There's no such thing as black market. Businessmen
Mike,
don't think like that.
Mike, you tripping.
A businessman don't care whether I like you or you like him. He just want to do business.
But hold on. But you still got to know how to deal in a culture, you know? You can't just
Ain't
go
nobody thinking about culture, man. There's only one culture in business. That's the business culture. That's it.
If that's the case, Mike, then where's the Nigerian 5-star restaurants in America?
I don't know. It may be somewhere. Google it.
There is none, you know?
Nah, it's one in New York called Lagos in Manhattan.
If a Nigerian figure,
hold on. Is there a national chain?
Kala, first of all, it tells you that you don't know business. You don't understand business.
First
of all, hold on, calm down. For you to build,
you got to know the culture of a country and the people you're dealing with.
You said Nigerian 5-star restaurant. A Nigerian restaurant. Calm down, dude. Can you listen? Can you listen? If you say Nigerian restaurant as a 5-star, first of all, the market, you're gonna have to go to where Nigeria is populated. If you go to a city like Houston, you'll see a lot of Nigerian restaurants. Hold on. Because the Nigerian population is dead.
Mike, you're wrong.
Hold on, calm down.
Hold up, Mike. In my
Americans
area,
don't eat. Kala, would you eat fufu? Would you eat Nigerian food?
The 3 biggest restaurants in my area are Hibachi Grill, Chinese.
Exactly, because everybody eats Chinese food. How many people eat Nigerian food and Nigeria go be a 5-star restaurant?
Don't give me no friggin' like that. Yeah,
Kala, you don't know business. Let me educate you about business.
Ninja Grill.
Kala, let me teach you business. Maybe you learn something tonight.
Said most of the people like this. I'm saying, okay, Nigerian. You say
Kala, your problem. You talk too much.
Nigerian restaurant. How come I can't go tomorrow night and have a nice steak or jollof rice at a Nigerian restaurant?
Can I respond to you? Let me teach you something about business. They say you go from the market to the factory. You know what that means? You find it's a law of supply and demand. First of all, you find where the market is, and then you build your business there. There's no Americans don't. Hold on, calm down. You never let people talk. That's your problem. Most Americans are not familiar with Nigerian food. So if I go build a Nigerian restaurant in the middle of white America, black American, I will fail because the market is not there. I will have to. Before Nigerian restaurant can become very big like that, Nigerian food has to be something that's been global. Where the whole world is familiar with it. Most Americans will not go. They don't even know how to eat Nigerian food.
How you know that, Mike?
Nigerian food, Kala?
Mike, how you know that?
What the hell are you talking about?
How you know that? I heard Nigerian food is good.
Most people don't eat I'm talking about our real food, authentic Nigerian food, indigenous food. You don't hit it. It's not popular. Most people cannot hit it. It's not something known to them. Go to most America. If I start naming Nigerian food, you'll be like, I don't know. People go buy what they know.
Mike, hold on, Mike. I could go.
I'm not saying everybody don't know. You may know, but majority of people.
Me just make this point. I could go to any city in America or abroad, and I could find a Jamaican restaurant. So there's no excuse why there's no 5-star.
What do you mean?
Jollof rice and lamb chops in some major hubs.
Bros, you may seek for jollof rice because you're familiar with Nigerian community. You probably lived in a city where there are a lot of Nigerians. But most Americans no, Nigerians are not in most American community. Most Americans are not familiar with Nigerian food. They're not.
Mike, I could go to Los Angeles.
Anywhere you go, the only places where Nigeria build Nigerian restaurants are places where there are Nigerians or other Africans. And there is no city you go with a lot of Africans that you don't find Nigerian restaurants.
Mike, let me make this point real quick. I could go to Puerto Rico and I could find a Jamaican restaurant. I could go to Los Angeles
Because
and find a
Jamaica is
Jamaican
popular.
restaurant.
Jamaicans are more goddamn known. And Caribbean food is just same as other Caribbean foods. Caribbean food, in fact, Caribbean food is just normal Western food. Nigerian food,
No.
Nigerian delicates. Hold on, calm down. Nigerian delicates. It's only what is it called? Known. What's the word? It's unique to West Africa. You
No, it's
understand?
not.
It is. Where in Europe do they eat fufu?
What you mean?
They don't. The Western world don't eat Nigerian food.
What are you talking about?
They do not.
The Western world eats many different foods. They eat Japanese food. They eat
Do
Chinese
no.
food. They eat
Where in the please tell me where in the Western world? Tell me Western people. They'll tell you. Do you want me to start naming African food? People that consume African food are only Africans. Except the only other people that may do it are people that may be familiar with Africans or lived around Africans.
Other groups have introduced their food. They've opened restaurants.
Exactly, but you're talking about. Hold on, calm down. You're talking about. Hold on, calm down. You're talking about a continent that's been demonized, where the culture is demonized. Hold on, calm down. We Africans literally have to introduce people to, like, convince people to taste our food, because when people think of Africans, they think of negative. Because the media spent years and years and years and use propaganda to just paint Africa to be rubbish. So anyone that think of Africa, the first thing they think of is even my American. Hold on, Kala, let me talk, man.
I will say this.
Even my black. Hold on.
What Nigerians should have did was like Jamaicans.
Kala, my black American friends. Can I give you my own personal?
Mike, let Kala finish his point first.
No,
I was the one talking. Okay, go ahead.
First people Jamaicans sold to was Black America. It got popular. That's what gave them a thing. Then other people, white people, start saying, "Okay, what is this Jamaican food?" We first made it popular because we made it part of our own, because they were fellow black people, whatever like that. We had this place called in Jamaica, Queens, Carmichael's. They're owned by a Jamaican family. They own a bank too, a community bank. You ever heard of Carmichael's, Kwame?
Kala, when I first started making friends with
first date there, it was an ice cream and burger shop and a sandwich shop, and they had good food and whatnot. It was Carmichael's on Merritt Boulevard.
Yeah, I know
anyway,
it's
not there no more. The guy,
Kala, when I first started making friends with Black Americans, when I tell them, "Hey, come to my house, we're cooking African food," they're like, "Oh, I ain't hearing shit. You guys eat shit." That's the first thing they're gonna talk negative. That's the first thing that comes to their mind. They're gonna be like, "I ain't gonna hear that African shit,"
The bottom line is, Black America. I know our people.
Black Americans think of Africa very negatively. Anything Africa is recently that you guys start waking up and
Mike, we heard Asian people
over the years. That most of you guys don't have nothing to do with anything Africa.
Have restaurants in every city right here.
Kyle, let me make this point real quick. Most Black Americans thought Asian people cook dogs and cats, and we still ate Chinese food.
Come on, man, stop that, because white people eat Chinese food.
You have no
That's true. That's true.
We don't care.
People still say that to that day. They were like, "Oh, you go to that Chinese restaurant? You know you eating cats and dogs, right?" They still say that.
All my years, I've never been to a
Black America always go to other races for everything, so we know that.
I've been to a Jamaican restaurant. I've been to a Haitian restaurant. I've never been to a Nigerian restaurant. I just don't.
Exactly, because you don't think positive of Africa. People
DK not a real Nigerian.
They don't.
When people think of Caribbeans,
DK trying to say they don't exist on a larger scale like that. That's what he's saying.
Hold on, let me say this, right? I was telling MGP, that girl in the chat, she goes, "Well, if I want soul food, I eat it." First of all, soul food is not like it was a generation ago. Now you got kids graduating from culinary art schools with soul food. They open up restaurants now that.
How like you talking about restaurant? We're talking about business.
Let's
talk about real business.
Yeah, your business, your restaurant industry fuels liquor sales, beer sales, all that stuff inside the food.
Nigerians have restaurants. Wherever there's Nigerian, there's Nigerian restaurants.
Yeah, that's it.
Wherever there's African restaurants. There's no way in America you go where there's African.
They got Nigerian restaurants in Durham, North Carolina.
The only thing is we don't go build, like, I can't be a Nigerian, go to a town where it's all Black Americans or white Americans. I go build a Nigerian restaurant there. That's senseless. They're not gonna come there. They're just not. Black America will not even go to Africa. Talk less of think anything. Think of Africa and start shivering. They won't even associate themselves with Africa. Then you want me to go be a restaurant for them?
The number of black people in America that go into Africa.
Most Black America will not step into African stores or African business. They don't even.
Black people in America.
When they think of Africa, they think of rubbish. They don't. So
if you could put,
you want me as a businessman to go build something for them to come back.
Mike, I know people that used to say Haitians cook cats, and now you can find Black Americans in Haitian restaurants ordering black rice with.
So there's a whole bunch of 5-star Asian restaurants. I can guarantee that more. Let me not even get into all that.
I'm not saying
the original point I'm making is
hold on. It's over 300 million Nigerians. It's only 11 million.
There's no over 300 million Nigerians. Let's get the facts correct.
So, bro, the population in Nigeria is about.
We're not 300 million.
Okay.
So what's your point by making? Just go ahead and make your point. Let's.
Okay. If it's not 300 million, it's definitely over 200 million.
Okay. So what?
You trying to make excuses? The Nigerian restaurant. Hold on.
Go ahead.
If Nigerians open up restaurants across America, people would try it. You got people that try different culture.
So what does that have to do with
every other night?
People eating Ethiopian food, man. Come on.
What does that have to do with 200 million Nigerians?
You're just lazy.
Lazy what?
You don't open restaurants.
We open restaurants. What are you talking about? We open restaurants.
The first thing, Mike.
They do open restaurants.
I don't know what he's getting. The reason why he doesn't know is because he's not interested in Nigerian food. That's why he doesn't know anything about it. He just made my point. For you to think we don't open restaurants because you're not interested in our food.
Let's say Nigerian restaurants in America.
My cousin said she has.
There's no town you go where there's no Nigerian restaurant. In cities I go, when I go to Nigerian restaurant, I don't see Black Americans there. Sometimes we see Hispanic.
Hold up.
In fact, I see white people come to try our food, but Black Americans never go there. Even my Black American friends, if I say, "Yo, let's go to this Nigeria," they will say, "Nah, I ain't going there."
Check us out. Hold up.
They don't want nothing to do with Africa, dude.
Let me say this, Mike. In my area, I got 4 Nigerian restaurants. I didn't even know these places like that.
Exactly, because you're not interested in Nigerian food.
No, look. The one we had closed.
You don't know he exists because you never consider even thinking of eating African food.
Oh no, hold up. Okay, this area right here, this one.
Because anything Africa that comes to your mind is negative.
Down. Hold up. Yeah, okay. Yen Didi restaurant. It's owned by a Nigerian chick. I remember. I meant to go see her food. I might have that for lunch tomorrow.
Kala, literally, I threw a party, a Nigerian party. I invited Kala. Let me say this:
International African Restaurant, right? And so Lorma Nava African cuisine. This looks good, man. Professional one now, This right here looks like.
If I didn't come here tonight, you would never know.
Go try some color.
This is Lorma Nava is West African. Okay, this is other African. Right, not necessarily Nigerian. Okay,
so try some peanut.
West African. So I don't know if it's Nigerian, but it's West African. They say African.
Yeah, try some goosey or some peanut stew.
I don't eat everybody's soup, man. I'm sorry. I can't eat everybody's soup.
Kala's not gonna eat that like
What's wrong with everybody's soup, Kala?
Only thing I would eat.
I only want to eat French food and Swedish food.
If I can't identify it on my plate, like it's a chicken or a fish, whatever like that, I do not eat.
Exactly. So that's the point.
Yeah.
Would you eat goat meat, Kala? Is that good for you?
If I knew it was goat meat, it was verified. Yeah. Probably.
If it was verified, what are you
everybody, man.
So you guys are making my point tonight, man. If you mention African restaurant, first thing Kala would think about is bushmeat.
Kala, you think it's a bushmeat?
Grass cutter or something.
Yeah, man. So you gotta be careful, man. I don't eat everybody's food, man.
Kala think it's some goody fowl.
Kala rather go to Chinese restaurant and eat cats than go to African restaurant and go eat.
I don't eat. When I go to Chinese restaurant, only thing I eat is seafood. I eat sushi.
Kala, stop lying. You don't ask what kind of pizza that. You just speak it up.
Everything. If I can't identify it, I don't eat it. Simple as that. I know.
I love
let me ask you
something. I know what shrimp looks like.
Yeah, Kala, one of the most popular restaurants in New York City is called Tatiana. It's by like a Nigerian guy, but he does like Afro-Caribbean, like a fusion type restaurant.
Yeah,
and
also all the Asian restaurants are fusion restaurants too now. They don't have like Chinese
Taki.
buffet. You have Thai food,
Kala,
you
one
have
of the biggest.
Filipino, you have Korean, you have Japanese, you have Chinese, one that. So why the African food, black food, is not fusing together? You know, that's what I'm
Nah,
saying.
it is Kala. It is one. It's
But
called
Jamaican,
Lagos.
the Jamaican restaurants here it's a mix of Jamaican food and soul food together now. You know, in our area right here. So
Most of them is like that in New York too.
yeah,
In North Carolina as well.
You know, Jamaica's fused with a lot of African cultures should fuse together and just create one just United African restaurant. But can't get rid of that. You gotta get rid of that tribal shit. You know,
I'll literally invite Black Americans to a Nigerian party.
Nah,
They won't even go near the food. They're like, I don't know.
Kala, it's one. I'm not gonna lie. It's one in Harlem where the synagogue people where they fuse like Caribbean food with like African food, where they serve like rice and peas with fufu and lamb and stuff like that. But I can't eat none of that because you know what I mean. I don't eat meat, but it's definitely
But I
something.
will say I do know a lot of Black Americans that don't eat other people's food. It's not even just about other ethnic groups. They don't even eat other Black Americans' food. It's like somebody offer you something and like, because it's something like I don't eat everybody's food.
Those are people who never experience hunger. You know, when you're hungry, you don't give a shit.
Carla, back to my original question, man. Why you said Lebanese are making millions or billions? Why aren't you there competing with them?
Hold on. Let me tell you something, Mike. My house in Nigeria would not exist if it wasn't for the Lebanese. I'll be honest with you, right?
You have a house in Nigeria, Carla?
Yeah. Not Nigeria,
Liberia. I really love Nigeria on the low.
No. I slipped. I'm reading somebody. I'm reading it says Nigeria right here. That's what's on my mind. You know, shit. God forbid if
Carla, you sure you have a house in Liberia?
Yeah.
Let's see the house.
Some has a nice house. You know, real nice. You know, they do how to build houses.
Do you have what do you call it?
It's
you have toilet. You have toilet there. Did you build toilet?
Dude, I had a whole brand new bathroom put in, brand new toilet.
I thought you said there's no toilet in Africa.
Walk-in shower, sink, 2 bathrooms, walk-in shower, sink, toilet, everything like that. Brand new custom.
So you're the first African to have all these things.
No, I'm saying like
because you come here every day to say in Africa, we don't have any of that.
Instead of attacking me, listen to what I'm saying. I don't give a shit about what people think. You know, I got that because I did. You know. So I'm saying like this. I'm saying if my house I got in Liberia would not be possible if it wasn't for the Lebanese, because we had to go to city builders and whatnot, you know. And the only thing is the furniture, my living room furniture. Liberia has the best craftsmen. They know how to make furniture, right? But a lot of Lebanese sell furniture, but they have Liberian craftsmen. You know, our bed is custom made. Was custom made. I had that made 2 years ago. You know.
So you have all these things, but you always come every day to say, "Oh, there's no toilet in Africa. There's nothing in Africa. There's no toilet."
I'm saying, look, I distinguish Liberia from the rest of Africa. You know, I just do. You know?
Oh, really? The rest of Africa?
Liberia is the best country in Africa. If you guys call it.
No, Liberia is a very modern country. You know, so
the rest of Africa is what? They don't have toilets.
No, I'm not saying that. You know, I'm saying that.
I mean,
how does Liberia stack up to Nigeria?
Well, Nigeria is way more developed. I'll tell you that right now. You know, but
you say Nigeria don't got toilets.
Much older city, so you know you do got good basic infrastructure that's been there.
Kala, I'm not gonna lie. You said Nigeria and a lot of these African countries got outhouses.
They do. You know, they do. Mike knows it.
You said they have what?
One biggest business in Nigeria is porta potties. You know,
biggest business in Nigeria?
There's one Nigerian guy, man. He gives you a haircut, a shave while you're sitting on the John in Nigeria. It's a good business.
Wait, what? So you use the bathroom to cut your hair?
You want me to play the video?
The thing about Nigeria is this, man. Whatever you can afford, you get. If you don't have money, then you're gonna have to go use whatever it is. You know.
Nah, that's bad. That's bad, Mike.
There's no. Bad. It's not like America where government provide everything, even if you don't have anything.
Yo, Mike, it's
Nigeria is pay as you go.
Mike, it's people in homeless shelters and they got bathrooms. They got
exactly because in America you got the white daddy that give you everything. You know? So
That's because white people are more compassionate than.
No, the thing about why daddy goes around the world robbing everybody, bombing country, making himself rich, and then he comes home to provide everything for you for free. So we don't have that kind of
Mike, man,
luxury.
come on, man. It ain't like that, man. Come on,
Nah, I'm serious. So we don't have the luxury to go rob the whole world and be giving welfare to everybody. No, you got to make. If you can afford to live,
we're all on welfare now. That's funny.
If you can afford to live in goddamn Lekki, you go to Makoko. If you don't have money, hey, take your ass to Makoko. That's it. Go make your money.
So that's what you want. You want me to come to
Nigeria?
Nigeria?
A lot of Nigerians are successful.
Hey, I had a nightmare. I had a nightmare one day. I had a nightmare one night that I had this big plan to move to Africa, blah blah blah, and I get to Nigeria, right? Somehow it was Ghana and Nigeria combined, right? Next thing you know, I think it was Ghana. Next thing you know, I was living in Makoko, but Makoko's in Nigeria.
Because you live in Nigeria, bro. Mike, let me ask you a question. How you think a civilization can move forward if people don't have the basic needs for life?
People have basic need. Not people that can afford basic need have it.
Bro,
let me ask you a question. Who's supposed to give you something for free? Who's supposed to provide it?
Hold on, calm down.
Everything is available.
Hold on, calm down. If people don't have if people don't have running water or
the basics,
people have running water. What are you talking about,
bro? You talk about people don't have it, they just go to Makoko. I understand what Kyle is saying now. If people don't have it and they got to use an outhouse or a porta potty, that's not moving the civilization forward or moving.
No. Civilization behind.
That's literally creating a big wealth gap.
Okay, here's the deal. Listen, nobody make wealth for you. You have to make it for yourself. That's the order of the world. I think America has kind of torn you guys' mind from. That's why people say, man, this welfare system they created in the whatever it was in the 50s has destroyed.
No, it's just basic.
Dude, calm down.
Yo, Mike, I wonder who's funny.
Can you allow me to address you? Go ahead. That's the deal. The basic thing you're talking about is available, but you have to pay for it. Even in America, you still have to pay for your lights. You have to pay for your apartments, don't you? The only difference in America, if you maybe a woman or you can, in America, people are homeless. So are you going to blame somebody for them not having the basic? They're homeless.
Yo, Mike, what I'm trying to say is a running water and a toilet is literally basic. That's not a luxury in America. You're trying to tell me, hold on. You're trying to tell me having a sewer system and running water is a luxury. That's not moving no civilization forward. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to understand what you're talking about. When you say we don't have running water, what do you mean?
You're basically saying if you can't afford a sewer system or things like that, then you really fucked in the game. So
who's supposed to provide it for? Who's supposed to give it to you for free?
The fucking government is supposed to provide running water for all houses.
With which money? With which money?
What you mean with which money?
We pay for that in America too, though,
Kwame. Government providing everything for all houses.
We pay for that in America too, though, Kwame.
Is it the government? Hold on. The apartment you live in, is it the government that's providing the water, everything there, or is it a private business that build the apartment?
See, no. Listen, what I'm trying to say, Steve. If you go in the projects, it's no outhouse in the projects.
There's no what?
It's no outhouses in the projects.
What does that mean? I don't know what outhouse. I don't know what you mean by outhouse.
It means even the projects have indoor plumbing, electricity.
Yeah,
they have all the.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, every apartment in Nigeria have their own plumbing and everything. But if you can afford it, you got to go live in the shacks. If people that don't have it, live in shacks.
I guess what Kwame trying to say, there shouldn't be no like shanty towns and.
But you can't say there shouldn't be. People
you can't move a civilization forward if you gotta go pop a squat in a potty pot outside. Like that's
no.
That's supposed to be basic necessity.
My friend, listen to me. That's the deal. Countries have resources, right? Now, individuals, people, right? Let's say the way society works, right? People go out to make it in life, and those that can make it, those that have a little help them, right? Government can also assist, right? But there's a limit to the resources you have they can use, right? In America, American government have abundant resources, right? Abundant. So those that can help themselves, right?
Bro, the
Those that
government ain't
hold on,
giving
calm down. Let
nobody
me
no
get across,
Benz.
man.
No, the government ain't giving nobody no Benz or drives. I think you confusing the
My
welfare
I'm not.
system
Oh,
as they
dude,
giving
can you
away
let me land so
Benzes
I
and
can?
Porsches.
Okay, let me use a simple analogy. Let me use simple analogy. Here's the deal. In this world, right? You right now, if you go make a baby, right? You're responsible to raising a child, right? You're responsible, right? Nobody else gonna pay for. No one's gonna be coming to your house to feed your family, feed your kids, right? You have to figure a way to feed your kids. That's your responsibility. Now, in a country like America, because there's enough people, they have enough money, they have built themselves. Government figure a way to go tax those people, right? And then if they're able to tax enough, and those that happen to be useless, they're not making it. They just can't figure it out. They're able to
Wait,
use.
Mike. What's the
Can you let me just
population?
land? Can you let me
Hold
land?
on.
Let me
What's the
land.
population of Nigeria?
What it's 200 million exactly. So if about so many, I don't know how many millions decide don't have it. They don't have the economic resources already. They didn't do it for themselves. And the government look at those that are making it, and they want to tax those that are making it, and they can't tax enough from those that are making it to take care of to provide free stuff for those that don't make it. What else can they do?
If the government can't provide basic stuff like running water, a working toilet, how is that gonna move the civilization forward? The people that's working on minimum wage that live in the projects, they don't have to go in no outhouse outside and pop a squat or you understand what I'm trying to say?
Let me ask you: how the government earn that revenue? How the government get their revenue?
They collect taxes.
Exactly, they collect taxes. So if they're able to tax enough people, right, to raise enough money to take care of that stuff you're talking about, they'll do it. But I'm telling you that in a poor country, the government cannot tax enough people to raise their money to take care of the ones that are extremely poor. That's where the problem is. So who are you blaming for that? In a third world country,
I'm blaming the African for the scanty towns and the porty pots. That's what I'm blaming.
exactly, because they can't afford it. So what do you want anybody to do?
Bro, it's a lot of
Hold
stuff
on,
America
yeah,
can't.
Kwame, Mike, let's watch this video.
So
It's
you guys
about
don't know how society works, man. I think you guys are too used to welfare, free
has
stuff.
some Nigerians
You're so entitled.
talking about the challenges of the school system in Nigeria.
Especially, I know you're an expert in this area, and I'd like you to talk, because one of the things also that Nima has always complained concerning that area, that Amuwadofin, is that the solid waste there, the wastage, it's not properly managed. It's almost as if government has forgotten that entire neighborhood when it comes to sewage and drainage system.
Okay, sewage disposal is a very huge problem in Nigeria, especially a coastal city like Lagos. And Lagos State is actually not shying away from it, but from the perspective of those that will lose their jobs now, they have to be a private partnership process that will be introduced into this so that there can be creation of jobs. Now, when you look at sewage disposal, I'll start from the very easy one that we can understand. So most of us, you have maybe septic in your house, a sock away. If your sock away is not more than at least 50 meters from where your source of water is, you're actually taking fecal oral infection. Some of the waste you're actually passing through your toilet is what you are taking in back as water. There's a pretreatment system, but it's not solving the problem. But again, I'm happy the special advisor is here. Government cannot do this alone. Create an avenue for private practice firms to come and participate. So there's a study that 60% in Nigeria, 60% of our population use latrine. Just about 35% use water closets.
Really?
60%. No, you are saying really because you're in Lagos. So go.
Leave Lagos.
Leave Lagos. So, and a lot of people do open defecation. So if Lagos State has a pretreatment system, if we are going to open it up to businesses, let us have public toilets in parking bus stops. Let people pay for it. Give it to somebody. They have. Build it. Okay, you have it also in marketplaces.
Yes, they do. But not well maintained though. I wouldn't use it. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's talk to you, because since Mr. Ibuku is cooking here.
Ah, damn, she
Special
bleached
advisor
out.
on management and drainage issues.
Drainage and water resources.
All of them join. What is your government doing to ensure that we're not eating toxic fish? We're not eating poo. We're not eating poo in our food. And we're not drinking poo in our food. Please. Abby?
Well,
Carla, why was that funny? Carla, why was that funny?
What did you say? When I eat
let me tell you, in Singapore,
Oh,
what they use,
I'm going far.
what they use as their table water. This bottled water you see is from toilets. That's what they gather, and they will put it on the table and say, "Go and find any water anywhere in the world that's better than this." And nobody has ever challenged. No country has ever challenged them.
Because the water has gone through
No,
a
that's what
treatment
I'm
process.
saying. That's what I mean.
Yes.
That's not what you can get something even out of nothing. That's what I'm just saying. So in Lagos, we're doing a lot. There's last WAMO, Lagos Wastewater Management,
What are they doing?
the department under us, to create wares, their job is to create, a kind of reservoir where you take all these things and then you rework it. Just the way they do it in Singapore. And it used to be, before you discharge it into the sea.
In Nigeria.
I'm coming. Okay, coming. So a lot is going on.
Adion is a very massive water project that Lagos State started. It's not running now. But there's another model that they started one time, which I actually hope they will go by that. Coming up with small modular water treatment systems. We have, besides St. Xavier on Bodilon, Dolphin, let's water serve a community. Don't do long distance piping from Adion to Ikoyi to Lekki to give them water. It's more costly, it's not effective. Technology doesn't do that again. So the cost of building the whole Adion, now break it down into smaller pieces. Give people in Surulere water, give people in Pori water, micro water systems unit. Then they can actually progress. Some other states have started doing that. Edo State, Osun State, they're coming up doing those things. But Lagos State has been in the forefront. Edo State have done a lot of artisan wells now. They are doing a PPP. They're educating people on how to pay, because you have to pay for these services. 60 kobo, 50 kobo per liter. It's actually cheaper than even going to fetch water across the streets. But you have the water in your compound.
What if you could qualify for a brand new state-approved home buyer discount program that allowed you to buy a home in the next 60 days?
Yeah, Carla, I've heard of this before.
But that was it, man.
I even saw some videos of where they would turn on the water faucet. These are luxury homes. They turn on the water faucet and just brown fecal matter would just come out the faucet.
Yeah, as I said, man.
Oh, man.
That's the first thing. Like I said, I don't care about a big house.
They use
rather see
borehores.
with apartment buildings. But
they use borehores to tap into the water table, but they're polluting the water table and they're pulling the water, using it for their faucets, so they don't separate it. So that's why you're getting contaminated water.
DK, am I bugging, or did he really try to compare Thailand toilet water and try to say like Nigerian water is safe?
He literally said Singapore, bro. I mean, what are you listening
Singapore.
No, he was just telling you that the filtration system that the Singaporean uses is so advanced that it's difficult to find, water that's been purified better than those, that water. That's all he was saying.
Okay.
So they're building like houses in like Lekki and Banana Island. These houses will be like $1 million. They want you to pay like $1 million, but they don't have any like
I would never look. I seen Lekki on Google Earth. I saw Banana Island, right? One of their transmission towers was in the lake, by the side of Banana Island. It was there for like a year. I was saying, somebody gonna pick this shit up? Oh, look, because I always go on Google Earth. I look at stuff like that. And I looked at Banana Island. I was like, damn, man, nice houses and whatnot, but I didn't see no sewer line. I didn't see no sewer line.
I thought you're not interested in Nigeria, man. Why you look like you look?
But I like to study these things.
You look key on a move over there, huh?
So anytime
you're not Google Earth to start your neighborhood.
Look, I was considering up until a few years ago, and I said, something, Nigeria ain't going no place.
Want to be Nigerian, man.
I thought
I want to go acquire Nigerian citizenship.
The only part of Nigeria I actually want to visit is the only part of Nigeria I want to visit is Calabar. That's the only part of Nigeria I want to visit.
Man, Nigeria's not for you, Calabar, man. Not for you. Nigeria is for the real investors, people, money makers, people that can do stuff. Not people that.
I stay right here in America. I don't need to go to Africa.
I think you need just in Ghana, Liberia, those places where I do kumbaya and talk rubbish. Nigeria is for people that are serious.
Yeah, man. I wish you guys a lot of luck, man. You guys are great people, man. I wish you
That's why
guys.
when we go for people, we invite people from like in China, like those kind of places.
Yeah, man. Look, Mike. I want to see. Look, I want to see
Mike, is that a
People
Nigerians.
that
flex,
will come
Mike?
here to do business, you know.
Mike. I want to see
We don't need people that
Nigerians
come there to
win.
be
I want to
complaining,
see.
crying.
But I think Nigerians are a little above our pay grade. You know, I think Nigerians should get with the Chinese, Japanese, and become
Yeah, those
industrial
are the kind of people we
superpower.
need right now. And we need people like come there.
Yeah,
Even
like I said,
our
I don't
own,
need.
like
Look, I don't
even
need
our
all
own
that. You know,
Nigerian
I don't
diasporas,
need.
that they're not performing outside, they don't want them back. You know, they tell them to just stay. You know, hey, stay now. If you're not performing well in the diaspora, they don't want you back home at all. They'll tell you
Yeah,
don't
man.
even
Like I
give
said, man. Yo, Nigeria's top tier, man. I wish you guys a lot of
nah,
luck, man. I
what we
know you
want
guys
right
are gonna
now
be
is
a great.
serious
Yeah,
people.
I know you guys are gonna be great people. I got faith in you. You know, I got faith in you. I got a lot of faith in you people, man. Your people, you know.
Yo, Kyla,
You don't make it, they'll
I
tell you to
just,
come back.
That African giant, Carla, African giant.
Kyla, I just
Yeah,
seen
the African
Burner
giant,
Boy
man. It's
driving.
the power of Africa, man. You know.
I just
What you
seen
say,
Burner.
Kwame?
I just seen Burner Boy driving a McLaren on a dirt roads in Nigeria. So
That's sad. Yo, that's what is that right? Troy canceled his
Yeah, that's
concert.
crazy.
Even
I'm
him,
like,
That's
Shorty
crazy.
said,
damn, he
"Hell
driving
no."
a he driving $1 million car on dirt roads.
Yeah, Burna Boy just got that McLaren Senna,
Yeah, the
which is
center.
crazy. He got Ferraris coming in. It's ridiculous. He should really invest his money wisely
He
instead
needs
of
to
spending it
stop
on
like that.
supercars.
No.
Stupid.
Yeah,
Elvis, you see the
Nigerians
same.
like showing off, man. They love showing off,
He
man.
got the
Elvis,
Ferrari Parasengue. He got the Senna. Yeah, go
Guys
ahead.
getting money, man. You know,
Elvis, you seen the same video, right? When he's driving on the dirt roads.
I didn't see the video, but I know he been buying super expensive foreign cars, which is crazy for me. You know, you should be
Yeah,
Is he gonna go broke in the future?
I seen a
probably
video.
not. He's a Nigerian, so he probably got a lot of investments. But still, I mean, you can't maintain those cars over there. Most of those
Yeah,
places don't even have dealership in Nigeria. You have to import those cars. You know, I know they got a
you
BMW or Mercedes dealership
are
in
you kidding
Nigeria.
me, Elvis?
Is there a Ferrari dealership in Nigeria?
There's no dealership.
It was
There's
definitely a
no there's
dealership
no
he got it
car.
from. It was an imported. But my
Even
point,
Jaguar.
I'm like,
There's no
damn, he
dealership you
driving a
can
$1
find in
million
Nigeria.
car, a
A
bunch of
Ferrari
money.
dealership, a legitimate
Hell
dealership,
yeah.
or just an import place
Hell
that sell
yeah.
Ferrari?
Ferrari dealership. Yeah.
Okay, fine. If you got it, then you can service it. Fine, but it's just ridiculous
Even
for me to see.
private jet dealership is in Nigeria. Private
Awesome.
jets.
I don't know about that.
People buy private jets.
You probably going a little too far with that.
Are you kidding me?
A
You'd
private
be
jet.
surprised, man. Nigerians be having houses with 25 bedrooms in there, but don't have any indoor plumbing. But you know,
Yeah, I
Oh, okay,
remember one of
color. All right.
my uncle. He built like a house, a compound like that, like 25 bedrooms, but no electricity. It was
I
crazy.
think the only place Kala can afford in Nigeria is where they don't have what he wants. You know, Kala wants to live. He wants to live.
College need basic
He wants to live Section 8.
necessarities.
You know, like
Mike. All I ask you,
Kala is
Mike.
looking for Section 8
Yo, look,
where he's
man, like
broke,
Mike,
but he
you know
wants
something? If
everything.
I ever moved to Africa, right,
Man, we don't
I
do
would
that
have
over there,
a
man.
modest house, right? I would have the most modest house, so long as I had a couple things I need. I need a
But then
concrete
you need someone
driveway.
to give you
I need a
something. Are you
concrete
kidding me?
driveway put down professionally, right? So I'm not walking in mud all the time, right? I need a lawn, right? You know,
Hey,
I need
listen,
bushes,
man.
shrubbery, stuff like that. You
Listen,
know,
we're not your white daddy, man. We can provide everything
no,
your
no.
white
I would
daddy
say
can give you.
if I move permanently to Africa, if I have all the things,
Yeah, you
I
can say
want
you
look.
want everything white daddy is
My
providing for you
house,
in America.
my house to the
We're not as
market.
advanced as white
The
daddy.
street
So
better be paved.
stay
And
with your
also,
white daddy and leave us
I
alone.
need a sewer line. I need a sewer line. I need
Kala,
water
we're not as
tanks. You
advanced
know.
as your white daddy. So stay with your white daddy and leave us alone. God damn, we don't have what you want.
Oh,
What you
hold
want?
on, but Liberia can provide all that. Look, I have one of my partners, Paul, right? He's a plumber in Liberia. You know what he does? Not only he does drill boreholes, right? But he does he says the water table in Liberia is 27 feet, right? He drills that there and bring water to people's house, put it in a storage tank and pump it whatnot. And he also basically knows how he showed me how the process of filtering water, right? He says his sand is a filter, is a whole process, right? That the water goes through the thing, and water that's not contaminated, right? Go through a filtering process, and then it goes to the inside the house with a hot water heater, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
You got real
water
water,
treatment. Yeah.
warm water in Liberia.
Okay.
So they take time to build this stuff when in Liberia. When most every house got piped warm water.
Tyler, Nigeria is more sophisticated than
I
Liberia
don't
in
know
terms
about
of
that. I don't
infrastructure.
know about that. Anytime we're arguing about fucking,
The place has never been in his life where he knows you don't know. Kind of like just stay with your white daddy, man. He's like you want us to provide what your white daddy's providing for you.
So hold on. So in other
I'm
words,
sorry, we're
basically,
not as advanced and rich as your white
Mike,
daddy.
do
They
you
can keep
believe?
your section 8.
Hold on,
So
Mike. Do
just
you believe Africa's founded civilization?
where we way behind. Just wait, Kala, we're not as advanced as your white daddy. Okay, fine.
Oh, yeah, but how did that
God
happen,
damn.
man? I thought we built.
No, we're not. We
pyramids
never
and all
come to you to tell you where we are all at. We're okay where we
Yeah,
are.
but I thought
Okay.
we built pyramids and all shit like that. So why is
No, we
nobody
didn't
saying
tell
That's
you
what
we pyramids.
what's that girl name? Wildflower from Dinah's channel says.
Yo,
Oh,
Mike.
We
We
saw white people had
civilized
a
the
base,
Europeans.
then we civilized the Europeans,
all this
and
shit around the
I don't
internet. We
talk like
taught white
that.
people how to bathe. We
It's
taught
you
no,
them
no,
straight
it's
here
not
math.
that
you.
was
It's
saying
not
all
you,
this
Mike.
shit.
It's not
Oh,
you, Mike.
Mike though, like I'm trying to understand your point. I'm really trying to understand your point.
Okay, let me explain my point to you. Here's the deal. A lot of these people, characters in America, blacks, they're so used to white man's infrastructure that
Yeah,
they
we're
want to
addicted
go to
to it,
other
man.
society and be attacking the people for not providing this white man infrastructure for them. If you want white man infrastructure, if you can build it for yourself, then stay with your white man.
But that's why we want to
Mike,
build an Afristan.
We're
Mike.
not as
That's why
advanced
we
as your
want an
white daddy. So
Afristan.
why are
Hey,
you
Mike,
trying
now
at
you
us?
understand why we want an Afristan, so we can build a sort
Yeah,
of
go do your
infrastructure.
Afristan. So what the hell are you?
but
Leave
Mike,
Nigeria the fuck alone.
but
God
Mike,
damn.
let me ask you a question. You
It's
don't
like
think
you want us to. The thing is, the Lebanese come, everybody, but you want people to provide something for you. It's like an entitlement mentality, and that's why I said earlier, like the worst mistake the white daddy did was start giving you guys all this welfare shit because
but Mike,
he program you to become this entitled person that thinks somebody have to give you something.
Mike,
In Africa, no one gives you anything. You have to earn it. You have to build yourself from scratch.
Mike, let
No,
me ask you
from the day you're born, there's no free education, none of that shit.
Mike,
White man is, you guys are so used to free stuff that you're crying to the Africans to give you free stuff. We don't have free stuff for you. Just stay with your white daddy and keep taking your free stuff. We don't have it.
Mike, that
you
hurts.
don't think
Mike, they always say that prepare the table for me. Why are you
Allah,
not
there's
preparing
the
the
reason why
table
my
for
white
us?
friends
Give us
always tell me that black American men are like boys. They're little boys. They're boys.
nah,
That's why you always tell me. Like I
Mike,
thought the guy was racist, but after engaging you guys, I'm like, God damn, I see where these guys are coming from.
Mike, let me ask you a question.
This little boy, they always his boys that go to people to give them some. Man, don't do that. Man, go build his own shit. You said those white men in South Africa. They want to build their own community. They don't go cry to the blacks to build it for them or
Kissing the
anyone to
white
build it for
man's
them.
ass. Kissing the white man's
No,
ass.
I'm just
Typical
telling
you.
you. No, he's not
Kissing the
kissing
white
ass.
man's ass.
I'm
You
just trying to
last
tell you what he does different and
the
you
white
don't do.
man's ass.
Mike, let me ask you a question. You don't think if somebody buy a house in Nigeria, they should have basic plumbing, a sewage system and things like that?
You
Kwame,
buying
Mike's
a
in
house.
America. Mike's in
Wait. Hold on.
America. He's
Bro,
living good in America. He's enjoying that infrastructure in America.
Hold on.
He don't want to go
Look
back
at
to
the question you
Nigeria.
just asked me. Does that make sense at all? So you want to buy a house without plumbing? Are you not the foolish person that will go buy a house without plumbing?
But you're saying these are not basic things, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
If you want a house with plumbing, it's there. Just pay for it. God damn. So you want to buy a house and you want someone else to come pay for your plumbing, come build your
no,
plumbing
but
for
it's
you?
people,
So you want to build a house. Hold on. In Nigeria, most people build their own house, right? So you want to build a house, right? And you want someone else to come build plumbing for you.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. It's people literally talking about it's outhouses in Nigeria. I'm just saying shouldn't it be like, basic necessities, like, okay, if you build a house, it's already a sewer system, that's already there, like things like that.
Well, you're the one building the house, build it there.
See, Kwame, what you gotta
Listen
understand
to
is
yourself. You say if you
Mike's
build
in
a house,
America.
listen to what you're
He's
asking me.
enjoying the infrastructure. He don't give a damn about Africans. He
No,
don't
no.
give
The
a damn
thing is, you
about
got
Nigeria.
like I said,
He
you're
don't
so
give a
used to
damn
the white
about those
man
people.
and white men building stuff for you, giving you everything. In Africa, you build it for yourself. If you're building a house, you build your sewer system. You build it for yourself. No one is going to come build it for you. There's no government that's out there building stuff, giving you stuff for free. No, they can't afford it. They're not as rich as the white government.
So
Nigerian
what
government
I'm
is not as
learning
wealthy
is
as
that
American government. American government bomb countries. Take care of
Hold
yourself.
on, Mike. Let Steve
And
talk.
come to
Let Steve
America
talk.
to give you your welfare. We don't have that.
Well, hold on. What I'm saying is this. This is why every time black people talk, I'm going to Africa and they go against the Afghanistan and whatnot. I'm like, yo, look, man. I don't understand that. Going to Ghana and all these countries that don't got no
if you build your Afghanistan, you're not going to be able to afford the same thing the white man is giving in America.
Oh, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Because you know why?
How you going to
wait? Tell me, man.
You're going to go bomb Iran and take their oil? And
I don't give a damn. We have to tax everybody at 50%.
Kala, you don't have money.
Everyone will have the basics.
What? How are you going to pay for it?
Well, our taxation. We're going to build a tax base.
Taxation.
You know? Yeah, we're going to build a tax base. A tax base. Us. You know how much Black America pays in America?
Kala. Once you move to Afghanistan, you keep making this point that doesn't make sense.
Hold up. We give this country like almost $500 billion in taxes every year.
I love that.
Working, you know. So the bottom line is that we can basically take that money, some of that money, and build a tax on people, build a solid. All you really have to do is
that money you're saying you give it.
Hold on. You Africans haven't figured one thing. What you need to be creating in Africa are taxpayers, right? You create taxpayers by bringing them on the grid, giving them the basics, right? That's what Asia did. Asia took millions of people,
right? Create
taxpayers by giving them the basics by which they could just do jobs
you create
have basic consumption, you know?
Wait. Hold on.
Hunting and gathering, you know.
Kala, are you saying is the U.S. government that's creating jobs in America?
No, it's a private sector, but the government provides the government provides the infrastructure for private sector to create jobs.
Like what?
It's very simple, you know.
Like what?
Okay, they provide roads, electricity, you know, stable current, all this stuff like this, you know. Educate. The government spends millions of dollars educating people.
They are dead.
So the private sector can hire you, you know. Man, this is just freaking
Kala. This is your problem, man. This is your problem. You just give an example. Oh, we give 30 billion to we're gonna build Afghanistan. First of all, once you build Afghanistan, you move over there. We'll
have a tax base.
Hold on. Your sources.
Hold on, you haven't figured out.
The white man job. The white man job. The white man.
The white man can't do nothing. You see, you worship the white man. You know,
90% of Black Americans work for white men. You work in the white man.
The bottom line.
Come on, you work in a white man's company.
Hold on.
That's cat. That's cat, Mike.
You work in a white man's company. If you move to Afghanistan, that white man's job is gone. So you're not going to raise
our own manufacturing, all that stuff like that. And if
we
don't produce ourselves,
you don't have the manufacturing right now. Kala, where's the manufacturing?
Like I said,
do you have it?
I thought you Nigerians were smart.
Kala, it's all talk. You got to show me. That's why I asked the other guy the other day.
You can talk. We're gonna do it. You know.
Kala, get the manufacturing going forward before you start talking.
It's not that hard, Mike.
There's no nothing that we're gonna do. You're gonna do it.
I didn't know a sewage system was a luxury in Nigeria. I swear to God,
it is a luxury.
Well, unfortunately, in America, it's not a luxury because the white daddy give it to you for free. Unfortunately, we're not as rich as the white daddy to give you for free. So stay with white daddy. And
know what, Mike? That's like buying a car show without the engine. That's like
exactly. So white man,
it's like you pay for the car show, and they say, you know what? You got to pay for the engine too. You got to pay for the V8.
you know one problem I have with white Americans. It's like they'll spoil you guys, man.
And then you got to hook up the engine.
And unfortunately, you guys always
after they burnt out
they'll spoil you guys so bad, man.
Right? They really spoiled when they burned down Wall Street.
Come on, man.
Wilmington.
No.
All these black cities that we built.
We're talking about black people today. Can I start going back to black people 100 years ago? We're talking about black people today. Black people 100 years ago will say what you're saying. Because those ones back then were not getting no welfare. Those guys were not spoiled. That's why they were built. Kala, you know the difference between the black people back then that built Wall Street and you? They actually didn't sit around talking about building Wall Street. You just went and built it. But you just talking about building stuff, but you don't build shit. You just talk about it. That's the difference. Those ones back then, they didn't have no welfare. They were not spoiled. They know they need to go build stuff. So they didn't wait for white daddy. They just went and built
it. Mike, what are you doing in America? What are you doing here?
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
What are you doing here?
What kind of question are you going to ask the human being? What is he doing in places?
Because you say y'all got it all back there. Why
I didn't
don't you
say we got it
back
all back then. I didn't say that. That's just a strawman argument you're doing. I never said we got. I never said we got it all. In fact, it's opposite. I said we don't have it. What white men have.
Yo, Mike, you one of the you one of the ones that's not making it, that can't go back to Nigeria.
Well, if that's what that's your opinion. Well, that's your opinion. Well, I don't need to start talking about what I have, what I don't have. I don't brag about
Because you
myself.
just said the ones that can't make it in Nigeria, they, you know what I mean, they can't go back to Nigeria. So are you one of the ones that
He
can't?
did say that. He did.
Well, I'm always in Nigeria, so I don't know. I travel. I don't need to talk about myself. So
Indoor
you guys
plumbing is a
always
luxury.
resort to personal, Oh, when
Now
argument
you
is
and
no
your
longer
feelings.
representable, you
No,
start going to
nobody's taking no personal shots at you. I'm just using what you said verbatim, what you said earlier.
Yeah, if I don't make it, they don't want me back. That's a fact. If I don't make it, don't come back because they be like, hey, hey, no. It's the same thing. Like you always say, oh, they sold me. I want to come back. I want to get home for free. Nah, you're not. No, you come into that place, they're gonna tell you
Yo,
straight up.
we not talking
Over
about
here,
nothing for free, but you're trying to brag like, oh, the people gotta pay for sewage. Like, bro, that's basic. That's basic
it's not basic. The
norms.
white man made it basic for you, but it's not basic. In any third world country, it's not basic. Yeah.
Nigeria is not really a third world country.
Nigeria is a third world country. What are you
Thank
talking
God for the
about?
white man.
Yeah. Hey, yo, you know what, Mike? You pushing me to, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, Africans, y'all just some crazy niggas, yo. If you think yo, just crazy.
Because we can give you what white man's giving you. That's why we're
It's
crazy.
not giving. It's not, yo. You could go to the slums.
You know who we need on this
You
right
guys
now?
are so
We
spoiled,
need
man.
a
You like
good
that
brother
spoiled
that
kid that
can
his dad has been giving
represent
everything all his life, and he started to become a man, and he start crying, expecting those things to be
Yo,
given. No,
Kala,
you started moving away from your parents.
I'm
Listen,
starting
you
to
started moving
understand your
away from
point
white
now.
daddy and go start being on your own,
exactly.
and he's crying.
Look, I got a PhD in Negroology. I
Like
understand
what
that
you
there
guys sound
are
is like it's
the
like that kid
Liberian
that's
Negro,
trying to
the
move away from the
American
parents,
Negro.
and then he's crying about not having what parents used to his parents giving him. It's like now you're 18, it's not you go. Daddy's not gonna be giving you that stuff anymore. So you guys want to move away from white daddy, and then you crying about someone not
Bro,
having what
it's
white
not
daddy's been
about.
giving you.
It's not. You
That's how
keep
you
talking
sound,
about
man.
white dad. You keep talking about
You
white daddy,
that's how you sound.
bro.
Like
That should
Africans
be
not gonna
norm.
give me this, not gonna give me that. White dad has been giving me. You want to move away from your white daddy
Like
to be a
before
man.
anybody builds a mansion, there should be a sewer
Kala, you
system.
want to be a man of your own and move away from the white man. That means you
Yo,
got to
Mike,
abandon everything the white man's been giving you. Go build your own.
Mike.
Yeah, we
Even in
are doing it.
Jamaica, Mike.
Kala,
Even in
everything white
Jamaica,
man's
where
giving
I'm
you in
from,
America, you
they
don't
got a
build it.
sewer
It's the
system.
white man that build everything. It's everything he's giving you.
Say that again, Kwame. Say that again.
Yo,
Even
The
in Jamaica.
sewage,
even in Jamaica,
the
you
buildings.
could go to Tivoli Gardens, some of the worst slums in Jamaica. They got a sewer system. Ain't nobody doing no outhouse or no craziness
Nah,
like that. This is
there ain't no
wild.
They got
government
they
giving us
got they
Jamaicans
got
free
sewer
sewage.
system in Trenchtown.
I'm not 100% sure, but
They
I'm
got
talking about
shanties in Jamaica. Trust me.
nobody. It's no outhouse in Jamaica like that I
Are
know
you
of.
kidding me? You don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't think you've been to Jamaica.
You don't think I've been to? Come on, bro.
You haven't been to Jamaica, man. Third world countries are third world countries, man. You guys are first world people, so I think you should just stay with the white man.
Is Jamaica a third world country?
Jamaica is a third world country. God
Yeah,
damn it.
but they got a sewer system where poor people they not
That
fucking using a
that's a
bathroom
lie. That's a
outside.
lie. If you're poor in Jamaica, trust me, if you poor, you can build your own shit. You're gonna stay shanty. You're gonna build shanty for yourself. You build what you can afford. That's third
Can
world.
you imagine the disease? Everyone's shitting in the drinking water.
Well, they
Oh
gotta
my
get
god!
it figured out. Well, they should stop doing that. That's what they can afford.
Like, please don't poo in the street. But the zoo, it won't be
The
nice
fact
place.
of the matter is, if Kala beat Afghanistan, he's gonna
Ask
be
you,
just like that,
please,
man.
I'm
There's gonna be a
begging
lot of shanties
you,
and
please don't poo in the street.
Well, Philly Yardy
Sing it,
just
bro.
answered the question.
Please
Yes,
don't
they got a
poo
sewer
in the
system in
street.
Trenchtown. My point is Jamaica is nowhere near Nigeria level. Nowhere near Nigeria level compared to wealth.
Please don't poop in the street no more. Yeah. So let's see. Jamaicans would build a better water plant before they went out like that. You know.
You guys are talking about something earlier about the Biafran war.
Oh, yeah,
Weapons.
check this out. She got African guys taking a shot at Lewis. She goes, "Kali, your friend's the only person I heard who built a mansion with no swords." You know, Lewis was a little ass backwards and whatnot. He goes, "Oh, that's coming." He built that.
Nah, I remember that.
Oh man, that's hilarious. And then when people like Honeyflower calls that
You
out,
said he built a house without what?
a sewer system. That's a water sewer system, man. I'm like, Lewis, man, you know, that's ass back. And also, I can imagine.
Maybe that's what he can afford, man. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe when he make more money,
you're in the middle of nowhere in the jungle when now you got go through bushes and whatnot. You got to park your car 20 miles away and walk through bushes, get bitten by snakes and everything like that to get to his house with that.
The thing is, you can't survive on your own. It's
yes,
like
my ancestors,
you cannot.
The country.
Kala.
And 200 years ago, my ancestors went to
if you could survive on your own, you would have left America.
Mike, African goddess say you disgrace in Nigeria. Please stop.
Well, that's my opinion. Who cares? I'm not doing. The one thing I know how to do is be honest. Sincerity is my. I'll be sincere. I'm not going to.
But how other third world countries, right, that don't got the oil deposits that Nigeria got sewer system with big
again,
Nigeria
you keep telling
mansions.
Me. And I don't know why you keep
driving in people driving in Senators and Lamborghini Uruses on dirt roads. Yeah, the basic stuff that you acting like white daddy supposed
it's
to.
all about
brother.
The basics, Mike.
Again, you keep saying the same. You keep saying the same crap, and I keep correcting.
Because you keep talking
you
about
keep
white
saying,
daddy.
Hold on, calm down. You keep saying Nigerians don't have sewer, and I keep telling you that those that can afford it.
Kwame, calm down.
I keep telling you that people have it. Those that don't have it, those that don't have it are the one that can afford it.
Mike, even the people, listen what I'm saying, right? Even the people that can't afford it, they should have it.
Who's gonna pay for it?
Bro, the government should have that for every
should pay for
citizen.
It for free. And again, name a third world country where government is giving citizens stuff for free.
Vietnam.
You know what correlates, Kwame? Your tax money. The one thing about Africa, we don't have a strong tax base. Most people talk about how government is eating their money and stealing their money, but they can't calculate how much money they actually pay to the government in taxes.
Even beyond, even if they tax, they're still not going to be able to raise what America can raise because U.S. is all over the world.
Yeah, you got to create. Hold on.
The United States is super wealthy. So
hold on, check this out. Hold on. This is why I don't disagree. South Africa's tax base is really just 5 million whites. They pay most of the so 5 million white people in South Africa could carry that whole country in taxes and stuff like that.
Follow, that's not true. There's a lot of black South Africans who work to pay taxes.
Hold on. I know before the end of apartheid, the people who were taxed were not the people in the township, not the people in the homelands, but people of the white South Africa. They the one who built.
Yeah, that's why they only built the infrastructure in the white community. The blacks were left in the country.
All the income tax and stuff like that kept South Africa going. It wasn't the blacks; it was the white people in South Africa. You know.
Yeah, but that's why they only built the best infrastructure for the whites. You know, in the white area.
But
the blacks in the
point I'm trying to make is black people in South Africa still had the highest standard of living than any other people in Africa. How's that?
Yeah, Africa need to have an expansive tax base where people can pay real taxes. And that way, they will want strong representation and strong services delivered to them. And I think a lot of people sell at little markets on the road. They're not paying taxes on that market.
Then you'll see black people from the diaspora coming to Africa to build. Until the basics are solved, it ain't happening. I don't care what nobody say.
Exactly.
Taxes build nations, bro. You gotta pay.
Just like I said before, Kala, you're that kid that can't move out of daddy's house because no one is ready to provide what dad has been giving you. You don't want to leave your white man's house because you want someone else to provide what white daddy has been providing for you.
I don't know who's funny.
You can't survive on your own. That's what you should tell us, Kala.
Who's funny?
You can go to Africa and go do what the Lebanese are doing. Go make it. You can't go make it.
Call Mike saying
you can't make it on your own. You need white daddy.
If you don't get a working toilet, that means you're bougie.
Yeah, man,
Kala
goddamn.
literally told us that the
And we
Lebanese are in
fell
West
down this
Africa.
hard, man. That I
Kala,
gotta
you
go back
literally
and
told
pick
us that
up poop
Lebanese
in
are in West Africa making
Makoko and that.
billions.
So you tell me I could end up in Makoko taking a poop off the side of a boat?
You can be on your own. If you really can make it on your own, you
But
just start from
Kyle,
Makoko.
what makes you think you deserve the infrastructure in Africa if you haven't paid taxes into it? When we come into this country, we pay taxes into the
Exactly. He wants to
infrastructure of
come to
this
Africa
country.
to get free
You're going to
stuff.
benefit from all of the infrastructure that African is going to build without having put anything into it.
No,
He
like
wants
I
us
said,
to.
I'm
He
gonna
wants
pay
us.
taxes. If I have to live there,
Elvis, you
yeah,
know
I'll
what
pay
Kala
taxes.
wants? Kala wants us to build Africa and create a welfare system like America. He's gonna come there and just gonna join there and go enjoy the welfare.
Oh, come
You,
on,
you
man.
want you want it all
Having
built for him.
That
I've
was
heard it all.
Elvis,
Even now, Kyle, when you go to Liberia from time to time, do you think you pay taxes in Liberia?
who me?
I've
Yeah,
heard
I
it
pay
all.
taxes in Liberia. I buy stuff, but and look, if the bottom line is if you have sales, if they're not smart enough to have sales, 'cause I spend a lot of money when I'm there. So if they're not smart enough to have sales tax on meals, stuff like that, that's not my fault.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm making, Kyle. You know, in Virginia, if you drive down the road and there's a pothole, you're gonna be, what the fuck am I paying my tax money? And this fucking road is not fixed. You're gonna call
Let me tell you
you're
something.
gonna call the local city council.
In Virginia, we have a sales tax, a deli tax, and whatnot. That's 10% on meals. You buy a hamburger, 10% that's taxes, right? And half it goes to the city, half goes to the state. You know. So the bottom line is Virginia makes so much money off its tax base that we have like a $5 billion surplus that we don't even know what to do with. That's how much money Virginia takes in taxes and tolls, everything like that. You know, we got
That's what I'm saying, Kyle. So I brought this idea up on a Liberian panel, right?
yeah,
And
they
people got mad at
probably
me.
gonna you, right? They
The
probably
thing is
gonna
that these people who are having these little informal markets, these women and petty traders, they need to be taxed. They need to be taxed. And people are like, how can you say that? These people are barely surviving. No. Anybody who's doing commerce needs to be taxed. And then once the government tax you, hold on, Tyler, you now have a responsibility to know where your tax money is going. People become more invested in in civil.
check this out. In Douala, right? They built a thing was free, a free market, state of
Yeah,
the art.
the mega market, yeah.
No, the mega market is in Marshall. You know, Douala market is right in Freeport, right? Free. This opened up a year ago, right?
Kala's
People
going to Africa
still want
looking
to
for
sell on
free.
the side of the
Free.
road and whatnot. You know, they gave them a free market, and so forget trying to get them to pay taxes. But you just got to do it. You know, if you don't pay taxes, I will send people around to seize people's goods. You know, force it. But the thing is, though, and that's why I say the only way.
Well, kind of that's the thing. The infrastructure is lacking. How can you know what people sold? We don't have a cash register
I would
system
say like this: just
to know
basically
how much
do a
they
daily
sold for the
tax.
day.
I would say do a daily tax for the market, right? You can only sell in the market and charge people, I don't care, $3, something, you know, $3 per day, and have tax collectors come by.
Yeah, and that would be good for the country actually, because those poor people they would want to know where their tax money is going. They will put more pressure on the government for development.
$2
You
goes
know.
to the country. The other dollar goes for the person who's collecting the taxes. You know, that'd be good because you got incentive to go out there and collect money. You know, people don't collect. You could cops will come by and arrest them.
No, that's not what I'm missing my point. My point is that people will be more serious about the service deliveries because they pay their hard-earned money into the taxes. That's the
Yeah,
point that I'm making. That puts more pressure on government to deliver.
you got to make people taxpayers. You know, that's why I don't believe in Ubuntu. Ubuntu means we're all loving. No, we're gonna take people and make you a taxpayer. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's South Africa is number 18 most tax country in the world. Hey, you know, it is what it
Jonathan
is.
is up here. I'm sure you heard something that he wanted to comment on. What's up, Jonathan?
Sure, yeah, I'm sure he
Hold
does.
on, Elvis. Y'all talk about raising taxes or starting taxes in Africa.
Yeah, I mean, there's taxes. I know technically for like big corporation, you have to pay some form of tax. But I'm saying everybody that's doing commerce, even the people at the lower level, you need to tax them. So that way that you get more tax revenue, you can deliver more service, and the people who are paying those taxes would demand more from the government in terms of
Also,
service
Liberia
deliverables.
should have a decentralized government. It should be Painesville should have a city, municipality, and treasurer collecting taxes. All these cities.
I would assume, Jonathan, you pay taxes in your business, right? They give you a little
Yeah,
corporate tax
I
or whatever it is.
pay taxes, but I hope y'all not talking about like income taxes. You know, majority of the businesses out here in Africa, they don't even pay the minimum wage. Like I'm in Calabar, bro. The minimum wage is
That's
supposed
another
to be
thing. Like I
70,000.
said,
These
that's like I
niggas
was
out here
telling
paying
Michael.
20,
That's
25.
Mike. If you
You
put
can't do no
everybody on
damn
the
income
grid and
taxes on these
force the
people.
minimum
That's
wage
crazy.
and whatnot, you would have.
Why do you say that, Jonathan? That's what I'm saying, right? If you think that you can't impose taxes, then why can't the people try, be mad when the government don't deliver services?
How can you
But
impose taxes on people that don't even make the minimum wage?
Well, greater minimum wage,
even any kind of
They're not
income should
even
be
making
taxed.
half the minimum wage. You can't
Any kind of
impose
income should be
taxes on that.
taxed. You know that, Jonathan. Any income should be
Yeah, when
taxed.
people are paying the minimum wages, those companies that pay big wages, right? Yeah, the government knows what those people are making because it's registered. But the majority of these businesses, they don't pay taxes the way that they're
So
supposed to.
informal. We gotta get rid of the
Most of
informal.
And
them
that's
have
the
a
Very
government's
private
informal.
fault. The
company.
government have to have the infrastructure to make sure that these businesses are paying taxes, holding
Listen,
them to
I
account.
like to blame the government too, but you're a jackass if you don't pay the minimum wage. And you know the minimum wage was increased.
Right.
A
So
lot of
that's
the economy, is underground economy, so that's why
it's on the grind. You can't run a country like that. You have to digitize all of these things.
that's why we
People
got
have to have
Modernize,
unique
not
numbers.
modernize,
the bureaucracy
modernize.
is not that.
It needs infrastructure. That's a modernize. Suppose that.
Exactly. So, Kala,
This
bring it
idea
forward.
that you could just get up and go start a business without the government knowing that you started a business in Africa, a woman could take a little market, a Wheeler market, go on the side of the road and start making money. And some of these
That's
women
why I
make
tell
money.
people all the time. People
You
say,
can't do that. United States, you can't take no damn Wheeler and go sell on the side of the road. You either get arrested or they fine you for it. You can't just start doing that shit. As a society, we have to get past it. If you want to register any business, petty trading, you got to register and pay taxes on it. Yeah. I mean, it sounds harsh, but that's how countries develop, man. You got to do it. You agree, Jonathan, or you think that's too harsh? Poor people shouldn't pay taxes because they're too poor.
No, nigga, no. Poor people shouldn't pay taxes.
You see, that's the thing. That's what's keeping Africa backwards,
Listen,
bro.
bro.
Wait, hold
Listen,
up,
bro.
hold up. How about this?
In
Create a middle.
America, that
Hold up. The
works
whole thing is
because
this:
they pay wages
Africa
that
has
they're
to create a
supposed to
middle
pay.
income society. That's where the tax base comes from. Till that happens, you can only do that with industrialization. And so create factory work and stuff like that. So until that happens, it is what it is, man. So some people, Africa's the future. I hate when Dinah says that shit. Africa's
It's not the future.
Tyler, you've been hitting on Donis a lot these last couple of
That's
shows.
my
What's wrong
boy.
with you, Donis, man?
Hold up, but
Right.
that's my boy and everything. But what it is it angers me because I know better. Africa could be a
You
great
know,
place.
Dinah be lying. You know he be lying.
Yeah, it's like, damn, man, Dinah, I love you, brother, man. Stop the shit,
Yo,
man.
Elvis, the other
You
day
need
he
to go to
called.
every African country
Tyler
preaching
got
lie.
jealous. He got jealous when Donis was eating his sweet jollof rice in Senegal, talking about, I can't feed
Oh
no
yeah,
jollof.
man. I want to be there, man. I wish I was there eating rice. Not studying SEM, not talking about infrastructure, not talking about building an African.
Hey, that jollof did look delicious, though.
The most important thing is talking about jollof rice, man. I don't get it, man. I really don't.
Why do black people like knocking each other's business, man?
Right. Donis is doing his thing, man. To do his trench in his African culture, Tyler. Let him have it.
Dice is a public figure. I love him.
Kala, the man takes people to Africa. That's part of his business. So if he's taking people
Yeah,
there,
to
of
do
course,
what
he's
though?
going to promote
Eat jollof rice, man. This is what I'm talking about.
He's going to
Hold
sell
on.
what his product. So why are you trying to knock his
Instead of
product?
going to Africa and we all working on industrial projects and stuff like that to build ties, distant city projects, whatnot, we go there to eat jollof rice and listen to somebody, watch somebody do some dance, whatnot. And is that what it comes to? That's all we have.
Well, if he
While
makes
the
his
Chinese are
income
doing
that way, why you?
locking down real contracts and making a difference? We're going over there eating jollof rice. I don't know, but I don't know a whole lot, man. But this don't seem right.
Kala, you realize you're demarcating someone's business right now. You know that, right?
Well, I'm not dealing with somebody's
You're
business, man.
demarcating. You know that's what he does. He makes his income that way.
Look, hold on.
He takes,
It's not even him. You know what the problem is? It's black people.
when you mention him, you should not mention his name.
Hold on. We're just a silly, foolish people, man. All we care about is partying and fun. We're not serious about doing shit. So that's what it is.
Exactly. So so exactly. So that's what we should be talking about. How can we change our ways?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So
the average black man just want to get laid, man. I'm sorry. I've been around everybody from the continental.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. But money takes people to Ghana One thing I do say about him, he does roots and culture, and stuff like that. The whole thing. He does a nightlife. He does a lot of stuff when he's over there, and they do a thing where they do a business conference and they do stuff like that. That's why I toured
But that's
Liberia.
his style. Okay, cool for him.
Yeah, I'm not
style.
saying like that either. But what I'm saying, I'm not trying to knock down. I should apologize for knocking down. But what I'm saying is this: my whole thing is when we hear serious conversations about stuff like this, right? Those of us with big platforms, this is what we should be talking about. What do we do to build Africa for the future?
Dude, I don't think people create platforms to really trying to build anything. People create platforms because they want to make money. I mean, what this? Listen, people create content. It's business. It's not really
ignorant, man.
Let's forget all these things we come here to do. Like, oh yeah.
I understand what you're talking about. At this point, we shouldn't be going to E5 festivals in Africa. It's time to build infrastructure and
I thought you said you practice E5.
Nah, but what I'm trying to say is like we should be past the cultural norms and stuff like that. It should be.
Bro, I mean, you guys just gotta. That's what this dude was asking me that question on Donnie's show earlier today. Look, some of these things are just bigger than you. You can't. Donnie's ain't gonna go to Africa and build a damn country. He can only do what he can do. He can bring people there. They're gonna spend a few $1,000s. They're gonna have fun. They're gonna enjoy the continent. He brings them back to the United States. He's not there to build Nigeria or build Sierra
I
Leone.
don't know.
He's
I don't
limited.
know why people always put responsibility on somebody. Responsibility.
Yeah, what do you want to do? Build infrastructure? How do you think building infrastructure is a one person, even 1,000-person job?
Nah,
It's very expensive. It takes an entire nation. It takes years to build infrastructure. So one person is not going to go there and say, you know what, let me bring African American, 10 of us, we're going to go there and try to put money in the pot to help build Nigeria's infrastructure. I mean, come on, be real.
Nah, I think you mistaken what I'm trying to say, Elvis.
Okay, it's time for building infrastructure. Who's going to build the infrastructure, Kwame?
I'm saying it's time to bring some. It's time to, you know what I mean, for serious people to start going to Africa versus,
What are those serious people going to do?
It's everyone's responsibility to be bringing people to go do something.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys always say that stuff. Trying to get people to go do something. Why are you kidding me? It's not job of people to go do. What people can do is go do business, and that's it. When it's time for business, there's no such thing as we brotherhood. None of that. Nah, whatever you if I can get somebody, if I maybe a black American good in something, and I know there's benefit, we can do something in Africa. I'll say, yeah, let's do business, let's do contracts, and I can do this, and you can benefit that. That's it. There's no such thing as we're black people want to go do something because we're black. No, none of that.
Exactly. This is what check out what Lozy said. He said low tax-based collection in African countries results in low national budgets. No kidding, Yeah, so
that's the same thing I'm saying. And this on the government collar to be innovative in finding ways, even though you can't maybe
That's the point I've
digitize
been making too.
your tax system, but finding ways that you can maximize your tax collection and let people know that they're paying these taxes, and when you collect those taxes, they should hold you accountable on what you do with their tax money. This is one of the things in America that I admire about this country. The common man, the garbage man will go to City Hall and say, "What have you been doing with my tax money? I've been paying my tax money. Look at my children's school. Look at the roads." They feel entitled to have the infrastructure because they pay into it. Africa need to take that same mentality. Go ahead, Mike.
My property tax here is over $1,000 a month. Just my house, just like in America, the way they tax you, they tax everything. So now you taking all the tax from me, and you're not gonna build infrastructure for me. Like I'm gonna. That's why America will not sit around and watch something now in place because we know what we pay. But in Africa, like most of the people, they can't even pay. Some majority of them don't even have a goddamn employee, like something going.
Yeah, but out of 200 million people,
They're not going to now start demanding
20
that
million people on the tax payroll.
Listen,
you can't put 20 million or 200 million people on the tax roll.
Most how are you going to put them on tax roll? And
do they have different tax brackets?
Most of them don't even have goddamn employment. Most of them don't even have. Dude, we're not. It's a third world. These are developing countries. They're not. I think you guys all. I don't know. You guys need to go read more, man. Get educated.
I get your point, right, Mike? But the point here is there's a lot of smart people in Nigeria. Now, you can try to work along with what you have. Can they innovate a way that, even though they don't have the sophistication in terms of how to, digitize or have like a social security number for everybody and require everybody to have a system where if you hire somebody, you have to put that number into a system find a way with all the brains in Nigeria to make sure that if somebody gets hired in the informal sector, whoever's hiring that person, it's your responsibility to make sure that you register it with the central government, the federal government, and that way you can tax that person, whatever they're making for income. It has to happen, bro. You can't just negate
Yeah,
it.
yeah. The
Oh,
formal sector is there. It's there in almost every country.
but how do you tap into it in the informal sector? That should be another way because a lot of money
That's
is
very
getting.
difficult. For one,
Well, I tell you
majority
right now, you know what Kenya
they call it
did?
developing country because
Kenya,
majority of the population are still in
Kenya
hardship.
did years
You
ago.
understand?
Hold up, you know what Kenya did a decade ago? They made all people in the informal sector use what's that? E-money? What's it?
Yeah, like bro, we say mobile money, but it's
Yeah, hold on.
e-money.
They made said all transactions
Yeah,
had to
it's
be
in mobile money. That way you can track it and tax it.
So
That's
guess
what I'm
what?
saying.
Right
Nigerians are
now,
smart enough to
In
come up with a
Nigeria,
system like
they
that.
have
everybody
taxing.
using
They're,
that.
they're
They
taxing and
start
they're
taking
collecting
their
tax
fees and
revenue. But
taxes
what we're
out of
saying
the
And I
is,
know Nigeria wanted to go to the e-dollar, right? That way that people can transact using, a traceable way that you don't even use paper money anymore, where people can just, do it hand to hand.
Yeah, so
Now everything has to be transferred to an electronic means that you can track it and
government
tax
tax,
it.
just like what you call it, tax levy. Ghana tried to do, and they almost rioted in Ghana. Ghana said we own 1% of all transactions, and the people in Ghana said, "Hell no." I said, "Y'all try to understand? That's the way it is." Ghana said we're going to do levy. That means levy 1% of all
And that's
transactions.
why you need an effective leader, Carter, to come to the people, have a national, press conference, and tell them why it's
Yeah,
important
but Lewis
that
says
we
it's
have to do this.
I do such a great guy. He was the one that proposed it, and they was like ready to throw him out of office,
That's
man.
what
So
Africans don't understand. You have a duty, bro. You have a duty to your country to pay taxes. You're not going to develop without doing the hard thing. And paying taxes is difficult. You think we like to pay 20, 30, $40,000 a year in taxes in the United? Of course not. But now it's just like a normal thing that we pay because the services are pretty good. We get a lot of benefit from our tax money. And if we're not getting it, we demand it. We riot, we protest, for those benefits. That's what democracy is about, man.
well,
Africans just don't
the
understand.
United States economy is very robust, though. So it's a
Right. I
very
know
robust
it's
economy.
different. I get it.
And so the level of tax revenue can be very high. Based on the robustness of the economy. So, but most third world countries they're developing, and they're now. I mean, these countries, and another thing that's going on, like these industrialized countries, they're complaining that everyone cannot industrialize because they hurt. Just like Obama said, the hurt is going to turn into oven because this chemical plant, they got to be a chemical plant. They got to burn a lot of. Are they talking about climate issues? Because a lot of these third world countries trying to industrialize as well. Want to start building industries, and they got to. It's a lot of burning of chemicals, coal, all those things. Those things are destroying the planet. So right now they're saying, "Hey, we got to go green." So for your nation to be wealthy, you got to you got to become industrialized like China, US, where they burn a lot of stuff into the atmosphere, and they're complaining about that. That's
look,
another.
I don't think Africa
So
has contributed enough to the pollution. I say
yeah,
pollute the damn
that's what I'm
world,
saying.
pollute
The countries that are
everything.
contributing the most to
Let's
the
get this
pollution are the
industrialization. I don't
advanced
think
countries.
people talk about the environment while Africa has no industries and poverty and whatnot. Fuck the environment. If right now we'll get back to the environment. That's what Africa develops. Then we could talk about the
Yeah,
environment.
we can skip industrialization and go to like energy use like wind turbines instead of running
Yeah,
coal.
we can go green or something.
Yeah, go green. So use that money
You
and
still got
let them greenify our infrastructure. Bring a lot of wind turbines so that we don't have to burn coal and cut down our trees. African leaders have to negotiate on that path.
wind turbine doesn't work, bro.
Or whatever, some kind of renewable energy, so that way that we can
The
benefit
only
from
thing
it.
that renewable works is hydro and geothermal. That's a nuclear. That's the only
Fine.
thing.
Let African leaders. If you don't want us to pollute our rainforest and cut down because it's important for the planet,
Carla,
build
can
us a
you
couple
bring it to
hydros.
us? Carla, can you bring it to Africa? The things you saying you need.
Dude, man, we were talking about this for a decade. I was in Child of
You're not
Sciences
bringing nothing, Carla.
in the 90s. They tried to roll out all this stuff like that, but I don't know. Africa, it's just like we always say Africa should nuclear energy because nuclear is clean, it's basically abundant, and when not, and Africa has uranium and plutonium to create nuclear fission. The amount of nuclear to rich nuclear that it would take to do a reactor is the
It's
size
like
of a
five. Yes, it's
cantaloupe.
like 5%. It's not even that much.
It's just a freaking size of a cantaloupe. enriched uranium of cannibal becomes radioactive, and the heat basically boils a condensed water, and that goes against this metal pipe that goes in and creates steam and turns a turbine.
Carlos, you know how to build this, man. Why don't you go take a contract from the Liberian government and build one in Liberia, man?
Dude, man, look, bottom line, I'm so far removed.
It's like you talk about how you know how to build everything, but then all you do,
I'm so far. I'm so far. Liberia and Africa got a lot of smart people.
They will give you a contract, man. Kala, you know
they got much smarter people than I am. Trust me. And I'm running, but it's got to have the political will and the integrity
and the money, Colin. That's the key thing. If Liberia had $400 billion, you can set aside things for the things to run this project.
The other night, back in 2023, I was in Fuzine restaurant. That's TLA with the Euro.
That's been $Euro restaurant.
Anyway, I was in her restaurant in 2023, and I would just happen to overhear a conversation. Right, this white guy was in there, right, and this like old Liberian guy was like talking to him. He was talking about this will solve your problem here. I don't know what it was. So I don't know what it was. Right, he said this country don't have any money. We can't pay for this. There's a way you could work something. He said, we don't have the money to do this. Like, this is a poor country. This is a developing country. We don't have money. I felt really bad, man. I was like, man, this guy.
Yeah, our national budget is like $800 million, bro.
So the bottom line is Liberia does not really have any money. And I hope that African Americans will come into Liberia. If we can have significant numbers. One thing I'm gonna talk about is creating.
That's why I tell Liberians when they say, "Oh, we're rich." I said, "We're not rich. We're hypothetically rich. Real wealth is realized. It's not potential wealth."
We don't. Liberia needs its own stock exchange. Matter of tax.
You got to get there first.
We stock exchange.
We can get there tomorrow. We built an exchange connected in Atlanta with Monrovia. We have billions of dollars flow from the United States to Liberia, Africa. If Liberia had a stock exchange tethered to all the stock, so don't me. But the bottom line is that's what it takes. But the whole thing is, who got the political will? I'm not in power, So,
Colin, how many? I'm sure Nigerians might have a few. How many nuclear physicists do you think African countries have?
All I know is a good friend of mine is a nuclear physicist, and this guy, Mr. Edwards,
these things are not difficult, man. You have to just get the university professors and get the research. Kind of like you guys were discussing earlier.
Yeah, hold on. You got to do what Japan did, right?
Hold on.
Japan looked all over the world for all the scientists and whatnot, and brought them to Japan, not just to be citizens, but to train Japanese in what they know. Then they let them go after they gave them their money.
We have university professors in Africa, though. Like, for example, you were discussing earlier about the Biafran War. Like during the war, when they put a blockade on the Biafran where weapons couldn't come in, the University of Enugu physics professors and the science professors, they came together and the student, and that's when they started going into research, and that's when they started making the weapons during the war. And after the war, the Nigerian government decided they're going to start a weapons program to start building weapons.
What happened? Nigeria doesn't make no weapons now.
The president wanted to do it. That time got assassinated, man.
Murtala Muhammad?
Huh?
Murtala Muhammad got assassinated?
Yeah, he wanted to. Several times. But now they started the program like 2 years ago. Now we're building drones and we're building our tanks now.
Look, if Nigeria was truly united with all
we started the program a few years ago.
If Nigeria was truly united with all the smart people they got from the Igbos to the Yorubas to the Hausa, it would be really strong.
Let me tell you what happened in the 70s back then was when it was Nigeria, Brazil,
it's small houses.
Let me tell you what happened in the 70s. I think Brazil and some, I can't remember how many other countries, they wanted to start a weapons program. The whole politics of no, those how they going is telling right, you can't do nuclear program. So America was like doing deals. They would say we'll give you these billions of dollars to abandon the program. So that's what they were telling all these countries back then. Hey, no, don't start weapons program. We'll supply weapons and we'll give you this money to abandon the program. So that's the policy they were playing. But some president that would say, why we don't worry, we need this. We need to advance. They usually assassinate that kind of leader or just I don't know. But people are like now they no longer listening to this.
Why do you think they killed Murtala Muhammad? Why do you think they killed him?
Any leader he wanted to just do everything his own way, So
he was.
A lot of the A lot of the
supporting
coups
the
they didn't kill the leaders, but for him they actually killed them, which is kind
Yeah,
of weird.
he was
any
supporting
Nigerian
the
coup where
Angolan freedom fighters.
the
That's why.
leader was assassinated. Usually that's the one the CIA got handed. But it
Hold on,
was the
Mike.
one, but the one where they didn't get assassinated. They just
let DK repeat what he said because I couldn't hear what he said.
He was supporting the Angolan freedom fighters in that time.
Well, Jonas Savambi and the UNITA, he was supporting UNITA.
Freedom fighters was the
Dos Santos before then.
UNITA was the oppressors.
No, UNITA was president in the 90s. I'm saying that was the one with the Santos and the other guy
He was
who took
supporting
over.
the MPLA, who were backed by the Soviets, because the UNITA was backed by apartheid South Africa.
Yeah, backed by apartheid, and not only that, apartheid South Africa also sent mercenaries into Biafra. And
Obasanjo was his vice president at the time, military head of state. Some people thought he had something to do with it, but I don't think so, man. I think Obasanjo liked that.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with it. Yeah, that was the guy.
So, Mike, Nigeria have a weapon program right now.
Yeah. They started it, man. They're making weapons now, dude. Like they just make this drone right now. It's a very effective drone. That's what they're using to bomb all those bandits right now.
Military drones.
They're making a very nice drone, man. Like literally, that drone program is going to advance. Man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Nigeria need to tap in.
Their tanks.
They need to tap in with those tech incubators in Lagos and other places. Those smart.
I think they're working. I'm not sure
they need to build a military industrial complex with those guys, man. They have the brain. They need to bring them.
We invest in the military.
Are they working on like ballistic missiles and stuff like that?
Yeah, all that program is on right now. The university professors, the science students in Nigerian universities, that's what they're doing now. We have the Nigerian Defense Academy. That we're not listening to nobody no more. At this point, nobody's telling us crap. Like, hey, I'm doing it. We'll give it. Nah.
You see, okay, Mike. Yes. What Rob Moise is saying. He said Murtala Muhammad was a great Fulani man killed by Southerners. Is that true?
Murtala is not a Fulani, man. All these people are just talking rubbish, man.
That's Rob Moise, the adopted Hausa who doesn't know the real history of the Hausa people in nature.
People go online, all these Biafran people that we calling everybody, all these everywhere from North Fulani.
You say he was what?
I think he was Yoruba.
Murtala was not Yoruba. He might have been Hausa, maybe.
It's from the north. No, his dad is from Auchi, Edo State. His dad is from Edo State. His mom is from Kanu, a minority ethnic group in Kanu, and he grew up in Kanu. So
they better develop some.
So he's a Benin man. He's an Edo man.
Well, he grew up in the north. But his dad is from.
Oh, but your dad is what you are, regardless of where you grew up. So then he's not even a northern.
Yeah. In Nigeria, you're from where your dad is from.
How the hell the northern Nigerian got all them advanced weapons? They better work on some missiles and ballistic.
What do you mean they got advanced weapons? They got regular weapons that they buy from the supporter of terrorism in Saudi Arabia and Qatar and whatever. They don't got advanced weapons. They're nuclear weapons.
I don't know why I always hear Kala saying Nigeria couldn't defeat Boko Haram. Are you kidding me? Boko Haram is wiped.
No, I seen that one time.
It was Sambo.
What's going on now is
It was Sambo Dasuki. Sambo Dasuki, the DSS director, who was taking the money that Obama was sending to Nigeria to fight terrorism, sending it to his friends.
But Mike,
sending it to his friends in California and siphoning the money up.
Obama
he got arrested for it. Buhari arrested him for that.
Mike, I just seen a resurgence. Like they in the north, like on the Cameroon border and Mali
that's
border.
where they are. They live by the border. They come in, attack, and run back. And then, Boko Haram is guerrilla warfare, just like all those.
What's the other group?
They run to the Sambises forest.
Yeah, and
they run to the coast back and forth.
Foreigners giving them weapons.
It's another group now on the border. I think Mali or one of them Sahel countries. Like, what's that group name?
I forgot the name, but I think that those are the people that's fighting Traore in Burkina Faso. There's another group there.
All these groups, man, I see that they're created by all these multinational companies, man, to secure all those resources. Like
I keep telling people when I show my dislike for Islam, they get mad at me. These guys want to destroy our region. They want to overtake our region and Islamicize the West Africa. And a lot of that shit that happen, man.
They
doing some horrible things in northern Nigeria. I can't even lie. They doing some ugly
People
shit.
think I'm being bigoted when I say, you know, fuck the Islamist. Can't deal with that shit, bro.
They're talking about Namibia. I
I
remember
think
in
you guys watch too much
oh, there was
internet and news. Because I go to northern Nigeria all the time.
Kim
All this stuff you
Fields
guys talk
called
about.
You might be a Muslim. Maybe if you're Muslim, you wear your Muslim hat with your garb, and maybe they accept you up there, Mike. Maybe that's what it is.
I think you guys, you non-Nigerians, you consume so many crap
No,
on
I'm saying that's what it is. I mean, if you're and you go up there and you say,
you
"Assalamu
guys watch
alaikum,"
too many
about
propaganda
Assalam
stories.
alaikum, whatever.
Elvis, you know that most of these things Nigerians post online, like talk documentary and stories, is propaganda. You know that, right? You know
But
Nigerians.
Mike, you can't lie, brother. You know the
Do you know
North is
Nigerians
really.
have, especially
You
the
know the North
diaspora?
is unstable, brother, and there's a lot of terrorism, a lot of killing of innocent people going on by Islamists in the North.
Somebody said
Do,
on
do,
Dynasty Show earlier that Tinubu was ready to let go of Northern Nigeria because it's too the jihadists just basically they just taking over it.
taking over where?
Northern Nigeria.
Where in the north? Where?
Where I
Bauchi,
just where I just said
Maiduguri,
the
not
Sahel
Bauchi,
countries in
but
Cameroon and the border
Borno,
of
Oh,
Cameroon.
Maiduguri.
Bonu, Maduguri, the border of the borders Cameroon. Sorry, the border Chad. So is that the whole northern Nigeria? What about the? You
I'm
know how
talking
big
about
northern
those two
Nigeria is?
states. I'm talking
You know,
about
what
those
is it?
two states.
Zamfara,
Northern Nigeria is the size of, you have to put Germany and
Yobe,
France.
Sokoto,
Put Germany and France
Katsina,
together.
Kaduna, Kano.
Northern Nigeria is bigger than both. If you put Germany and France together, the Northern Nigeria is bigger than both countries put together combined. You know that, right? So if something is happening in one small part of the north, they put it all over the internet and see.
Man, it's
Oh,
Well,
not
apparently,
small.
Mike, you know there are people, Islamic clerics in the north, who are supporting these guys. They're supporting them. They're not saying it
well,
explicitly,
that's your
but
opinion,
implicitly.
though.
There's
That's your
no,
opinion.
we know this, bro. There came up. There was this
That's your
thing that
opinion.
came
I
up
don't care
that
what you know,
the
man.
chief, the chief of staff of the Nigerian army and some of those high-ranking, Muslim guys were helping to support Boko Haram.
They, they told
Hey
you
yo,
that. They told you
Elvis,
that.
Elvis. I
Or
was seeing on
you went to
Twitter.
hear it from some Nigerian platform where some
Hold on,
Biafra.
yo, Elvis. I was surprised. I literally see Nigerians talking about I forgot the leader name. They was calling him a hero. I'm like, yo, they calling this dude a hero?
Ooh,
What's the dude name? The leader that got killed Boko Haram.
Abubakar Shekau.
Yeah, I was seeing people call him a hero. I'm like, yo,
That's
people
what I'm
care.
telling you, bro. These people, they will tell you, they will act like they're not in favor of it, but deep down they're in favor of it because
If you walk on the
it's
street of if you exist anywhere in Nigeria and call Abubakar Shika a hero, you get arrested and you'll be pretty much
Hey,
executed.
Elvis, you hear a few weeks ago, like over 200 Christians were killed by Fulani herdsmen in like
yeah.
Benue State.
Even today or yesterday, there was a bombing in Syria, the Christian church by Muslim. They went out there and they exploded themselves in the church and killed a bunch of Christians
In
because of
Syria?
what's going on in Iran. Yeah, in Syria. So when people talk about Christian, oh Christian, we don't go out there and kill Muslims because we disagree with them. We don't do that shit. They do that to Christians, man. And when we talk about it, they say, "Oh, you guys are being bigoted." I mean, come on, there's a difference for it, Mike. I can remember the last time we heard in Nigeria where Christians went to a mosque on a Friday and just killed a bunch of Muslims.
I don't think
Never.
it's
I
Muslims
ain't
that
gonna
are
lie.
doing it. I think it's
It
a
seemed
group
like
of
them. It seemed like the
terrorists.
house is not gonna stop till they got a caliphate in in West Africa.
Exactly.
That's
That's
what
the
they
thing.
want.
What the hell are you talking about?
See, this
What do
guy's
you think they want, Mike? What do you think all this Islamic is violence is going on in Nigeria in the northern part now coming up to the central part of the country?
It
Why do you
got
think?
nothing to do with religion. What are you talking
it's in
Oh,
about?
the
you don't think it
middle
has
though.
to do anything with religion, Mike?
Come on, Mike. Come
Boko
on.
Haram had a
Didn't you
manifesto, Mike. They literally had an Islamic manifesto. They
who has
aligned
this
themselves
Islamic
with
manifesto?
ISIS. They call themselves now ISWAP, Islamic State in
Not
West
not
Africa,
even not even ISIS. They line themselves for Al Qaeda.
Al Qaeda, and all of those things. Those are Islamic, jihadist terrorist organizations.
Okay, Islamic jihadists, well, it's got nothing to do with it's Muslims in Nigeria.
What are the Islamists? They're not Muslims.
Well, if group of terrorists are doing whatever they
Mike,
do,
if they want a
I
caliphate,
don't see
how
them
you
doing.
gonna say it's not religious? They
First
want a
of all,
caliphate.
hold on. 80 to 90% of the people they've killed are Muslims. So if it's about religion, so why are they killing other Muslims?
No, number one, because they think that those Muslims are kuffar. If they're going to school
Yes, I
and
was
they're
just about
getting
to say that.
Western education, they're not, adhering to their version of Sharia law. that Western education is forbidden, and as such they're being
No, that's
prohibited.
not true. That's not true. When these Boko Haram, when they so-called
Yo, Muslims is more likely
when
to kill
when
people.
they
They
go
most
carry out
likely
the
to kill
act of
people they think is practicing bitter, or you know what I mean. I forgot the other term they use, not just kufa. It's bitter.
I don't know, maybe shirk. I know those people who are in their mind committing shirk.
Yeah, shirk.
Yeah,
Yeah, shirk. That's what I was looking for. Shirk.
they're
all that
mushrik.
stuff is propaganda, man. People that are carrying out stuff, they're doing it for
Why
money.
you might be a Yoruba Muslim? Maybe I think you are. So maybe you're keeping for your Muslim brothers.
No, I'm just an intelligent person that speak rationally, you know. I speak a rational mind, you know. So
You got a name like Mike. You
it's
better
not
not
my
be no Muslim.
Elvis, if I eat you to death, like let's say I don't like you at all, and somebody tell me that Elvis stole something and I know you didn't steal it, I'm not gonna say because I hate Elvis. I now agree, like Elvis stole it. I'm not that kind of person.
No,
You
the
understand?
point I would make in Mike is,
When I'm
let's
having
be honest,
conversation,
bro.
it's got nothing to do with my personal feelings or my
No, let's be honest, right?
interest.
We see West
I just
Africa.
speak based
All the
on
destabilization in West Africa is happening by Islamic. Can we agree on that?
say it again.
Most, I won't say all, but most of the destabilization in West Africa is happening by
No,
Islamic.
no, no, Elvis. It is all. You can't say
I want to be
it
fair. I
is
won't say
all.
Yeah,
all,
but
but at
I
least.
don't think it's got anything to do with their religion. I think
You
it's
don't
got
think it got nothing to do with their religion, Mike? Nothing
I
correlates.
think it's got to
That
do
they're
with
all
money.
Muslims.
Okay. Let me ask you this: the same things that is going on as those so-called rebel group, terror group, whatever that's going on in
And
Israel.
it's majority
Hold on. Let me
one.
land. Let
And
me
it's
land. It's
majority
all, you
one
know.
group. I don't want
The,
to. I don't want to. You know what I mean?
Let him speak. Let him
okay,
speak for me.
fine,
I want
but
to
let
hear
me
what you
just
got to
get
say.
across. I don't see. I always get frustrated having conversation with black people. It's like we just basically what I'm saying is in the Congo, the same thing has been going on for decades. Those groups where they just attack villages, kill people, but they are not Muslims. It's the same thing.
Oh, Mike, that's not what we're talking about. I said West Africa. Don't go all the way to
No, I'm
Congo,
just saying, but
Central
the
Africa.
same thing has been going
We
on in
know the history. They have a long history
hold
there.
on.
There was war that was
No,
fought. There was mineral war that's being fought.
no. These are group. They will call them M this, M that. They just
M23.
trying to attack.
We talking
I'm
about
down,
West
and we all
Africa.
know
We're
the
not
reason.
talking about
Listen, anyone
Central
with
Africa.
enough intelligence know that those groups they are funded by foreign companies.
No, we know the reason. We know the motives, right? The motive is the resources. They're fighting for control of that
It's the
resource.
same thing.
That's what the North is fighting for? Is that what Boko Haram told you, that's what they're fighting for, resources?
Do they need to tell me?
Oh no, because they had a manifesto, and the manifesto says they're fighting against, Western education. They want to have a Sharia state. They want to impose Islam. Those are part of that manifesto. It's not about the oil in the North. I know the North don't really even have oil like that.
Okay, those
It's not about
okay, let me
forestry.
ask you this: those M2, all those rebels in Congo, what are they telling you they're fighting for?
They're not saying that explicitly, but we can infer that they're fighting over
They will
they're
tell
fighting over the
you.
mines. They're
Oh
fighting over
God,
those things.
mercy. Do they tell you they're fighting for the resources?
We
They
know
will
they're
give you
fighting for
other
the
reasons.
resources.
They
We
will
know
say
that
that
they're
by
fighting
ethnic
because they don't want the
cleansing.
government. Hold on, Mike.
Exactly.
No, but they don't have a manifesto to tell you that they're fighting because
They have manifesto. They will
what's the
tell you
manifesto?
they will tell you why. Dude, just go look at their
Are they saying they're fighting because they don't want Western education in gold mine?
No, they're not gonna. No, they don't give you the same excuse and Boko Haram
Yeah,
gave.
because they're not Islamic
Dude, get the
terrorists.
point. Get the point. They will give you reason of ethnicity or reason of.
They said that they had a no. They
The
said that
point
they had
I'm
a peace agreement with the government of Kabila.
Elvis.
Hold on. Let me finish it. They had a peace agreement with the government of Joseph Kabila, and when
No,
Tshisekedi came in the power, he didn't uphold that agreement.
That's not true. In the Congo, they have over 20 different rebel groups. They are attacking.
No, the M23 is the biggest one.
Exactly. So every one of them will not tell you. They will tell you everything they're
Because
doing except
Congo
this.
has been a
But
refuge
let me
ground
just land the statement.
for
God damn
former
it.
rebels coming from Uganda, coming from the CAR.
I've been trying to land the points in. You just keep cutting me.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
I'm
Go
trying
ahead.
to tell you that they will give you every reason why they're fighting, except that it's for resources. They will never mention that we're doing this because of the resources there. They will
That's
tell
what I'm
you
saying. Smart
everything
people can infer. But Boko Haram, you can't
it's the
tell us
same
they're
thing.
fighting for resources. What are the resources they're fighting for there? Mike,
The
since you
Boko
Nigeria.
Haram. Do you know that Lake Chad? Are you kidding me? Do you know that? Do you
I
know?
mean, I'm asking you. I want to learn. Tell me. I'm not saying I know. Just tell me. What are the resources?
Have you heard of a mineral called California?
Oh, the mineral California. Okay,
Yeah.
I know that's one of the
Look it
new
up, man.
elements.
That stuff. Just Google
Tell
it.
us, tell us
Find
about it. I know
it's
about
one of the
California.
most
It's
rare
pretty new.
minerals on the planet.
Yeah, so that's
It's in
what they're
that
doing.
Sabizla area. But
Yeah, you usually those people like what Charles Taylor did in
listen
Liberia,
to
they
me
would
though.
sell those minerals for guns. They would sell
Listen
those
to me.
minerals. for guns to carry out their Islamic
If you want
plan.
to learn, I'll teach you. If you don't want, if you want to,
No,
they're
Mike,
supposed
you're
to
not
help you
talking. You're
navigate
not
the
talking to a
lessons.
stupid person. Realize that you're not talking to a child.
I know you're
So
not. I
don't.
know you're not a child.
Okay, so that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that terrorist groups can use things like diamonds, gold, timber, and sell those natural resources for more ammunition to carry out the plan. That has nothing to do with resource accumulation. You know that, right? Al
So they're not
Qaeda.
fighting for money. They're
Al
fighting
Qaeda
for.
was working in Liberia trading diamonds, for guns and things like that with Charles Taylor. They wasn't
Mike,
trying
just
to.
give Mike, just give up, man. Please, man. You
Let me
come
just
on.
give up on Elvis, man. It's just,
Okay, I get it.
The
Well, I mean,
fact
everybody
is,
agrees, but I think DK agrees. And again, it's nothing against you, Mike. If you're a Muslim, it's nothing against you. I'm just saying that when you
how
look
you
at
say
the,
if I'm a Muslim? I'm not a Muslim. You know, I'm not.
no, it's fine. I'm just saying if you are or not. I'm just saying. And
If you
personally,
really
I have
believe in
nothing.
having logical conversation, there's no way you're going
Mike,
to.
they not fighting over resource. They
Yeah,
fighting
that's
for
what
a
I'm saying.
caliphate.
I'm not. It's not a
They
personal
want a
thing. I'm just trying to
caliphate.
tell you that.
Y'all can continue. I'm going to bed. I really gotta
You
get up.
just bought the hell out of Kala, man.
Nah, I just don't know
Elvis,
about the topic, so you can't jump in and
if
try to
you come
dominate
on,
the
leave me
topic.
alone.
That's all.
I'll take you a
Look,
lot more deeper.
yeah, you guys are way above my pay grade right
Yeah,
now. Y'all talking
I'm
about.
about to leave
Y'all
it
give
to
it to
you.
you, I bow out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to
But
bed.
yeah.
Y'all can stay. Y'all can have it.